Is episode 231 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. We don't know yet.
No, I don't think we'll ever will.
I think it's one of life's great mysteries. Truly a story that will only be known generations from now, at best. At best. That's if we're being optimistic. Let's be honest.
Yeah, right. Where's the other clowns that participate in this nonsense?
Well, Bobby is usually in the garage of knowledge somewhere. Who knows? Yannick, I know, acknowledged the links, so he's probably somewhere. Again, who knows? You never know with these guys. You never know. It's like herding cats.
You know, I show up half dead. And, you know, these other guys can't show up on time? Come on.
Good evening, Mike. Good evening, Paul. Yes, Eric is apparently alived himself. He was trying to join his good friend and faithful companion, Zombie Ray Bork.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling so great last week, but I just telling Carlos that moments ago, got off. I just did 20 miles in the garage. Did a quick 20 in there and jumped in the shower, and now I'm here. So definitely feeling better, and hopefully I can participate this week a little bit more than I did last week.
Well, the thing is, before we went live, you did mention the other story that confirmed that you're feeling up to your usual self. Ladies and gentlemen, let me set the scene. See, few people know that Eric likes to do this thing called cycling. It's what strange people do. Very odd individuals. However, he prides himself on this cycling business. But amongst his cycling, and he demonstrated this, on a charity drive. We had a charity thing where he was on a bicycle in a garage by himself. Again, weird. But he did that thing. But he did it on what's called a trainer. I'm putting that in quotation mark. A trainer. So he can train. Okay, fine, great. Again, dorky, sucks, but whatever. We'll go with it. But the thing about a trainer is that the way it's done is not an exercise bike. Because I got an exercise bike. I barely use it, but it exists. I have it. It's an exercise bike. No, he actually puts his bike on the thing, a real bike, puts it on the thing. But somehow, someone who remained nameless on this screen, you got a 50-50 shot of figuring it out. Someone managed to get a flat tire on a bicycle that didn't leave the room. Y'all want to guess who that is? Y'all want to guess?
I can't even believe it happens. I've never it's never happened before. I don't know what possibly could have caused it. I don't know.
Yeah, anybody chance steal like a booby or a hockey stick and then say, tire?
No. I just all of a sudden I could just tell that something wasn't right, that it was making a funny sound.
He got a flat tire on a fucking stationary bike. A stationary bike. A bike that was a bike, but it was made stationary on purpose.
Yeah.
What on earth?
10 miles in. I was right at the halfway point. I was 10 miles in, pouring sweat, feeling good. And then I'm like, something isn't right. So I stopped, checked, thing was completely flat. So got to pull the bike off the train, got to pull the wheel off. You got to take the tube out, put another tube in, pump it up, put it all back together, put the bike back on the trainer. And then I got to warm up again because now I'm cold and do another half hour plus. So,
wow. And good evening, Kathy. Sorry to hear that the rest of you were done.
So all right. So on this story, because Mom's here, Mom is feeling horrible because she caught my cold. I isolated. I stayed in my bedroom and did not come out unless it was that 1 hour that I sat here last Friday, and then boom, back in the bedroom. My wife kept saying, "No, I want to be with you. I want to stay in. I want to sleep in the same bed. I want to come and hang out with you." I'm like, "You're gonna get sick." She says, her words, "I don't care." I'm like, "You will when you get this. This is horrible. I don't care." Okay. Well, guess what? Both of them are very, very sick now.
So to recap, we're about 5 minutes in, and we have confirmed that number one, Eric is patient 0 for the bubonic plague. Yep. And number 2, he managed to get a flat on a stationary bike. Do not let anybody hashtag never forget that Eric, amongst his other accolades, was able to get a flat on a stationary bike.
I can't believe I did it. Never been done before.
That is truly historic. It is a piece of
I
history.
don't know how. I don't understand the how, but
Someone could try to do it on purpose, and I doubt they'd be able to replicate your feat. Truly spectacular. Good evening, Jeff. Yannick, shut up, Eric. I'm finishing dinner. I'll join when I'm ready. There you go. Good stuff.
wow.
So there you go. Part of your question has been answered.
Me.
Hey, listen, you keep this up, and your other tire is going to go flat.
Well,
Just saying. Don't want to be messing with it. Again,
listen.
remember, not only can he Photoshop better than you,
Yeah.
I think he could totally take you.
No,
it's not even a joke.
Who can't? I don't even have all my original parts.
That's what I'm saying. Well, Eric, this is why every time you try to make threats, I literally laugh at you. It's like I could hire the neighborhood kids and they'd take you.
So this jerk yet again tricked me this week. I got all excited. I was waiting for something in the mail. Package comes. Oh, and here it is. It's in. I go look at it. It's not mine. No. The mail that comes to my house with my name on it isn't mine.
Now, there is an important question, an important follow-up question that should be asked here. And that is, do you even order enough stuff for you to legitimately expect the mail to be yours? Or is that just wishful thinking on your part?
I hadn't had anything actually come in for like 2 weeks, but 3 things came in today. So I was just opening them as we're starting the show.
Agreed, Paul. But look, for the sake of the conversation, Eric has already humiliated himself early. We're still within the first 10 minutes. Like, we haven't even gotten to the first 10 minutes. This is like the preamble to the warm up to the starting block. You know, we'll get there. Bobby, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up whenever you're ready. Good evening, the Burrell. How are you,
gentlemen? How are you?
Somebody's
we got you in the podcast. We got you in the podcast setup too. Not even the Garage of Knowledge. What's going on?
Somebody's at work.
It's working.
Yes.
No, this is not work. This is my regular place to have a podcast. But my wife is working, so the Garage of Knowledge doesn't have to be used today. Well,
Gotcha.
Until 9. I gotta leave at 9. I'll be back a little later.
All right, that's fair.
And then out to the garage.
Remind me when it's 9 o'clock because I can get lost in time too.
Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye. Right now, you're still good. We're still early. Mike says, Eric Austin, they rebuild him better, and he still gets a flat tire. Listen, it's bad. It's bad.
Eric's better.
Yeah, well, Bobby, you missed out. Eric regaled us with a tale, a harrowing tale, where he managed to do his dorky biking, but he managed to be the first person in human history to get a flat tire on a stationary bike.
Wow. And how do you?
It's actually
on a stationary bike.
Halfway through my ride, I realized that my rear wheel was flat, so I had to take the whole bike off the trainer and take it apart and fix it and put it all back.
Again, he was in a stationary bike. Just so we're clear.
My road bike on the trainer.
I understand.
Oh,
but
not the one with the belt.
No, but it doesn't matter, Bobby. The point is, it's still we can correctly say he is the first person to be literally in a room, stationary on a bicycle, who managed to get a flat tire. That is an accomplishment.
I don't know how it happened. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
What's the
nobody
odds?
else can
What
say
did
that.
Run over?
Exactly.
He ran over the stationary roadkill.
One of his knives.
Is it one of his knives just attacked his wheel?
I was whittling while I was riding, and I dropped the knife, hit the wheel.
Yeah, he was trying to cut. He was trying to cut the paper while he was biking because the biking is so boring that he dropped the knife.
Look, Mom, no hands.
Yep. Good evening, Orlando. Mike says not relegated to Garage this week. Nope, not the Garage of Knowledge yet. Not the Garage of Knowledge yet. But anyway.
So it might be a little stupid. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, unlike you, Eric, I did get mail that was for me. So I got to ship my cards thing. Got a couple of different things in. Chosen Rosen. We got that in there.
Oh,
got to have some shiny Chosen Rosen. And I got a Not Swell Fella. Not Swell Fella auto. It's a good one. So some good stuff. I will say, though, I did get confirmation from that shipment. I did get confirmation on something, though. And this is mostly for my Canadian folks here. We were talking about Josh and his package that he got hit with the tariffs and the customs on. And there was that I think it was an $800 limit, exemption thing that's on there. Well, I can confirm that they are ignoring it in some cases, even below the threshold. because the package that I got was a $200 declaration, and it still put in the tariff. And on top of it, the taxes were on the total, including the tariff and the
Oh,
fee.
buggers.
And then they put it on top.
Right.
Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah. So they charged the whole thing. And that
And how
was
much was
well
yours?
below the threshold. It was a 200 US,
200.
which comes out to like 300 and change Canadian. So yeah, well under that number, and still hit the whole thing, the whole 25%,
Oh,
plus another 13% on top of the 25%.
And
damn.
this whole thing,
Well, it's supposed to
on
only be.
side of the border, just makes
Nope.
absolutely no
Doesn't
sense.
matter. They don't care. They applied the full amount. I have the receipt with all the thing broken down by pieces. They applied the whole thing.
So Canada is going to show us, the United States, because we started this. So they're going to show us and get back at us by taxing Canadian citizens more. That'll teach us. That'll show us.
It will, won't it?
Well, Eric, your tariff is by taxing you more.
I understand that, but why in the world would a get back be? Well, hey, we'll screw our citizens too. How you like that?
Well, the idea is to reduce the interest in buying American-made products.
I understand.
Now, the reality is where it's annoying is that these are not American-made products. These are things that I bought.
This is
things that I-
fail. I shouldn't
There
have
should be
to
a classification for a vintage item, because things have been bought and sold 50 times over. That the tax on it would be actually 10 times the value of the item itself, you would think.
Well, actually, that's what
If
the
it's
car guys. So,
being sold,
so just
right?
to be, just so we won't spend any more time on it. My takeaway was that I'm just giving a fair warning to folks.
You got hit.
That very clearly they will do it on some cases below the threshold. So don't rely on the threshold as being any kind of a say, because I was well under that number. The point though is that's basically what happens with the car guys, because what happens is the parts go back and forth, and they would hit the charge each time, every border that it crosses, both ways, because some car parts go Canada, US, Mexico, Mexico, US, Canada, and they would shoot back and forth to completely assemble a vehicle. So the reason why they were asking for the exemption, they're like, that's stupid. We'll have to hit charge over and over again, and it would be dumb.
And then Fords are going to be like $80,000, and
Right.
that'll never happen.
Wait a minute. That's like what they are now.
Not Fords.
Dennis, good evening. LA Expo is getting closer. Yes, we are closing in. So
What
I've
is
started
the
to set aside.
countdown date?
So it is the 24th. The 24th is the actual date. So we're a month and 3 days out. Month and 3 days out. So we're definitely making progress. I've started setting aside some fundages for that. So
I'm still at 12.6% of.
you were at 12.5 before. That's an increase.
Oh, all right. I'm at 12.6% of possibility of coming for the spring. 12.6%. So
And what a coincidence. My concern
half
about
the
that
tariff.
remains at zero.
Right? That's half the tariff.
I was gonna
What are
say.
you gonna touch
I was
tariff?
going to say.
Eric?
and by the
Is it
way,
the Eric
Breaking Away is my favorite movie. So I'd be more than happy to star in.
Because it's cycling. It was a good movie in its
Breaking
day,
Away
probably
is
a
awesome.
really good movie. But now we've gotten so many better other movies, but not about
Breaking
cycling.
Away is an awesome
Anyways.
movie.
The only way this works is if the subheading is Electric Boogaloo. Otherwise, I don't care.
Love
the
that.
That's the only way. That's the only way it counts. Otherwise, we're not even listening to that. But either way, so that was, like I said, for my Canadians, just fair warning on that. Just be aware. For me, it's okay because in this case, I was able to control the number on the front end of it. It could have been much worse. I'll just say. So,
Gotcha.
I was I a fan of
Enough
it?
said.
No. Could I live with it in this case? Fine. But I will say though, that means that you should be very careful about when you initiate shipment. Make sure you really need to send it over or whatever. Otherwise, you kind of want to time yourself accordingly. Just bear that in mind. As long as you do that, I think you'll plan accordingly.
I got a shipment.
What's up
that
with
was
Brandon on
fine.
the Tuesday? Yeah. What's up with Brandon on the Tuesday drop? He was Mr. Craigie. Could he have yelled any more? Yes, he could have yelled much more.
I missed the
Brandon's
Tuesday.
a-
I would have laughed harder, but he could have yelled more.
Oh yeah. No. So for the record, Brandon is always Mr. Cranky, number one. He wants to use the steroids as an excuse, but he's just generally Mr. Cranky. He is old. You got to remember, he's like really old, like old.
Mhm.
But he's very passionate about defending the eBays. So it was amusing to me. I didn't really care one way or the other. I liked the conversation because I thought it was still a worthwhile conversation. Although, in the course of his arguments, and I think you caught on this, Eric, he was completely missing the point. The point wasn't that is at the end of the day, the conversation was really about Terapeak and eBay kind of obfuscating the information and kind of leaving, inaccurate comps as
Oh, yeah.
what's leading here in the front. Whereas the real information is here. Yes, it's a couple of clicks away. That's true. If you know where to look, the information is there. But the point is, why is it a couple of clicks away? Why isn't it front and center? Because it looks better and it works better for you if we pretend that the sale prices are higher.
Yes.
Because a lot of people will never make that second click. They will not look, and then will think, oh, it must have been $100. It says it's $100. Well, actually, it was $60, sir, if you had actually taken a closer look. But now you're going to overpay for something. So, good evening, Dan. Will says, good evening. Did we already get into the steal that the Skeens card is? We're about to. Exporting goods bought the Skeens. That is correct. Yes.
That's the
So
rule.
Brandon was able to find it right on the front page. Makes it easy for someone who doesn't use computers. Yeah, I want to be able to find it right on the front. Exactly. That's that. So to be clear, I understood his point that people are lazy. We agree.
We all
also have rule number 1. We don't disagree with any of that.
and
but our
that's
point
all about effort.
Correct. But our point is, if you were actually trying to provide that information and you weren't just reluctantly making it available, if you're willing to take that, you don't create friction. You put it front and center so it's very clear. But eBay chooses not to do that. Again, as somebody who uses eBay and makes some money but selling some stuff on eBay, I'm not complaining about the platform per se, but let's not pretend it's a perfect platform. And let's not pretend they do everything for our best interests. Because Brandon will also say, people complain about the fees. You're damn right. Those fees are outrageous. eBay might do some stuff, but they could do more stuff, or they could charge us less fees. Both those things would be better.
I think he has stock options or something on eBay.
Eric, you missed the to be fair on that beginning of the sentence.
No, he said,
it's true.
He said to be clear.
I did say to be clear. That is true.
So we don't
what we're talking about, Will, is just if you go onto eBay and you search for something and you do completed listings, you will see the list of different items that were completed. But it doesn't make clear if something actually sold. It just shows completed. But if something did sell, it'll show. So like a buy it now best offer. I use the example. I said an item is a buy it now best offer, $100 buy it now best offer. That is what it was listed for, and it did get completed, and it did get sold, and it appears on that listing, but in the green text, it says $100. But if you go a step behind, if you go into my eBay, you go into selling, you go into research, so 3 clicks, you type in the same thing, what you're going to discover is some of the items on the list of the completed were not actually sold in the sense the auction was completed, but nobody paid, number 1. Or number 2, in the buy it now best offer scenario, it was a buy it now best offer, but somebody actually offered $60 and the seller agreed. And that was the actual sale price. So when you're looking up the comp, you actually want to be able to, if you're looking up a comp, you want the real information. You don't want it was listed for $100 and it sold and it was paid, but the payment was not $100. It was actually $60. I want to know the real number. And there are other tools that try to get to that, and some of them have some success, some of them don't have success. The point is eBay, even though they're not hiding it as much as they could hide it, they're not making it easy to find if you don't know where to look. If you know where to look, you're good.
And I just think that, my point to add to that, because I agree with all that, is that you open up eBay and up in the upper left-hand corner and like blue highlight, it should say comps. And you go up and you click on it and the page comes up. You type in what you're looking for, and there you go. It should be that simple.
Yeah, and the bottom line is that we had a spirited discussion. Like I said, I didn't take offense to it. I enjoyed it, and the more spirited he got, the more entertained I became. If you paid attention, I had a big smirk on my face the whole time he was going. I was having a lot of fun with it.
Yeah,
we don't take it personally, but at the same time, that doesn't mean I agreed with his statement. My point stayed exactly the same, and I feel that we made the point clear that eBay chooses not to make this as clear as it could be. And I believe, from a consumer standpoint, I'm both a seller and a buyer on this platform, but I'm predominantly a buyer. So I believe that information should be more clear-cut. And I think it benefits the consumer, but it doesn't benefit the seller. So I understand why eBay would kind of take the angle they took on that. And I'm glad that was helpful, Dan.
And they don't want to benefit sellers. That's the whole thing. eBay hates their sellers, hates them.
Well, ironically, Eric, this is the one thing that actually benefits sellers because it inflates the number that people think they bought if they don't take that extra step. They actually makes them think stuff sold didn't sell, and they makes them think it sold for more than it actually did.
Well, I assure you, they're not doing it on eBay is not supporting sellers on purpose.
Well, they like additional fees. If you pay extra because of wrong comps, that's additional fees. So they like that part. That part's good. And I'm glad it was helpful, Dan. So hopefully that was the point of the discussion. Hopefully some of you got, in the course of that discussion, we showed you 2 different ways to check it out. One in the app and also one on the desktop. So hopefully it was helpful. Good evening, Rob. It's going well. Yep, no problem, Will. It was worthwhile revisiting for a second. So you guys talk about that. It's like discovering a new world. I love Terra Peak. It's good. It's solid. And the good news now is free. It actually used to be, you used to have to pay for it. It used to be part of a selling thing. You used to actually have to pay for it. Now it's free, which makes it a little bit better. And you get 3 years worth of completed sales, which is actually very nice.
So you got to go to selling, then you got to go to research, and then there you go. Correct?
Yeah. Yeah. So literally on your page, it's my eBay. So the first thing is my eBay, then selling, then research. 3 clicks. Those are the 3 clicks.
It doesn't say comps. It doesn't say Terra Peak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is hard to find, I know.
Yeah, you could make it. So my point where we said with it, Bobby, is that I wanted to remind everybody that I say, hey, look, I've been on eBay since 1998. So like I've been on that platform a long time. I've seen a bunch of their changes and everything, but I'm also thinking about the person that maybe doesn't look up comps more than once in a blue moon, doesn't actually know inherently, just looking at the page, it's not obvious where to look. It's not the most user-friendly experience if you have no idea. If somebody tells you, then sure, now you know. But until then, you don't know. Zach says, I thought eBay sold the data at website. Right? Yeah, it would be nice to have it.
Yeah.
What was that, sorry?
Your own link. You can create your own link, though.
Oh, you can, for sure. Absolutely. So Zachary says, I thought eBay sold that data to web. Yeah, I saw eBay sold that websites to sites like Terra Peak. So eBay is Terra Peak. They own it.
It is.
That's why you couldn't see it.
They sell stuff to Worth Point.
Yeah. Well, the irony is that a lot of the API, so the thing that eBay works with, that a lot of these tools use, is the eBay API. And sometimes the eBay API is the same as the completed sales. So those tools still have to look below the surface to actually see the truth. It's like, by the way, that's not actually the real number, just so you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I learned something in the podcast. I honestly had no idea about the research tab. And that, Eric, that proves my point.
There you go.
That was the reason why I like having this discussion. I would like to tell them. And
I said multiple times on the show, and I'll say it again here for those who didn't see it. This wasn't a tool I use or have used, or maybe even will use.
Or maybe want to use.
Yeah. So I didn't know how to find it, and I had to go on YouTube and watch 2 different videos of how to find it. One for the phone app, and the other one for the desktop, right? So yeah, I haven't used it. I haven't looked at it. I didn't know how to find it. And you got to go to selling. You got to hit research. I'm thinking, oh, there's got to be something that says Terra Peak around here somewhere. Nope. Something that says comps. Nope. So I was just as ignorant, and that's not a bad word. That just means uneducated, uninformed, have not experienced.
Flat tire on a stationary bike.
That's a whole nother level of something. So I was just as ignorant, and I'm glad that we went over it again. So
yeah, well, so look, we talk about this live stream. We'll have a lot of fun. We'll do a lot of things on the podcast. I call it 5% more mature because occasionally we'll talk about what I feel is a relevant topic. And I feel like in that case, we were able to give people hopefully a little instruction. It seems like, and I appreciate the feedback. It sounds like a few of you weren't completely aware how to do that. So I'm glad we were able to give some instruction. And like I said, I may follow up on what I said. I might just take 5 minutes, do a quick video tutorial and just show it. Literally just have the video on my site and be like, here you go. This is exactly how you use it. Here's some stuff you can do with it. Really basic, high level, just to give people a little info. And then you can take it from there and play around with it as much as you like. But real basic stuff just to get you in there so you see what's available. I didn't know how to navigate Terra Peak before. It's so easy. Anybody can do it. Thanks for the information. No worries.
Anyone.
I wouldn't admit that live with Brandon. He was pretty fired up about the fact everyone knows. Yes, he does get fired up about it.
He's a passionate fella when he has a thought or feeling, and that's fine. We love him.
Yeah. The funny thing is, I understand it because he does literally make a living reselling, and eBay is the platform of choice that he uses. So it's one of those things where he is very protective of it from that perspective. And I'm sitting there, but I'm looking at it like from a business perspective. I'm not relying on one platform. And I don't think he's relying on one platform either, but I'm like, I'm not going to defend a platform for the sake of defending a platform. There's stuff there's doing that could be a lot better. And the only way it's ever going to be better is if we critique when they're doing something that we think could be much better. We don't just say like, "Oh, whatever you guys do is fine." That's how we get to the situation where you're getting worse service over time for thing. The same stuff people complain about in every other aspect, right? Well, eBay is the biggest platform in the space. They totally are. They are useful for certain things. They totally are. And I can find stuff on there which is great as a buyer. I can sell stuff on there as a seller. But could it be better? Absolutely. There's a million things that could be way better on that tool. Yeah, Nick, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up whenever you're ready.
I hate when they change stuff and you have no alternative but to use it, and you got to figure it out. It's like, what happened?
Yeah.
What? I like the format. Why would they go this way?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any
There's
sense.
stuff. I'm on Eric's camp.
And you must,
I didn't know how to use Terapeak. There you go.
Yep.
I'm out.
That's what it seems like, and that's what it reminds me. So when we had the conversation afterwards, I was thinking about it. And I go, it's probably good to do the reminder once in a while because it's second nature to me. I just go in and look at it, but it's like, yeah, we shouldn't assume. We actually shouldn't assume because probably most people never even go down that road.
I knew it existed. I kind of asked before, but kind of left in the dark. But and it does make sense. I'll give it to Brandon. Like you're selling, so you're trying to look for a comp. But at the same time, no. Like to me, it wasn't even that obvious to say like, okay, I gotta go to like seller tab, the research on. To me, that's it. And like I'm new. I only been doing this since 2018, and I just learned this on Tuesday because basically Brandon was losing his marbles over it.
Those baubles were getting rattled.
So anyway,
CC
good
here.
evening, everybody.
Good evening. CC says good evening to you as well. I think Terapeak is only accessible to eBay sellers who are approved to sell. Yes, but it's easy to do. But you're right. You do need a little bit. I've had it for so long that I don't remember. I think the process has changed. But you for free, you can get your account set up to be able to sell very quickly. It doesn't take very long. And if you do that, it will open up access to that tool. But once you have that access, again, you don't have to pay for it now. Now it's free. You don't have to pay for it anymore. You used to have to pay for it. Now you don't, which is nice. But you have to know where to look, and it's there. Good evening, Paul. Yeah, so that's important. As long as you have that, and again, it's good to have a reminder that sometimes we take for granted some of this stuff because sometimes we'll be doing it so long that it's like, oh, it must be obvious. It's there. It's always there. It's like, no, actually, some folks never get a chance to see it, or nobody ever told them, and you can give them a little information or a little reminder. Good evening,
I know eSnipe is also you can put it on your homepage or any page that you're in. It can do. I still haven't done it yet, but it says it's easy. Just do this, and I went, where? So I went and looked once, and I went, okay, I'll just go to eSnipe and copy and paste the number. It's easier.
Yeah. So. Well, I did. So the one we talked about last week, so that Jamie Ben Prism card, the one that had the that went for a lot higher than I thought it would. I ended up checking for it. Now, actually, initially, I didn't find it. So I mentioned this on the podcast episode. I'll just repeat it quickly for folks who didn't hear it. So I did double check it. Couldn't find it initially, but then I realized that Slab Sharks uses ebay.ca. So an important distinction, something, again, what I'll do is in that video, I'll show you the little drop down just because it's a good feature to use. It's important because sometimes you got to make sure you check that distinction. But if you check all sites, including ebay.ca, it was there and it did sell. So important thing, it did sell and it sold for the amount that the auction ended for. So it's like, all right, fine. I'll accept the result. I'm surprised. I might put mine up for sale. If you're going to pay that much, hey, the underbidder, wait for it. It might be coming up. It might be going on the eBay soon. Just saying.
I know. I'll already be on eBay right now.
Yeah. Eric, pains me to say this, but I hope you feel better and fully recovered.
I could see why that would upset. Yeah.
It's very upsetting. It really is.
People want to see me.
It makes us all feel a little better. You know what else would make you feel better, Eric? The knowledge that Paul Skeens 1-of-1 MLB debut patch card sold on Fanatics Collect for the princely sum of 1.1 million
Oh,
or like half of what Eric pays for the like button. So
okay.
it's like, it's wild. It's crazy. Let me tell you. Woo. So solid results. Eric was very excited. He was very saddened to be the underbidder, though. Eric
Yeah.
thought he had it in the bag this time.
Right until the last second, I got sniped.
You got schemed.
I got schemed.
Yeah.
It was right.
So it is right here.
Mhm.
1.11 million.
Yeah.
That's with the buyer's premium. So it's a whole bit there. Now, that's one piece of the puzzle. Second piece of the puzzle is the winner. The winner of this was Eric's favorite. There are a few companies in this space that Eric loves.
Oh, we know.
He
We
loves
know
Beckett.
who won the card now.
Yeah, he loves Beckett. He loves anything related to Probstein. Big Probstein fan. Loves Probstein. But you know who won the Paul Skeens 1 of 1 MLB debut patch?
I do not. Please tell me, Carlos.
Dick's Sporting Goods.
Nice.
What a
The
dick.
company, Dick's Sporting Goods, bought the Paul Skeens 1 of 1.
I hate that place. I will not shop there. I get gift certificates from people as a gift. I give them away to other people. I will not shop there.
Yes. We'll talk about
what's
we'll
wrong
make
with
fun
that?
of it. We'll make fun of that later, Eric. We know your reasons. And let me tell you, I listened to your reasons. And if Dick's Sporting Goods was here, it's not. But if it was here, not only would I shop there every day, whether I needed something or not, I would buy 10 times per year what you were spending previously to completely offset you so they pretend you never existed. I would buy a Dick's Sporting Goods
$18?
franchise.
I hate Dick's Sporting Goods. I will not shop there.
They are
There's
the
one-
greatest
there's one
company
down the
in the
street.
world.
No, there's one down the
The
street.
world.
No, you
The
were
world.
given a gift certificate to Caitlin last time. You were just like, I don't go there. You were just like,
All right, so real quick, I want to read a couple comments here because we got a couple. So let me go scroll through here. Bob Jackson here. Good evening. Eric, are you okay? Eric's never okay. Give us a sign. He can't give you a sign for something that's not true. But thank you, Bob Jackson. Only thing I noticed is Cherry Peak doesn't show any American sales. Oh, they definitely do. They 100% do.
Oh yeah. Of course.
Yeah. eBay.com, eBay.ca. There's a bunch of different international sites, and you can actually search under all sites. It's in the
UK?
drop down. You got to pick all sites. But they definitely have American sales, 100%. Whoever bought that card is likely taking a bath without ever getting a tub. It was Dick's Sporting Goods.
oof.
It's a write-off. They don't care. It's a rounding error.
Has anyone explained why Dick's Sporting Goods, not the head of Dick's Sporting Goods, not the owner, not
The head of Dick's Sporting.
So
This is the man who got a flat tire on a stationary bike.
so
Enough said.
my question is,
This is the man who destroyed a Boobior stick playing around with it on
did
social
not
media.
destroy it.
True.
It was perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, why does a sporting goods company want to purchase this card? Have they said, is it gonna they gonna put the card on tour? Are they
Good
gonna
question.
donate it to charity? I mean, what?
I'm glad you asked. I happen to have an article in this matter.
Ah.
I happen to have an
don't
article on this matter.
understand why a sporting goods company would want this. So go
Please
ahead.
inform us, Carlos.
I shall.
Regale us on your.
Yes.
Fine.
So I was able to pull a little bit of information. We'll get more information as we go along. So here it is under the PR News Wire.
There must be some kind of sense to this madness.
Yes.
Mhm.
It says here, Dick's will make a 1-of-1 card available to the Pittsburgh community by displaying it at the Dick's House of Sports store in Ross Park. So they have a specific place where they plan to make this on display. So they're going to showcase it there.
You can do a
let's see here.
pilgrimage.
Yeah, so right here we got a couple of quotes. So Dick's is passionate about bringing fans closer to the game. Eric is a big fan of Dick's, as I said earlier.
Oh, I hate that.
Acquiring the
Oh.
Paul Skeens MLB debut patch enables us to celebrate his incredible talent while giving our athletes a unique opportunity to experience a piece of baseball history up close. We're thrilled to bring the special card home and display it in our Pittsburgh House of Sports store where it can inspire the next generation of athletes and collectors. In other words, it's a promotional thing. It's a write-off and a promotional item.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
That's what happened with the Paul Henderson jersey. The guy who owned the Smart Centers purchased that for $1 million something, and he was supposed to take it on a Canadian tour, but he never really kind of got there. So we never know what happened to that.
Just went around the block.
Somebody-
A lot of times, but,
It was,
but just for
it's a
everybody.
write-off.
Yeah, but just for everybody, when a big company like that buys it, generally it's a write-off. It's it's kind of a marketing. It's basically under the marketing budget. Like when you look at your
Marketing,
year end,
yeah,
it's under the
exactly.
marketing budget, and that's basically. But they'll put it on display there and do some stuff with it. That's fine. So Timeless here says is between two slabs with the great curator Merlin officially canceled. I genuinely have no idea. I haven't checked their channel in a long time. Maybe. I'm assuming if you're asking, they haven't had an episode in a while. Kamikaze is how high would they have went? Who knows? Eric was the underbidder, so the question is, how high would Eric have gone? Eric got to put your sniping app to work. That's right. Pardon the pun. The winner has more money than sense.
$1 million snipes.
Yep. Yeah.
Eric's been a Probstein fan since day one.
I will kill
Facts.
you. You hear me? Go away.
Michael Ham says, Dick's repack coming soon. Ham, there are websites that have those.
Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm.
I wonder if fractional ownership is on this way back anytime now. Their corporate office is basically in Pittsburgh, yes, and they can run promotions off of it. Yeah, and that's exactly I expected. As soon as I saw that it was a company that bought it, and specifically that, it's like, yeah, of course. Like, look, that's just confirmation. I didn't need the specifics before I read that to you. My first thought would have been, yeah, it's going to be a marketing thing. They'll put it on display somewhere, and like that'll be kind of a thing for. Because again, remember, $1 million is a lot of money to you and me. I was going to make a video earlier today. I just didn't. I ran out of time, and I was going to have a little bit of fun with it. Just to tell you, my original idea was to do the video where I would start off the usual way that I do with a lot of these videos, talking about these things, and I go, so what's the significance of this sale? And then I'd pause. Nothing. Zoom in. No, seriously, nothing. There was a time, but I wanted to make the comparison though. There was a time during the pandemic boom when record sale prices and everything were worthwhile talking about because we were resetting ceilings. We were actually adjusting the marketplace. The marketplace was moving quickly in real time. You were getting record-breaking sale every 5 seconds. So as the ceiling kept rising, it kept pushing up the middle and it kept pushing up some of the low end as well because it was all going at the same time. Right now, the odd big sale here and there really doesn't matter one way or the other. Like this is not going to reset any market. It's a big deal for Fanatics' first foray into this, their first run through that they were able to sell. The Skeens sold for a lot, but you know what else sold for a lot? The Jackson Holiday and some of the other MLB debut patches that were also part of that auction also sold for good money. So for them, it was a big win for the first time they've done that particular thing. Now, eventually they will run it into the ground shortly, but for the first go around, they did very well, and the people that pulled them made good money.
Have you guys seen the what do you call them? The NBA logo, Wembanyama. You know, like
the logo man. Yeah, the logo man.
Logo man. That's it.
Yeah, it was like 500,000 for that one. That one sold for a ton too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, but to be clear,
it's
like
completely fabricated. Like as in like it's not even game worn, player worn, nothing.
Yep.
Like
I'm just leaving this comment here for Eric because I think it sums it all up.
Oh, the Logo Man was a remade patch? Really?
Yeah, the Logo
Not
Man
game
for
worn.
Wembanyama, I don't think it's game used at all. Yeah.
at all.
Oh
Zero.
my
Zero.
God.
Yeah, at least the Skeens one is in fact the thing he wore in the
He
MLB debut
wore
game.
that.
So like there is a connection
Well, that's
to
right.
yeah.
Right?
There'll only be one of
So
those.
you
So at
can't
least
call
you
it
got
Logo
those.
Man. You just call it a.
As long as now as Paul Skeens wins 300 wins and 200 plus strikes every year. And
So Yannick, so I was actually going to make this point. The reason
Hall of
why I was
Fame.
going to have some fun with this.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, the thing is it won't. He could win
I know.
500 games. He could win 30 straight Cy Youngs. It's not going to matter. The
know.
price is not justifiable based on anything he can do performance-wise. He could do that. He could marry Livy Dunn, have some successful kids, become president, become emperor, and it still won't get you to 1.1 million.
I know
We're still not going to get there. There's nothing the man can do. He can cure cancer. There is nothing the man can do that will get
The
you
tribe has spoken, Carlos.
there. Yeah. So, but the thing is, the reason why I thought it was funny, as a one-off, it doesn't really matter. It's also not my money. Go for it, man. Go for it. All good. Have fun. So Zach here says, how discouraging would it be to find out if you were bidding against a corporation? Wonder what Dick's mega bid was. Yes. So look, so truthfully, I'm sure someone there I'm sure someone there in terms of that was probably actually trying to win it. But yeah, if you're facing off against a corporation, that's a rounding error. For companies of those sizes, like $1 million is literally a rounding error. They lose the money. They lose that money in the couch cushions. So it's like so they can bid pretty strong. Their intention at that point is like, we want to win. We're gonna bid a lot.
The couch cushions in the shoe section, nonetheless.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Ideas for a book. Probstein and Dix, the Eric story. Or Paul Skeens goes full Manoa. Don't forget also the Jackson Holiday wins for 200K. Yep. Yeah. So for the people that pulled this first round of MLB debut patches, well done. Good job by them. because you sold it at the right time and you made good money on this one.
There's
Next
a,
go
uh,
around, we'll
Oh, the
probably not
lottery!
get anywhere near that.
There's like a Lionel Messi too. I think went for like hundreds, and it's a sticker.
Yeah, there is one specific one that I actually want to look at because there was one that I was following from this specific auction. And it wasn't any of the MLB debut patches, but I do want to see what it's sold for. So I'll look it up and I'll let you guys know. I'll show you. So Jim here, good evening. Crosby has 2 points already tonight, 4 more points for 20 straight years, averaging a point a game. More impressive than total goals? Not even close, no. It is impressive, but more impressive than total goals? No, not even close. No. No. But it is impressive. No. Let me see. Can I find it? I want to see. Ah, yes. Okay. So one of the items on the auction was the Ovechkin rookie high gloss. So I shared that with Eric and Brandon. I was looking at it earlier. So I've got it here. It was in Eric's favorite grading companies. So BGS 9.5. Pretty impressive.
The best one.
Oh, amazing. So nonetheless, for hockey, you don't really get punished for being BGS. It's fine. But here's my question. So what do you think it's sold for? So this is with the buyer's premium. We have the total. So it is the high gloss is out of 10. It's Ovechkin rookie year. So it's his young guns, but it's the gold version out of 10. It is in a Beckett 9.5. So gem mint, fine.
Before I guess,
Yes.
is the card upside down or right side up?
This one is right side up. This one is right side up. They defied your will and did it right side up. It's an important factor.
Okay, you never know with them. So
So what do you think? What's the total with buyer's premium? It got 29 bids, so that'll be my hint that I'll give you. BGS population is 1 of 3, none graded higher.
$15,000.
Okay. I think it was already over 15 when I shared it with you. But so you want to take a stab at it, Yannick?
Who are we talking about?
We're talking about Alexander Ovechkin, young
Okay.
gun, high gloss out of 10. It's his rookie, high gloss out of 10. It was sold in the same auction, so this was in the.
And he said 15, and okay, so
Yep.
I'll go double that, 30.
Okay, Mr. DeBrell.
27. $1. That's right. Wrong show.
See what Bobby should have done is he should have been dyslexic and transversed his numbers, because if he had done that, he would have wound up at $72,000.
Wow, that's pretty.
Now
good.
here's the thing. I'll be completely honest with you. Out of the stuff we've been talking about, I think that it's not cheap.
I'm not shocked.
Yeah, I'm not either, because here's the thing. Go and look at what the base young gun 9.5 would sell for right now. It's like $1,400 or something. Amazing.
Sorry?
We won the lottery. That's winner Gagnon. That's an
72,000.
OLG thing. Yeah. So the point though is, it's
There we are. Gagnon is winner in French, right?
yeah, Gagnon. Yeah, I know. So anyway, so while Bobby is checking his lottery tickets, trying to see if he can buy this card for the
I was
person who won
doing
it.
that for that because that's like
I know.
It's a
That's what
lottery.
I'm saying. Yeah.
Winner,
So the point
winner,
is that
chicken dinner.
So the point is that if I'm going to spend near $100,000, I would probably rather have this, because if you look at what a multiplier would be, the young gun, there's thousands of them, and that's like 1,500. I'll check and see what the current comps are, but it's like $1,500 for the young gun. So this is the out of 10 high gloss, way tougher card. Like it's not even close. The multiplier on that should be higher technically. So this is relatively speaking cheap,
I think that's
especially
right
considering
on the money.
Ovechkin is much more established than the people we're talking about.
or maybe people don't
Yes,
care that
his
much.
career
about it.
is done. It's proven now. His career is done. Unless he's got dead bodies in the trunk somewhere, everything.
Well, for some people, that might enhance his value. He could have a secondary market as a serial killer. Think about it.
It's true.
It would take. So Carlos says it would take someone 15 years working at $75K per year to buy that Skeens card, and that doesn't include taxes and deductions for probably 20 years. This is why breaking has become so popular. Maybe. I think the one who pulled the Skeens was that 11-year-old kid, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Infinite rage.
Infinite Rage, yes. Well, Brandon had Infinite Rage on Tuesday.
Oh,
Oh yes.
Infinite Rage.
I have to check that out.
the Infinite Rage kid would have been proud. I think.
Very, very proud. Yeah, Dick says a 16 billion market cap. Yep, true rounding error. Yep, for them, $1 million, not a big deal. Good even Justin. Even gentlemen, Skeen's being priced as aggressively as he was as a pitcher has always scared me. He's special, but there's so much that can happen. It's not even so much that can happen. There is literally nothing. He could become a hitter and hit 1,000 home runs, and it's still not worth 1.1 million.
No.
There is nothing the man can do. Like, I'm not kidding. There is nothing he can do to justify that valuation. It's literally a write-off. It's a marketing thing as a write-off, but no one will ever recover that 1.1. There's just nothing that can get it to that. Aside from sufficient inflation, where 1.1 million will buy me a coffee. At that point, then sure, I'll give you 1.2. I'll forego a coffee for the day and give you 1.2. But it's not. But in today's value, 1.1, we're not going to reach that number again. Saturday good for that kid? Yes, yes. Yeah. So if I won the lottery there, Eric, I probably would have taken a shot at the glossy, at the gold high gloss Ovechkin.
Yeah, I mean, I think
It's a much tougher card.
Oh, absolutely. I think if you're a mega Ovechkin, a mega Ovechkin collector, that's the one to go after, right? I mean, other than his rookie patch auto or something.
Yeah,
I mean,
like the Cup RPA would be like the biggest if you're going to go that route.
This is his
But aside from that,
rookie. This is like his actual rookie card, So yeah, I could see why this would be, this would be the.
We should review on what she would have bet last night with $100,000. Where she would have put the money. Everyone's going, oh, it's sold for this much and that much. Whatever. How about like trying to find like where the $100,000 would have, makes the most sense. Anyway.
Yeah, there's
a
couple
question
of
here.
Go ahead.
Real question here would be: is Gretzky cards gonna suffer when Ovechkin breaks the record?
No. The people that have the high end ones are already in. The only way it would suffer is if the people that have the high end say, okay, now Gretzky is garbage, I'm selling it for $1.
I think his stuff is suffering right now, no matter what, because of some of his position or alliances or people, using their head a bit or not, or lack of. Sorry.
Yeah, well, it's not even that. The only way Gretzky stuff would suffer is if the people holding it suddenly say, oh, now he's trash. Okay, here, take it for $1. Like, you literally would have to sell it at a fire sale price for no reason when you have no reason to do that. To suddenly drop the market on them. Otherwise, it'll just stay stable. It'll stay about worst case scenario.
I know an example of like without. I'm just saying, like, I know for a fact someone that had, Gretzky basically as his guy that he collects. And now because of all of his position lately or whatever, then for this person, but that's just one person. It's not like a whole market. But.
Yeah.
But this happened with Bobby Orr as well. When Bobby Orr put his last book out, that was quite a few years ago. And as we shifted from Bobby Orr to Gretzky, it seemed like the Bobby Orr signed cards that were getting $300, $400, $500 got down to $100 and $200.
Well, part of that also is that he started signing more, though. He did get more aggressive on signing.
He's been signing since 1966, man. That's like
no, Bobby, but I'm not talking about stuff. Like I'm talking about in cards.
I understand.
He had cards, but then he suddenly 10x the amount of cards he was signing. Like suddenly it was a flood. I can go on eBay and find 1,000 Bobby Orr autograph cards right now.
And
I got some I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, and Bobby Orr, when he was signing, I think his autograph generally in mid 2000s was about, I don't know, $200. That's $40, $50. It's sort of like Gordie Howe was like, and then bam. Now you get
$10. You watch your filthy mouth.
I mean,
listen, if Gordie Howe was good, he'd be like Johnny Bower and he'd be signing from beyond his grave. Johnny Bower is still signing to this very day.
So. Well, I mean, the Leaf still comes out with new autograph cards, right?
Because Johnny Bower is a real man, Eric. He keeps signing well beyond his death. Beyond his death. So real quick, I did double check on the Ovechkin, and it's actually worse than I thought. The Ovechkin BGS 9, just to make it apples to apples, the base version of it, the last one sold for $2,400. The high gloss is $72,000. The base one with thousands of by the way, just the BGS alone has almost 2,000 copies. That's a way more common card. And the other one in relative terms, in terms of rarity, in terms of availability, and we're not counting PSA 10s. PSA 10s are a different thing. PSA 10s, you're adding another 1,300. So you're well over 3,300 PSA 10s, gem mints, and BGS 95s. That's a lot of cards compared to 10.
I think I think it'll dip a little bit for Ovechkin after he wins and everything. I think the hype is I'm buying to sell when he breaks the record so I can make money kind of mentality. And I don't think it's really going to happen that much. You know, I don't think there's that much of a draw to
peak is
after he breaks the record, what can he do? It's like,
well, that's the thing. The peak is actually very close to now. We're very like right now was a good time for that person to sell it. That person that time
the peak
that
will
was
be
a good
like
time for that person.
10 hours after he breaks the record and the eBay goes on an onslaught, and then you see every Ovechkin go crazy.
Yep.
And everybody listening, right? Because they want to get their money. If you're smart, get rid of it then, or now, or bloody cats.
Yeah, I was gonna say a lot of noise back there. So Jim here says Ovechkin's gold total is impressive, but Crosby's going to finish with over 200 more points and way less games. Yeah, but you know, again, the problem with points,
it's about
and I'm being
goal.
serious.
Points are points.
Yeah, points are points, but like, look, he's going to finish with 200 more points than Ovechkin. Ovechkin is not a point getter; he's a goal scorer. Number one, and goals are more exciting. Number two, you know, secondary assists. Nobody's excited over secondary assists. And number three, in terms of points, Gretzky has 2,800 points. So if you're playing in the points game, you're like 35th in points. Congratulations. No one cares. There's a big difference between being number one and being 1,200 points shy of the number one guy.
Yeah, you can't get
secondary
Gretzky
market
there.
Yeah, that's the thing. So we're talking about somebody who actually has a chance to be number one in a category versus somebody who's going to be well short of that, no matter what happens. Dom says, let's just say they continue these debut patches going forward. Oh, they will. We don't have to just say. They've already said they're going to. And Skeen's play stays incredibly popular, has a Hall of Fame pitching career. You think that card has a 0% chance of the money again? Yes, 0% chance. Unless inflation is such that $1.1 million is not actually that much money.
So everyone owns Bitcoin then.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And at that point, it can be $2 million, but I think that's what I paid for this beer.
And that'll fluctuate.
Yeah.
By the hour.
Crosby broke 2 Gretzky records this week. Amazing. Eric, what records did he break? Eric, you're the most in tune with current hockey, and you didn't have an answer for me. That means you don't care.
I do know. I got concussions, man.
You got to Google it.
No, I got to think hard and get the fuzz and the fog out, and then.
All right, you think about it and go flatten the other tire on your bicycle. In the meantime, Mike here says his card value won't go down. That's why he's called the Great One. No, it's because people spent the money and they're not going to drop his cards. Most of the people who are spending the big money on Gretzky cards don't actually care about Wayne Gretzky. They like money. But yes, sure. Yeah. Ray Bork is a zombie and he keeps signing. Exactly.
I swear.
He doesn't allow death to stop him.
Aim, I swear, if I ever get my hands on you.
Eric, what is your stance on clam chowder?
I find
is
it
it
to
New
be
England
disgusting.
or there's two
kinds.
kinds.
I think it stinks and it tastes bad. Other people in my home feel the opposite, but I find it to be utterly disgusting.
Wow. Eric, what has the so CC says, Eric, has the percentage increased for you coming at the Expo next month from 12.5 to 12.6?
We're at 12.6%.
Yeah, we went up.
Yeah, Ovechkin and Crosby play completely different games. 100%. I agree. High gloss for 72 makes sense. Yeah, for right now it does. Right now it's fine. And like I said, the person who buys that probably doesn't care. For them, 72,000 is not a big deal. That's okay. Points are like the commercial chicks dig, the commercial chicks dig the long ball. In other words, goals are more prestigious. Yes, goal records are more interesting than point records. Point records are still records, but like nobody's sitting there going, "Oh my God, you guys, he's like getting points." It's like that's good. I'm happy to hear that. That's great. How many points is he getting? Even when McDavid did that, the reason the McDavid thing was so notable a couple of years ago was because nobody had hit 150 points in a while. Like it had been a long time. But 150 points is still 60 points shy of the actual record. Like it's not even close. So, but it's still excellent. It's still very good, but it's not a big deal. 852.
They don't write that book, the Guinness Book of World Seconds.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like you can't. There are different levels of records. because you can have records in a sport, but some of them are more niche. They're nice records to have, but they're not exciting. Like they're not the sexy records. The certain ones hold a little bit more prestige. You break that record, it's a big deal. People make a big deal about it. You break some of these other records, it's like even in the course of Ovechkin's chase, he became the all-time leader in power play goals. He became the all-time leader in empty net goals, the all-time leader in shorthand. I think he's still not in shorthanded, but there's a couple other categories of goals where he's number one now. Where he passed last year or two.
Goals.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Those are all records, by the way. They're all records. But are they as big a deal? No. They're a nice note. You know, they're a thing that a line on his resume, but they're not the big deal. It's not the thing you're going to put at the top of the line. Like Mike Bossy, we talked about how he did. His average goals per season was one thing that stood out for him. 4 Stanley Cups. So when you look at his resume, you're going to say 4 Stanley Cups. You're going to say when he retired, he had the highest average goals per season because he was a goal scoring machine. Mike Bossy is not the all-time point guy,
no.
But people still remember Mike Bossy fondly because he was a pure goal scorer and a fantastic one.
Yes.
You know who else was a great goal scorer that people don't think about the rest of his game? Pavel Bure. Pavel Bure was an exciting player. Was he a great defensive player?
No.
Was he a big point getter? Only because he scored a lot of goals and occasionally got some assists.
Yeah.
It wasn't because he was trying to get points. Yeah, people cared about points. Joe Thornton cars would be more valuable. Exactly. Only Eric is truly excited about Joe Thornton. Big fan. Ray Bork autos are like Ted Williams autos. I think his family had to sign thousands of things before he died. Like I said, Ray Bork continues to sign before death, after death, into death.
The Ted Williams stuff is really sad if you do your research on that and you see what his son made him do, and his son really kind of abused Ted, and that's how he was making his money, was off his dad. And his son was a complete scumbag, even to the point that his sister, Ted's daughter, wouldn't have anything to do with him. And do your research on that. You don't need me to go into this whole thing, but the abuse that Ted Williams' son put upon Ted was really, really bad. That's it. I'm gonna kill him. I am stating it now. I don't care. This video could be used against me. And
I don't think it's gonna have too much to worry about. Listen, name. All you got to do. All you got to do is you got to get him to chase you down on his bicycle. He'll lose a flat tire, and then the game is over.
He ain't going nowhere.
And even if the bicycle's stationary, he might still get a flat tire.
He'll be the coyote. You'll be the roadrunner. Don't worry.
Wait until the
He'll have
Stanley
an
story
Acme
comes out, Eric.
bicycle. And,
Yeah, Bob. The more and more information is coming out about that. About I don't think that was his family. I think it was his manager or something. I'm sure. But how would the family not know what was going on? But
what are we talking about?
Stan Lee. Stan Lee was
Ted Williams, Stan Lee. Yeah.
They as soon as these guys got to a certain age, they were just dragged around.
Elder abuse.
Yeah, it was complete elder abuse because somebody was making money off them, and Stan Lee's to the point didn't even know what was going on. He just took pictures with people and signed stuff.
Catch you later, Bobby. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Bobby's going to pop off for a bit, and we'll catch him a little later.
Bob's correct, and I think as time goes by, more and more information will come out about how bad Stan Lee's life was at the end.
There you go. It's true. So for Universe Galaxy, I don't know who you are, but no, you cannot call it. But, you're entitled. You're certainly welcome to participate in the chat if you like. So Jim here says, so if points don't mean anything, McDavid a bust. Oh, total trash.
Oh, yeah.
Worst player ever. Worst player ever.
Oh, yeah. He's a bust. Sure.
Listen, if he was good, he could have won the Stanley Cup last year. They were in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup. Did you know, Eric, they only had to win one more game?
Yeah.
Trash.
Yep.
Trash.
Mel?
No, you don't like to do this, but does anyone have any new cards they want to show? Fair. Fair.
Here's the three that came in. Here's the three that came in today. Billy Smith, game used jersey card.
All right, hold on. I'll zoom in so you can show it a little better.
All right.
All right, go ahead.
All right, Billy Smith, game used jersey card to go with this card that came in recently, a Billy Smith auto. I realized I didn't have anything for Billy Smith.
I'm starting to like that set.
And
Sign of greatness there.
and then I had I was able to hang out with this person in November for about 2.5, 3 hours. Very, very nice.
Was he alive?
I really enjoyed spending time with her, but I realized I walked away. I have a photo, but I didn't get anything signed. So I picked this up really cheap the other day, and it's Haley Wickenheiser. I spent like 2.5, 3 hours with her. Super, super nice. What a sweetheart. But I didn't have anything signed by her. And I'm like, I should. So I picked that up. And then Big Z, you saw that we had one of his game used sticks come in the other day, and I realized I didn't really have anything autographed by him. So I picked this up, and on the back of it, it says first signature card. So there's Zdeno Chara's first official signature autograph card when he's with the Islanders. This is probably his second year because it's not his rookie card, so it's his second year. So that's my first Zdeno Chara auto, and it's his first signature card, which I think is awesome that they put that on there. So
nice.
Those are my picks.
I'll show a few cards here in a minute. Let me just read a couple comments here. Will says every situation is different, but wouldn't be surprised some of those superstars weren't the most present fathers, etc.
Yeah,
I assume that's related to like the Stan Lee thing. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. It doesn't excuse them exploiting him, but yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if Ted Williams wasn't the best dad. But it doesn't excuse freezing his head.
John Henry was a complete piece of trash. And you can do your
maybe he learned it from Ted.
Maybe. What
if Ted had been able to freeze his father's head? Let he who has not frozen family members after their death cast the first stone, Eric.
Yeah, listen. All I know about Ted is he's one of the greatest baseball players of all time. He was a war hero. Other than that, I didn't know the guy. He could have been a complete scumbag. I couldn't tell you.
Yep. Bob Jackson says there's a documentary coming out about the end of Stan Lee's life and how he's allegedly used and abused by his manager. That would not shock me. Yeah. Zach here says, don't call in on this show. Ask Eric how that worked out for him. Exactly.
Yeah, don't, please. God damn, don't do it. Unless they replace me, and then please do it.
No, he's just going to be added to the group. He's going to be put into a prison like you.
And don't fall for it when he challenged your manhood. Okay.
The best part is that I challenged your manhood. You tried the answer, and we have consistently proven that even after showing up, your manhood is still in question.
That's
you didn't win.
You didn't win. I'm just saying, don't fall for it. You're sitting there in the chat, you're enjoying yourself. You're killing a few minutes of your day. Blah blah blah. Someone challenges your manhood, and then you're like, "Oh, I gotta go get it." 5 years later, this is your life. Okay, don't do this to yourself. It's not worth it. Yeah. Not worth it.
Have you guys ever heard of Gisto on an eBay card listing? I have not heard of that. No, can't say I have. Carlos says, any thoughts on Jay Lee and his $150K purchase of a shoeless Joe Jackson Cracker Jack? I did not know if he spent $150K on a Joe Jackson Cracker Jack. Maybe he needs maybe the tag investment's working out for him. Question mark?
I say good for him. That's probably something he'll be able to move in the future.
Hey, if he's happy with it.
I don't think he's stuck with it. I think, I'll look into it. I assume you know this because it's on his social media or something. So
yeah, well, he probably shared it. I would guess he probably shared it on because he did the premiere auction. So my guess would be maybe he shared it because if it was on the premiere auction, that would probably be where he would have bought it. Still using upside down one touches. Eric living in a protectorate, showing his Canadian pride with Haley Wickenheiser. Exactly, I know.
Well,
Billy Smith, Eric is collecting creative players now. I know.
She really, really was nice. I really enjoyed working with her and spending like that 2.5, 3 hours with her. She was really great. And And then I just kind of dawned on me the other day. I was going through some photos for something. I was showing somebody some photos.
Any appropriate photos or your usual kind?
The
photos from the Emmanuel and Space photo shoot, is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about like good photos that can actually be shared?
You remember that photo I sent to you live on the air that time that I shouldn't have?
It was a text message. It was a text message, but now the fact that you think it was a photo tells me you sent someone a photo. Oh no.
Anyway,
Yannick, it's getting worse.
So I was showing somebody some photos, and the picture of her and I scrolled through, and it just popped into my head that all these other people that I've met, I got something, right? I got a reminder, I got an auto. I don't have.
You got Ray Bork's Soul in a Jar.
It sits right over there.
That's why he's a zombie.
So for like, I don't know, it was cheap. It wasn't very expensive.
Wow. You're trying to say Haley Wickenhouser is cheap?
I'm saying that this car.
Yannick, wow.
No.
Wow.
Show it again.
Wow.
I
canceled.
No,
Hashtag canceled. Super canceled.
I said that I thought she was lovely.
Saskatchewan Road.
All right. Before you incriminate yourself any further, I'm reading these comments. Carlos says, was watching a card on eBay. It's $29.99. Seller just sent me an offer of $29.99. I should jump on that. I think you should offer him $29.98. Jeff here says, that Billy Smith jersey auto is really nice. There you go.
Yes.
Dom here says, just Google U.S. Postal Service and it will come up. I had a seller offer me more than the current asking price this week. Nice. Saw Gisto on a card listing today. A friend asked me if I'd heard of it. No, sounds like Orc Mischief to me, maybe. He bought it yesterday at Fanatics Auction. Speaking of the Joe Jackson, Jaylee's selling cards to buy the card. One would hope. Unless he's got 150K sitting around, in which case we're wondering. We got questions. Purchased on his live broadcast last night in the premiere auction. Very exciting. He did share last night after one. Okay, good for him. He bought it in the premiere auction last night. Psh, if he was a real man, he would have spent $250,000 on it. For no reason, Yannick. Not even because he had to. He should have been like, fuck you, I'm paying $250,000.
Hey, man.
That would have shown them. He said, but sir, you already won it for $150,000. No,
money.
Fuck you, I am spending $250,000.
That's good for him. 1.5. It's in good shape. I think it looks great. If he has the money, good for him.
There you go. Shields Joe Instapalm. I know. Carl had someone offer me 1% off before I nine him. Yes.
Late.
Seems like a lot.
Yeah.
Seems like a lot of the card consolidations being made public recently. Jay Lee Shoeless and McDavid High Gloss Young Gun. So the McDavid High Gloss Young Gun I hadn't heard of. Who's buying that one or selling that one?
Yeah.
I'd offer $29.98, but I'm afraid he'd counter. True. Ballsy says, was Eric taking certain photos of dicks again? He was. Those are the ones he can't share.
That's why I'm not allowed back in the store, and I don't go back in those stores.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is very similar, like your backstory about about your hatred of baseball, because we all know it goes back to your undying love of the '86 Red Sox, and with still, I poked holes in that story. But the point is that the Dick's Sporting Goods thing, you have your claims about why, but we really know it was that, sir, put your pants back on and leave. And after that, you're like, I shall never patronize this establishment again.
Yeah, they do sell bike shorts.
Just saying. Kamikaze says, claims third best card in history. Even the Shields Joe Jackson, third best? Hell no. Shields Joe Jackson card is a great card. Don't get me wrong, but third best? Get out of here.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not even third best in baseball.
It's really nice. Good for him.
I literally just said a second ago. It is a nice card.
Yeah,
but third best? Heck,
I don't.
Spoken like a man who doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right, so you got Honus, you got Mickey. What would be that's
best to what? Like just as overall.
What's the third best?
It's that third best card in history.
Yeah.
So third best card in history covers a lot of ground. Didn't
say
third best baseball card.
Yeah, I mean, so Honus,
dude,
Mickey,
Eric, do I even need to explain this to you? Hell fucking Gill.
Oh well,
bro.
On. Yeah, hold on.
Oh,
bro,
we're gonna go Ziggy Paul.
How fucking Gill?
In Lucite, baby.
Now look, if that isn't enough for you, look, if Hal fucking Gill's not enough for you, and I don't understand how. I don't understand how Hal Gill is not enough for you people. But if for some reason that's not good enough for you, let me tell you. You got Honus Wagner, you got the 52 mantle, and let me tell you, I think we could pick a sport, Eric. Like we could go to basketball. We could go Wild. We could go, let's see. We could go to the Boston Celtic guy. We could go booby or minor league rookie. There you go. Like, what are we talking about here? Third best. Third best at what? Fuck you.
Now
Now we're talking.
Now we're talking.
Right?
Foolishness.
Like,
Again, Eric, can you believe that there is
Best
a world? Not
pitcher,
only is there a world where on a
best
Paul
catcher
Skeens,
ever.
yeah, not only is there a world where someone will spend 1.1 million on a Paul Skeens just for a marketing budget, but you got these noobs, these peasants, these card peasants out here spending 150K on a baseball card, and they don't even know anything about it.
Yeah.
It's like you could have, Eric, you didn't have to spend 150K. You could have bought a box of Cracker Jacks and gotten the card yourself. You fool!
Yeah, they cut me. How much is a box of Cracker Jacks? They're cheap, right?
Yeah, and you would have gotten popcorn and peanuts.
Yeah.
Would have been awesome.
And a shoeless Joe Jackson card.
Yep, every time. Isn't that where you fought the raccoon in a dumpster for your jacket? Third best to who? Exactly.
I don't want to talk about that raccoon, man. That still gives me some bad nightmares.
Yep. So Will here says, I've got a shoeless Joe, but 1915, 1914 ones are way too chewed up. That's the other thing, actually. So jokes aside for a second. The thing about the shoeless Joe Jackson is that you can get a 1914 or a 1915. The 1914, I believe, is the more valuable of the two. But a 1915, you can get a decent. So, like, if you look at the two cars beside each other, there are differences, but it's not like night and day. So if it was the third best card, then what is the 1915? It looks virtually identical.
And I guess I would, without really diving down the rabbit hole and thinking a ton and hurting my brain, wouldn't you go with like the Babe Ruth rookie? As
you could look legit, if you want to take a serious trip, like let's just stick to baseball cards, just to make it easy, to make it apples to apples. If we stick to that, the Honus Wagner has the prestige. If you're going to build like a mega collection, now we're pretending we're the Diamondbacks owner who has more money than God. Okay, he has a Honus Wagner. He has the PSA 8 Honus Wagner, the infamous Gretzky McNall. He owns that. He owns a PSA 10 52 Topps Mantle. So this is a dude who has the means to be able to buy virtually anything.
Yep.
For me, if I want to go obscure, I wouldn't put it third, but I would put it up there. If you got unlimited money, you can buy whatever. I want a Ty Cobb back from T206 because that is a rarity. That is a very rare card, and of an elite all-time Hall of Famer. So that's a big deal card, and the people that know, they know. So that's a big one. The Gretz, to your point, the Babe Ruth, rookie, that would be a big one.
Like the real rookie, but then you have that Baltimore one that came out.
But let's, for the sake of argument, let's stick with the one that has the major league team. Let's stick with one of those. That right there is a great one. That's an iconic card. That's a big one. If you want to go into, I'm just trying to think here.
I'm thinking Jackie Robinson.
Yeah, a great Jackie Robinson would be a big card. Yes, but even if you want to stick to pre-war, look, if you want to stick to pre-war, there's some all-time great pre-war cards that you could get out there. Again, this is a personal thing. The Cracker Jack card has rarity going for it, has condition sensitivity going for it. That's fair. All that's fair. Honestly, I love the T3 Turkey Reds. Big fan of those. Love some of those cards. They look awesome. There's some cool obscure issues. You could get some iconic card. Like the Joe Jackson card is a great card, but even if I have more money than God, I could probably get to like the top 25. Like I'm nowhere near top 3 is my point. I could sit there and if I sit there and think about it, I could probably come up with some. Just thinking about it and be like, oh yeah, actually, well, I would put this one and I would put this one. And this would be a great one as well. And again, if we've got unlimited funds, we can buy whatever. Money's no object. There's a bunch of other ones I would choose. And to be clear, I will make fun of the floating head till the cows come home. I'm not saying it's a bad card.
No.
I'm saying it's still an excellent card, but I'm trying to put it in proper context.
What are we defining the best? Like as in value, iconic, eye appeal, like who likes the
Well, the problem is even in all of those, there isn't a single one that I've got in the top 5. You can't give unless there, Eric. There's one category.
The line of what's the best.
One category where I would give it top 3 billing. Do you know what category that is?
Oh, something sarcastic.
top Joe Jackson cards. You can get in the top 3 of top Joe Jackson cards. All right, it's there. Congratulations. 91 Fleer, Louis Gonzalez. Yes.
It's
Eric, how are you able to know which side of the bottom of the loose side screw to put down? That's true. That's fair.
That's it.
Yeah. My Uluru Donruss was more to me. Skeens did hit 103 in spring training, but way overpriced. Yes. The Skeens ain't greater than Shoeless Joe based on sale price. That is true.
Right,
Only
it's a beautiful card.
Yeah. Only 89 1914 cards in existence was Jay Lee's motivating factor. And that's fine. Yeah. But go look up how many Ty Cobb Ty Cobbs are. Less than that. Way less than that. Very tough. Very tough.
Go
If you want to talk rarity, dude, Ty Cobb back. Trust me. Big time. Again, if money's no object. Money's no object. Amazing. And Rick didn't even know the history of 33 Gaudi Lajoie. Wilson had to explain it to him. Shame. Carl's observation about the Ty Cobb card is probably mic'd up. No, if you, again, look, occasionally, Eric, and we teased about this on the podcast. Look, occasionally, I'm a little rusty. I got to warm up to it. But if we want to talk about vintage baseball cards, I've got a little bit of background in that. I've got some understanding. Again, I'm a little rusty. But if you give me a couple minutes to think about it, let the motor run a little bit, I can come up with some stuff. And because there's some obscure issues, some tough cards, some amazing looking cards, iconic cards. Like there's some good stuff out there. The card that we're talking about is a great card. It's not right at the top of my food chain, but I can respect it if that's your objective, is you want a really tough card from that Cracker Jack set. And the Cracker Jack set is a popular set. It's an interesting set. It's intriguing if you do the research, but you got to be very specific. It is a big pickup, but there are certain times, I'll just say, that individuals that we're referring to here, sometimes if he had bought the same card for $1,500, would he have talked it up as much? It would be the same card. It's still a great card. But if it was $1,500, would we try to increase its prestige? Not necessarily. But it's a cool card. But because we're talking about 150,000, we almost have to justify it. Be like, oh, it's got to be, one of the top all time. It's a great card. And it's an expensive card. That doesn't necessarily mean it's all time great. But still very good.
I think it's fantastic. And, I hope he has a lot of enjoyment with it and luck with it in the future, wherever he plans on doing with it. I hope it works out for him. Because, I don't collect baseball at all, but somebody handed me that, I wouldn't say no.
Yes, I'm under the impression that he was going to use it as part of a trade package to get a Paul Skeens and a Hal Effengill.
Well, I got the Gill, so maybe it's a three-way trade somehow.
Carl says, I would imagine Joe Jackson with shoes would command more money.
I
the
like
variation. That. The variation.
Yeah.
Best shoeless Joe Jackson cards.
Print.
Yep. You're on the same wavelength. Is this live?
Hello.
Is
there anybody out there?
Kelly types that in every single week, I think.
Oh, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Allegedly is right. You think the Skeens was overpriced? Think about the poor SOB that paid $200K for the Wander Franco rookie. That was a good one.
Oof.
No, you know what my favorite one is still, by the way? And that's still for a player that's still playing. My favorite right now is still the person who paid, was it like 3 or 4 million for the Trout Superfractor?
Oh, Jesus.
I didn't even need Ted for that one. I'm saving Ted. Ted will be here at some point. But Eric, I had to do the cackling the old-fashioned way. That was for me.
Yeah.
That was just for me. That was for my soul. That was for my soul.
Yeah.
All right. If we're Cobb, who's sitting on one, and who's going to start the pump? I know exactly. Look, here's the joke. No jokes. We talk about this all the time, that I don't have the interest in a lot of the, a lot of the vintage just for vintage's sake. I don't. However, like I said, because I am a big fan of certain specific items, again, if money was no object, that Ty Cobb card with that Ty Cobb back, just knowing what I know about it and how tough it is and everything, that would be a piece that I would get. That would be a piece that I would put in the vault and I would enjoy, because it's just, why does this even exist? It's just that's where you kind of are like, but why does this exist? Why is it a thing? It's so bizarre. It's intriguing from that perspective. That's the part that interests me about it. It's got its own little story. But again, you're talking about one of the best players of that era, right at the top of the food chain. And then you've got this specific thing that is only available in this one specific item, and there's not many of them out there. It doesn't matter how much money you got. If somebody doesn't want to sell it, Eric, you don't have enough money to take it off their hands. That's a tough one.
Right.
The 14 Shoeless Joe is a nice looking card all around. Yep.
Absolutely.
Cracker Jacks are good.
Yeah, I wonder
Looks
what
more like a 7.5.
looks like, because I mean, obviously we can only see so much through through this, but yeah, I mean, it looks fantastic. I can't see any creases in it. It's well centered. I mean, the back must be just torn up, like someone had it glued into something. I mean, it's like, look at this or rookie. I mean,
Or is the back bad? I didn't see it.
You can see where this was glued in someplace and it got taken out, and that's why this is a 1. Plus, a scratch down the middle of his face. But yeah, this thing looks freaking amazing. I mean, the color is great. The centering is great. Corners are slightly rounded. I mean, the back must be absolutely trashed. And I would guess it's probably glued in someplace.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look to see on the PSA app. You can pull up a picture, so I'm just taking a closer look. I will say though, I would love for them to go back to the scanning thing where you can just scan the barcode. I don't need to scan the whole picture of the whole thing just to look at it. Let's see. It's got some staining on the back. Nothing too wild. It's pretty clean. Let's see here. Little rounded corners. I think there's a crease at the top that goes across most of the card. You have to zoom in on it a little bit, but you can actually see it because I can see a little bit of white on it.
Yeah.
I think it's probably just creases. It wouldn't surprise me if it's just some creases that are on there, but on the scans, it's not bad.
I think it looks
shows well.
fantastic, so I'm happy for him. Good for him. I hope he's going to enjoy it for a while, not just flip it.
Zachary says someone paid 600K for his
Obviously, he can do that if he wants. I hope he enjoys it for a while.
Anyone remember Nail Yakupov? I got a story about Nail Yakupov. I sold a Nail Yakupov unironically in the last year for a profit. I did tell the story a little bit. It was basically a lot that I purchased on eBay. It was just a lot. I was looking at some stuff. It had a Medano card in it that I wanted. I was buying the lot for the Medano card. And for what I bought the lot for, I would have paid for just the Medano. So that's the reason I was going after it. So I ended up buying it. But in it was a super box 1/1 of Nail Yakupov from the CHL or whatever it was, whatever the minor team was that it was on there. But I was able to buy, and basically I sold off most of the cards on there, got my money back from it, but I still had the Yakupov. But in the end, I was able to sell the Yakupov, I think for like $15. I was like, yes. It's like, I have no use for this. And at that point I had zero into it. So $15 was like $15 more than I had into it. I was like, all right, let's go. I'll take it.
See, I had to Google. I remember the name, but I couldn't remember who the guy.
Yeah, he was a bust for the Oilers. He was one of the guys that they were hoping was going to be good. Never really amounted to anything at all. He was terrible.
The streak they had of all the #1 picks, they were picking a year after year that nothing was panning.
So yeah, so CC says the back looks amazing. All right. No, hey.
Yeah, you can see it in the app here. Hold on. I can show you real quick.
We're still talking about the Cracker Jack card?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that thing is gorgeous. Like back and front.
Yeah, it's got some staining on it, but it's not bad.
Yeah, it's not what I thought. I expected it to be all
man.
Trashed.
Front is amazing.
Yeah, no. Imagine what a 7 would cost. I mean, if this 1.5 looks this good, imagine what a 7 would cost looking even better. Jesus.
See, I'm just checking here.
But I think that's awesome. Good for him.
Okay.
Good for Stu.
Unrelated note, I just picked up a 69 Topps Hank Aaron. Just one card to go. 63 to complete his top space run. Nicely done. Nicely done.
I was hoping you were paying attention.
To which thing, sorry?
I just threw a little something in there to see if Yannick was paying attention, and he was. And he laughed. A little Letterkenny reference.
Oh, okay.
See if he was paying attention.
I was.
Dan Blackburn, Mike Comrie. Eric's got some standing on. Listen, that's a problem that cannot be resolved.
Listen, you got 48 kids. All right. Do you know where your kids are right now? Go wrangle them. Leave me alone.
11 yet?
Go away. Go find them. They're probably all over the neighborhood, terrorizing the neighbors, pulling dogs' tails and things, throwing rocks at windows. Go round up your horde and get some control and leave me alone. Lord.
There you go. All right, so here I see it. So for the record, I did just check Jay Lee's blurb on this. I'm not at all in a position to buy a card like this with money, but the opportunity to secure a card that I believe is second in the hobby only to the T206 Honda Swagger. Blasphemy! He's got a top 2. Blasphemy. Blaspheme. I'm at the local card show tomorrow. First one here since I moved here 5 years ago. There you go. Blaspheme.
Yannick, send him that video about the do's and don'ts of card shows.
I saw it. They had he actually did that on his podcast on audio. He actually went over it. I skimmed through the video. As soon as I started listening to it, I was like, wait, I already heard this in the podcast. It was a segment on his podcast, but he put the video up on the YouTube channel. But yeah, I've heard it.
Yeah. But I was saying send it over to Name since he's going to his first card show in a while.
Okay.
Oh, I'm going to my first card show. I'm such a big boy. I'm putting my big boy pants on, going to my first card show. No one cares. Jerk.
He's happy, Eric.
I don't want him happy. I want him miserable.
Jim says, if you look at the draft preview of the 2012 draft class, Yakupov was labeled the next Gretzky.
Yeah, so him and
you missed it by that much.
Yeah, him and 50 other people.
David's gonna pierce when he finds out it's not a real cracker. I know. It's wild. But yeah, no, I'm just looking at the little blurb here. There are only 76 copies graded by PSA, BGS, and SGC. Oh, prestigious BGS didn't grade a bunch of them. This is shameful. Versus 72 of the Honus. No other card of this importance comes close in terms of scarcity, aside from the Babe Ruth. The M101 Babe Ruth we put on here. I say, aside from, you just put an aside from. So that means you just pushed the Ruth, you just pushed your own to the third. You just said it was top 2 5 seconds ago. Stop contradicting yourself. Make up your mind, sir.
No, we were being Jeremy Lee positive tonight. We were doing good.
I make no such. Yannick, did I make any such marketing claim?
Let's just continue. Let's continue down that road. We're all doing well.
I have no choice. Eric, I did this on the podcast. I have to be a speaker of truths. And the truth is, we have folks out there who have basically positioned themselves to be hobby goats. They're spreading the lies. They're spreading the untruths.
Yannick, stop spreading the untruths, you hobby goat.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, screw you, Bob.
Yep. How's the Vinny Vincent fan club going? It's facts. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. But yes. Good stuff.
Name it. I talk all the time. Plan against.
Oh,
Eric.
God. Everybody's got a plan. By the way, speaking of an unrelated thing, total complete segue, unless you want me to slander the floating head some more, Eric. I know you do. You were sending messages going, keep going. Lay into that fucker. I hate that guy. That was a little excessive. That was a little harsh by you. That was not necessary. The language was not appreciated.
Nope. Not sent from my phone.
All right. In that case, I'm going to segue briefly. Let's segue here for a moment. Apparently, famous Jameis is signed with the New York Giants. Jameis Winston.
Yeah, I know.
I was like, oh my God. I love it. I love it. I look forward to discussing this briefly on the podcast next week. Good old famous Jameis.
I wonder how many interceptions he's going to throw.
I don't think it. Look, they signed him for a 2-year, $8 million deal. At this point, that's basically free.
Yeah.
NFL, so it's like it's nothing. Especially with some of these guys are getting paid. It's ridiculous. There's some crazy numbers out there. So like 2 years, $8 million is basically that's like third string quarterback money.
And you got to wonder if they're signing him as a backup, and if they have someone else coming in, because do you really want him? I mean, listen, this kid has flashes of brilliance, and then not so much. So you really
Jameis's thing has always been that he's got arm talent because he physically has a great arm. It's just he'll make inexplicably bad decisions at times, and that's where you get the interception. But the arm strength is something you can't teach. So that's what attracts a lot of the teams and go, look, if he's your backup, you could do worse. Honestly, you could do worse. In a pinch, he can come in and throw and sling the ball a little bit. That's fine.
Yeah.
So and again, at $8 million for 2 years, you're not taking a big hit. It's not affecting your cap in any negative way. It's not bad to have an insurance policy.
He would be a great backup quarterback because you would have backup quarterback expectations of him. So when he threw a pick, you go, "Hey, he's a backup."
Yeah, right now I think that's the Giants are not going to be good next year.
No.
It's right now it's fine. I think it's a fine deal for him, and I'm glad he's still around because I do enjoy the odd famous Jameis story. He is entertaining. Carl out here says it's one of the top 2 cards all time, excluding superior cards. Yes, this is true.
All right, everybody.
I was going to say that, Eric. I wonder what the over/under is in every game he plays for interceptions. Maybe you could do worse. Falcons, true. Jameis thinks he has an A+ arm, when in reality it's a B. Couple that with taking chances, and you get picks. Yep.
Yeah, he. Oh, I just want to say publicly that Paul V gave me a good heads up this week, and I was able to pick up a 1933 Eddie Shore matchbook.
Ooh.
There were 2 of them on the eBays, and I was bidding for both, and I got sniped on the one that was in a little bit better condition, but I was able to get the second one.
Yeah, I got the good one.
Shut up, jerk. And so he gave me the heads up on that, and I appreciated it. So thanks, Paul.
Look at you being all grateful and happy at the chat. All right.
Well, I thought I'd do something different. I didn't like it.
Let's see here. So I'll read a couple of comments here, and then I've got a little stack here, and I'll show a couple more cards that came in the mail with part of the ship my cards. Jim here says, so what do the Oilers do now with McDavid and Drysdale out for an extended period of time? Wither and die.
The Oilers, and I've said this for a few years now, the Oilers will never win a cup until they get a Hall of Fame goalie up there. They have these Hall of Fame forwards. They have, some defense. They need a Hall of Fame goalie. They will not win. They're too offense driven. And until they get, that, I was going to say something like, that Patrick Waugh type, which, doesn't exist, obviously, but that can shut the door and they're not going to win. So now that they're out, so now you don't even have offense. You don't have goaltending and defense. You haven't since like Grant Fuhr retired. So, I mean, it's just crazy. Yeah. So, I mean, I watch the Oilers every year going, when are they going to get a goal? Then the offseason, it's like, is this the offseason the Oilers are going to get a Hall of Fame goalie? Nope. Next season.
Where exactly do you expect them to get a Hall of Fame goalie?
Oh, I don't know. Look at someone like, Flower, who's been bounced around the league to like 3-4 different teams. You can get
there's a reason he's been bounced to 3 or 4 different teams.
You can get a Hall of Fame goalie. They're available.
He will go to listen by your logic. It's like, is G. Rye Cheever still alive? There's a bunch of Hall of Fame goals we can get. It's not going to help us right now, but we can probably get them.
He is.
What's Berger doing these days? What is he, 50?
Who?
Berger.
Oh, Broder. Yeah.
Belfour's still out there.
And you offer him a contract, I'm sure he'll try to play.
I'm going to say, like, so you said Hall of Fame goalie. You didn't say Hall of Fame goalie in his prime.
Listen,
how many of we got? They're still alive. There's probably a few.
They've done nothing to chase down a superstar goalie in the last decade, and they wonder why they can't win a cup. I mean, last year they came close, but they couldn't keep the puck out of the net.
Devastating.
Yet their superstar offense won the Conn Smythe, Mr. Superstar, but you got to keep the puck out of the net.
Sounds to me like what you're saying is that McDavid should have played goaltender if he was any good.
If he was really an MVP,
he could have stopped the puck too. Oilers also lost their goalie Skidder. McDavid and Leon out injured. Devastating. Hard to believe McDavid's in his 10th year and zilch to show for it. It's not that hard to believe. He's playing in Edmonton.
Look at Marcel.
There's only one era where playing in Edmonton worked. One.
Yeah, Marcel. I mean, the guy, but he started off in Detroit. He had a future. He maybe could have done some damage in Detroit. Ends up going to LA. It's just like that was it. Didn't matter that the guy still has this insane amount of points and goals. It doesn't matter because he got sent to LA. So
tough times. All right, let me grab a couple of these.
It's
a
nice
couple of
matchbooks there, Eric. I just saw it there.
Hey, you keep your eyes off my matchbooks.
They're pretty cool.
This I got working matches.
Nope.
No.
We can get some working matches. We can fix that.
Doesn't let me play with matches anymore.
No.
All right.
Not allowed.
All right. So real quick, I'll go through a couple of these. So I already showed this one a little earlier. We got the Chosen Rosen.
Yeah.
Grab one of those. This is the out of 5. So you got the green prisms. Very fancy. We got the Not Swell Fella.
Mm-hmm.
I like this one.
That's on card too, right?
Yep.
It's pretty nice.
Nice on card auto. Fancy.
What year is that?
This is a 2000, I believe. Yes. Playoff 2000.
All right.
Those Prestige was nice. Yeah.
Yeah, they did a good job with these. Pretty solid. Talks about his MVPs and everything, but a nice on-card auto like that. That's solid. Grabbed a couple of the 96 refractors that I need for my set I'm working on. Got Kenny Lofton.
There we go.
Classic. Got Hideo Nomo.
Hideo.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
And did get a couple of Medanos. So this one came as part of the Ship My Cards. This is from the newer Synergy. 24-25 Synergy. This is called Cast for Greatness. This is the out of 10 gold version.
Okay, cool.
These were available dirt cheap. This is actually a metal card. This is actually a piece of metal.
Oh, all right. That's even cooler.
Yeah, so it's actually kind of neat. It's got a little heft to it. And there is a regular version, a gold version. This is the gold out of 10. These are not expensive, but they're a little bit tough to come by. Kind of neat card, like the metal. And then this was the patch that I picked up on eBay the other day, and it came directly in.
Oh, very nice. What year is that?
So this one is from 13-14. This is Panini Titanium during their brief run having the license. So there are 3 versions of this. One is the patch, one is the prime. This is the prime out of 25, and then the jersey's out of 100. So this is the out of 25.
Now, I know that I do this all the time. Would you ever take a card like that and if you had the opportunity, get it autographed? Or would you leave it alone?
No, I'd leave it alone.
Okay. See,
there are cards where I would consider it, but on one of those, I'm happy with the design the way it is.
I buy patch and jersey cards all the time, specifically so I get them signed by the players that I meet and work with. So, I mean, here's one of my favorites right here from, Zombie Ray Bork. I had him sign this, and I mean, great looking patches.
Yep.
I mean, some people would be like, you can't do that. The card's ruined now. It's not the way it came out of the factory. And it's like, It's out of, this is number 4 out of 35.
What's the back like? Show the back again. See, I would. Oh, okay.
So there's 35 of these. This is number 4 out of 35. It's all patches in there. And last time I saw him, I was like, sign this. And he went, okay. I mean, so I do that all the time. I get a whole bunch of Tim Thomas cards I went out and got. And last time I saw Tim Thomas, I'm like, sign these. I love doing that. Now, do you not do it because you have so many patch autograph combos that came out of the packs, so many autographs, so many, I mean, or are you a purist, like that's the way the card's supposed to be, don't touch it? So why
it's a combination of the two things. I do have literally a ton. I have 681 memorabilia cards just in Medana alone.
Right.
So it's a crap ton. Most of them, the design is the way it's set up. It doesn't add that much to it, even if I was to do it. Realistically, the other reason, though, and this is kind of a key piece that we've talked about, and maybe we can talk about this more on a future podcast episode. It might be a worthwhile topic to visit. I don't put much value in in-person autographs. I don't really care about impersonatos anymore because, and you know, this is well chronicled. I don't give a shit about meeting these athletes. I don't care about them as people. So, not to be mean about it, but I don't care about them. So meeting them means nothing to me. So going in line, doing the rigmarole and doing all that just to get a card autograph, not really that interesting to me. So I'm quite content leaving a lot of the cards the way they are. I like autographs already on the card, but somebody else has already done the legwork. And hopefully, cross our fingers, if they've designed the card in such a way that there is a logical place for the autograph to go, that is better. Yeah. Because then you've got a design element built into it. So, for example, the one we talked about, the EX2000, one of the inserts there is going to be Autographics. Autographics is a classic design that is for autographs. It's actually designed for autographs, and it's got a spot on there for it. I think that should look pretty good. But I wouldn't go out of my, like, if they had a non-autograph version of that, I wouldn't go out of my way to try to get that signed. But you could. Like, it's one of those things. Some of those card designs are in such a way where, like, if there's a spot there, you could totally do it. But yeah, the impersonatos don't add much to me. On items, sometimes it's interesting, but on the cards, it's not interesting. So that shipped my cards mail day. This was the sports cards side of it. I actually had a stack of cards from the wrestling side of it, and I put the video on the wrestling channel. It was about a 15, 16-minute video because I had a bunch of stuff to go through. One of the items on there is a JSA certified item because they did it at the signing. So if you punch in the number, it says exactly what signing it was. It gives you the date and everything on it, which is actually a nice feature. I like that. I got one for the Dennis PC, and it's a signed mini replica turnbuckle. That's kind of a fun little item. It's a little unusual. It's a mini replica turnbuckle. Yep. It's black. It's got the little leather on it, the faux leather on it. It's got Britt Baker's logo. And then there's a spot right there, and you can literally sign it in paint pen on like a black piece of faux leather. It's actually kind of an interesting little item. And then it's got the little JSA sticker. Something like that. Yeah. I understand why somebody would get that signed. That's actually kind of a neat item.
Yeah.
But on the card, I wouldn't necessarily do that. I know they do buybacks. Upper Deck's done some buybacks. So I've got some of those. So I think you can do it. I think some card designs, UD Canvas is a really good one that is actually well made for autographs. If you want to go down that route, they're well made for it.
Oh, the last time I saw Willie O'Ree, I bought a bunch of the canvas ones of him and had him sign a bunch. Yannick, did I give you yours yet? Or is it waiting for you?
It's waiting there.
Oh, okay. So I had 3 of them done. I gave one to my son. I have one, and then the other one is going to Numbnuts down there. So I have a regular canvas one of him holding the cup in Colorado. Yeah, anytime I can get those canvas cards.
Are any of them inscribed with brains?
No.
What?
No.
Trash.
And he doesn't. He's real. Like I've told you. Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
Wow.
So I've told you guys before that he's actually kind of shy, believe it or not. And he doesn't, I don't have the kind of relationship with him that he would trust me to do anything fun. He doesn't, he's not like this super outgoing. He's very friendly and stuff, but he's just very reserved. He's shy.
Yeah.
It's weird that somebody that's so famous in his realm and is, you know, plays in front of 20,000 people and everywhere he goes, he's very shy. So I would love for him to do something someday, like, you know, a little skit like I did with Mick Foley or something, but it's not him. It's not his personality. I would be like, hey, can you do this thing where you're a zombie Ray Bork and say you want to eat brain? He would look at me like, all right, you and I aren't friends anymore. We're not talking.
Oh, he's going to look at you and go, how do you know about my Thursday?
No, he's going to.
How do you know? Who told you?
He's like,
who spilled?
You don't talk to me anymore. That's what he's
gonna tell Phil to take care of you.
Yeah.
Zach here says, not sure how you feel about buying in-person autos for PC, but went to a show today, about 120 autos for 250 from a Thunder season ticket holder. Pretty excited about it. If you're getting 120 autos for 250, I don't think you can go wrong. So let's be clear about this. If you can get it from a source that you think is good, there's value in them. I'm saying I'm not a big in-person auto fan, but again, I just showed you. There are occasions, like there are items, if it's kind of an interesting, if it's kind of interesting item. And by the way, the auto is clean on there. Like it's because of the way it's set up and everything. It's got a perfectly good spot. It's got her logo on it. It makes sense. Like it's a turnbuckle wrestling. Like it makes sense. So we're not reinventing the wheel. It's kind of a neat item. I'll have to figure out how I want to display that, but it's kind of a cool piece. And honestly, it wasn't expensive, actually. It was, and that was the thing. It was like, if it's available inexpensively, it's going to be one of those items that, I can have a little bit of fun with and go and pick it up, and there you go. So that's kind of the reason why I kind of went that route, and that's what I was looking at, and that was the thought process behind it. But if you can get 120 autos for 250, you're paying a little over $2 a card.
No, I think that's awesome. Yeah,
that's a very reasonable.
Zach, is that for your PC, or are you going to now resell them?
So I want to comment on this because it's accurate. So here we go. I got it.
Oh.
So with shipping, that turnbuckle was less than $50.
Can't go wrong with that.
With JSA certification on it.
No, that's fantastic. Good for you.
Yeah. So I'm like, that easy. Sure. Great. And I punched in the code on it, and it tells me the date of the signing and everything. I was like, oh, that's cool.
You got to find something to put it in. I mean, you're such a big fan. You've been collecting. You're such a huge collector of hers and stuff. You either got to put that in a box frame or some kind of, plastic container like they used to put Beanie Babies in. Like, you know what I mean? That's just like plastic box.
What I need is a Beckett slab.
Yes, right.
The size of a wall.
Yeah,
the size of a wall.
That'd be insane.
Yep. So I'll figure it out. But the point is, something like that, again, under $50 with JSA authentication. Sure. Yeah. Like, okay, great. Exceptions can be made. I'm not opposed to autographs, but it's got to be on the right item. It's got to be on the right thing to pique a little interest. But again, I've got enough autograph cards that I can pick up on my own. I don't need to create my own autograph cards. But I helped out Wes. He had his thing where he wanted to get a card autograph. Like, I'm happy to assist some folks. They had some signings here, and I was like, yeah, sure. No problem. And I see the value in it, obviously. I collect a lot of autograph stuff. But for me, I like, you know what? You do the work. You do the work, and then I'll take advantage of it after the fact.
Have you guys seen the new guest, the autograph guest for the expo?
I do want to share that. There is one specific one that I want to touch on. Yeah, one big name.
I don't know about a new one. I've been keeping up to date, but looks like I missed whatever new one.
There is a couple of new ones in there, but one specific one that I'll highlight here in a second.
Okay.
So name here says, so Eric's bragging about meeting hockey players and other athletes, meaningless to you then? Less than. Zero would be meaningless. Sub-zero.
I cannot. Sub-zero. How would I hope?
Sub-zero.
If there is a God and he cares about me even in the slightest, he will make sure that at some point name does come to the expo while I'm there.
He's coming.
And his most favorite player of all time is going to be there signing autographs, and I have access to him. And I'm going to be like, No soup.
I love
for
how
you.
he says access to him. You know, back in my day, Yannick, we call that stalking.
No soup for you.
Stalking.
No. No soup for you. I've introduced Yannick to a whole bunch of different people, right? And he's had the opportunity to meet up a handful of people. Then he speaks French with them and talks bad about me, and I hate him for it. But
Yeah,
They were asking me, please get rid of this guy for me. I said,
and
yes, sir.
I hope if there's a God in heaven that whoever his absolute fit, maybe Mr. Tutu or somebody I have access to, and I'm gonna be like, no soup for you. I could have you come and sit on this guy's lap and give him kisses and rub your fingers through his hair, but no soup for you.
What are you doing with these guests behind the curtains there?
Hey,
Eric, are we starting to intersperse? Hold on.
Kisses?
Time out on everything. Time out on all the things. Pause. Okay, we need to have a discussion here. Yannick, let's have a talk.
Timeout was called by Carlos.
Yannick, we're sitting here having a wholesome, wonderful show. Very wholesome. Good old fun for the whole family. And here Eric is talking about, rubbing up against men, stalking them. And like, does he have baby oil? Does he not have baby? Are we starting to cross the streams between Emmanuel in space and, him meeting hockey play? Yannick, I'm concerned about the direction that this is starting to go.
The comet just took everything sideways.
I think we need to turn this car right around and get back on track, people. Get back on track. We need to turn this car around.
Like,
Eric, do not take us to a dark place.
You don't think Name would want to sit on Tutu's lap?
This is the same problem as the piggyback rides. Stop it. This is you projecting. Is you projecting.
Rubbing hands and kisses.
You see his collection? He's got the rainbow like times 7.
I'm very concerned about this man. Very concerned.
The islands.
You know what was the worst part about this, Yannick? As soon as Eric started talking this nonsense, I ran out of beer, and now I got to go get another one, and I will. I'm getting another beer now. Whew, man.
Stella Artois.
I'm on the road.
I got a case. Once I finish the case, I'll go back to the other one that I have, but I still got about a dozen of these. Now, keep them, Eric. Some guy had Stan Musial, Robin Roberts, Raleigh Fingers, 8x10. That's a good combo. Stan Musial, Robin Roberts, and Raleigh Fingers. That's pretty solid.
All on 1 8x10. That's awesome.
Yeah, I didn't go to spend $250, but couldn't walk away. Yeah, listen,
that's...
if you can get that many for that cheap, it's not a big risk. You may as well.
That's great. Congratulations. Good. I hope you enjoy them. Keep them. Enjoy them. That's great.
Yeah, but I think we can actually revisit that conversation on a future podcast episode, because I know obviously there is a lot of folks that love the autograph signers because that's exactly what they want. They want to have a little FaceTime with these people, have a quick conversation, a word, and then they sign their thing and all that. So I get it. It just hasn't been my thing in a long time.
Friends,
Yes, as you do. Okay, so I want to share. So we've got a couple of updates. I think they put it in the order where I think they put the newest ones up top. I'm just double checking. Yes, I think they did. Okay, cool. So I can show you here. So, and I mentioned that to Bobby last week. I said they're definitely going to update it. They're going to add a couple more. They're going to sneak a few more in there. They snuck in an interesting one here. So right here at the top, you got Dennis Hextall, Mike Vernon, Billy Harris, Lawrence Taylor, LT.
Oh, Jesus, LT's coming.
LT
snuck him in there. Saturday, LT.
Oh boy, cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Hey man, it was the 80s, buddy. Who did it?
He was great at Any Given Sunday.
Yes.
He was basically playing himself.
They just went action.
Yeah, so we're going to change your name. Okay, but what is my motivation? Think Lawrence Taylor. He goes, I can do that.
I can do that.
I can do that. Action. See, if you're going to get something signed by Lawrence, again, it's too expensive because I think the just a regular item is like regular item's $145. It's not cheap. I would get like an Any Given Sunday DVD signed.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Yeah. Because I, like I said, I thought he did a great. Again, he's playing himself, but I thought it was a great movie. And he did, in his role, he complimented that film very well. He actually had a good role in it, and he actually contributed towards it very well. That's one where you could get him to sign, and maybe get L. Cool J and Jamie Foxx and Al Pacino if you can. There you go. 4 signatures on there. That's pretty good. Pretty good combo.
Wasn't he in The Waterboy, or was it Happy Gilmore? He was in one of them. He had a kids camp.
Maybe. I don't know.
Oh, it was it was definitely Waterboy, because Bobby Boucher's girlfriend stole Lawrence Taylor's car. So
that could be Eric.
it was
That could be its own sub collection right there.
And he told the kids, don't do drugs, which is like the funniest line in the whole movie, because we all know he didn't take his own advice.
Yep. Here you go. Zach says, you all gloss over Eric's claim that Ray Borg is famous. He's a zombie. Do not speak ill. We cannot speak ill of the dead. That's the reason why, Zach.
All right, fine. Whatever.
Paul says LT charges like $75 to add I'm a bad motherfucker. Valid.
He is. And I don't think the guy's got to be like 66 years old or something by now, if not 70. And he probably still is.
See, Paul, but you're missing out. Here's the thing. You're missing out. You know why? No, you know why? Because if you come to the expo, it's $50 for an inscription. Hashtag bargain.
Pretty sure he does a cameo of himself in Sopranos too, in a poker game.
No. Now, who here could get an LT signature for free at the expo?
How much baby oil is involved?
That's none of your business.
I'm just asking questions.
I'm just
asking
saying,
questions.
I could get one for free. That's all I'm saying.
But at what cost, Eric? At what cost?
That's none of your business. That's behind the curtain. You're none of your business.
I especially enjoyed Dennis Quaid playing Steve Young. Yes, there you go.
Yeah.
At what cost? So anyway, the inscription is $50, which isn't too bad. You could probably do that. That would count. That would qualify as an inscription.
These guys likes to sign their mugshots, or they don't appreciate that.
We should get Eric to try. It's some very angry people going, here, use your charm. Get him to sign.
I want your mugshot to be signed.
I'm not messing around. I ain't messing around with that, man. But I've noticed, they're bringing in some interesting characters.
Yeah.
Mike Tyson, Ric Flair, Lawrence.
I was gonna say, yeah, we already, Menzie already broke the seal with Mike Tyson and Ric Flair. That's already a category unto itself, right there.
Is Michael Vick next?
He would do well, actually, if he could get him. I think he'd have a big line. I think he'd have plenty of people to sign him, to get him to sign stuff. I don't think that'd be an issue.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
I bet you for the right price.
Oh yeah, he pissed through all his money.
That would qualify as premium.
Yeah.
There's a regular, there's premium.
That's extra premium. That's premium.
Premium
squared.
Yeah. But I'm sure, listen, money talks. Money talks.
Always.
Yeah.
The only question he'll ask you is, what color pen do you want?
Yep.
Hey, listen, you're paying for it. What color pen do you want?
I'm surprised they don't have Brett Favre up there, because he seems like he'd fit right in with those guys.
Listen, that one, if they ever got the not swell fella, I'm still not getting in line. I'm not dealing with that shit. But I might get people to do that. That would be funny.
Wouldn't that be me?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
Who's in charge of the curtain?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Mr. Curtain Boy. Don't worry. I'll get some of my other people to hand you your bottle, baby oil. Do what you got to do. You take care of your own business.
Well, we know he's into some weird shit. So
look. All I'm saying is the man could show you how to do a good selfie.
Yeah,
I bet he could give a symposium.
Can you sign my cell phone?
What do you do if you ask that question and go, Shh, it's been like 3 days since someone has asked me? Sure.
Yeah.
It's like a regular occurrence. Josh says it's Friday night. You know what that means? Because I'm Carlos Live. Damn right, Josh.
Shut up, Josh.
Dennis says, I love my autos. Big part of my PC. Yeah. So here's a question. Let me ask the chat. So let me inquire with the chat. We've talked about a couple different philosophies. Are you an in-person auto kind of person? Are you, I want to go through that experience, have the face to face, get him to sign my whatever? Are you a person who likes having signed items and maybe you like cards or 8 by 10s, 16 by 20s, pictures, photographs, that kind of thing? Or are you more like an item? Like I showed that little replica turnbuckle, jerseys, a football, a baseball, a puck. Are you more into like that kind of thing, an item or an action figure? There's a bunch of categories like that. Starting lineup. You do a sporting person, you could get somebody to sign a starting lineup. That's the thing. Funko Pops. So you're more like a physical item thing, some of the flat items, cards, in person, certified and bought that way. Just curious if folks who like the autographs have preferences. I'll come back in a second. But Eric, you already have like a full spectrum of it. Do you have a preference? All things being equal, you can get any autograph item of whatever. Let's say you don't already have 50 of them. What's the first go-to? Are you going to a flat item or are you going to a physical item? What direction are you going first?
If I can get him signed on something unique, that's the first thing I think of. I don't always think get a card signed. I think about, do I have anything in my collection from that person that would be unique? Because you figure the more popular someone is, or the older someone is, they've seen everything. They've been signing since the 60s, for these older guys who are like in their 80s now, in whatever sport. And rarely do these guys get excited when you put something in front of them because they've seen it all. So I try to think of, do I have anything that's unique? If I can't pull something out of my own collection, or I can't, and if I have time, I'll do some research on eBay to see what, might be interesting. And if I can't, then I'll end up probably going card. I have tons and tons of 8 by 10s signed, and they're all in binders because I can't put them up on the walls. The walls are full. I have stuff in the garage. This whole room is filled. You can't see it, but this is all 8 by 10s. It's filled, all autographed, it's everywhere. Okay. So every time I get an 8 by 10 now, it goes into a binder in the closet and I forget that it's in there. Cards.
I think for 8 by 10s, unless you're in the earlier stage or like it's something you just started with, like I've got the handful up there. I got the Raleigh fingers up there. I like the Raleigh fingers, so I've got it there. I've got the 16 by 20 Medano. I've got a couple just above. But I wouldn't start hanging anymore. Like I've got room on this wall. I wouldn't start hanging 8 by 10s anymore. I have started to use the full size sheets on a binder. It's nice just to be able to flip through them. I've got some. They're nice for that, but yeah, it's a convenient form factor to put in a binder page because you can get the big full size binder pages from Ultra Pro and BCW and whatever. So,
yep.
But otherwise, it takes up too much room.
And then I got a whole bunch of like 11 by 14, 16 by 20s that are all signed by different people, and it's I got those in big plastic sleeves stuffed in the closet somewhere so they don't get damaged because those take up even more room on the wall, obviously. So cards are much easier to get, here's a Reggie Lumlin in-signed, boom, throw that in a box, done. It's just so much harder when you getting the 8 by 10 signed. So with hockey, obviously I try to go for a hockey puck, but I have hundreds of those. So those take up tons of room. But like this, something Brad sent me. Okay. This is an example of something unique. All right. Bobby Orr Classic Golf Tournament. And Bobby Orr signed the, and what this is a, I've probably shown it before. I don't have, let me see. It's a golf ball holder. And the golf balls all have, Bobby Orr Classic on it. It's a Titleist 4, 3 of them are in there, and it's a little
They actually went
holder.
for the Pro V1. Those are actually decent golf balls.
So, and it's autographed. That's unique, So that's, I think stuff like that is cool. Here's a I'm gonna have Derek Sanderson sign this when I get an opportunity. Here's a postcard from the early 70s. Okay. Now he's probably signed this countless times, but it's at least unique. It's not just another Derek Sanderson 8x10, another Derek Sanderson. I mean, I got one sitting here, and I got plenty more. Derek Sanderson, the Turk, Boston Bruins signed hockey puck. You know how many of these he signed since 1968? A million. A million.
995,000 of them are yours. Bobby, you good?
Probably. So I always try to find something unique.
I feel so much smarter now. I don't know why.
In the garage of knowledge. Let me read a couple of comments here, and we'll get caught up with you. So Josh, you said the first 2 hours. Sorry you got hit with the terrace like I did. Eric talked about dicks, and I believe that shoeless show card was originally an SGC 2.5 and great turnbuckle. Thank you, Josh. Zach says, I've done a complete 180 on Fold. When I was a kid, I thought it'd be awesome to meet him, but not now. No, unless you want tips on the better practices of a selfie, probably not. He is a not swell fella for a reason.
Or how to somehow scam welfare recipients in Tennessee.
Well, listen, I paid good money for that symposium.
Mm-hmm.
It's a noble goal. I have a certification. So anyway, Justin says, I value pack-pulled autos first, but I wouldn't mind meeting the person and getting a card or puck signed. Fair. Zach says, meeting famous people is weird. True. Especially when you know all about them, collect them, etc., and they realize they have no clue who you are. Eric feels this all the time.
Yeah, you've been sitting in my box for like 20 years. How can you not know me?
Yeah, you should have just said that. You lead with that.
Yeah, in all seriousness, though, I have found that when you meet someone who's, quote, famous, if you just treat them, if you stay relaxed and just treat them like one of your buddies and a normal person, they'll act like a normal person. If you treat them like a superstar, they start getting standoffish and put up walls and all that.
So to be clear, what you're saying, if I understand you correctly, what you're saying is you think that we should lead with, and by we say, so if somebody like me, for example, I would lead with, hey, you worthless piece of shit. Just start with that. Like my buddies, like my friends.
I think when you meet Lawrence Taylor, you should start with that. Yes.
No, I will. And I can throw my voice and it'll be like pointed in your direction. And then we'll let hilarity ensue.
No, don't do that. But
George Foreman.
They might just like it.
But if you
listen, you can always use your getaway bike with the flat tire.
Yeah, right. If you just chill out, they really hate it when they get that, one of my favorite skits on Saturday Night Live history is Chris Farley with Paul McCartney. Right? Hey, you remember that time when you wrote Hey Jude? Yeah, that was awesome. And Paul McCartney's like, yeah, that was a good song. Yeah. Right. People really do that. So I'll be working with somebody and patrons will come up to meet them and get stuff signed, and they will actually be like that Chris Farley skit. And after the people kind of just like, yeah, yeah, that was a good game. Yep. All right. Have a great day. Thank you. And they walk away and they look at me like, what the hell is wrong with these people? So if you act like a weirdo, they become standoffish. But if you're just like, hey, thanks for coming in today. Really appreciate it. Hope you had a safe trip in. They'll start talking to you. Yeah, the flight was a little bumpy, but, not like the one I had in 1966, man, when we almost crashed a plane landing in Boston, that night to play the Bruins. And you're like, you get, that's how it works. I found if you don't come at them and treat them like
spider monkey.
Yeah. Don't treat them like they're zoo animals and you're there to just stare at them. And
I was going to say, so you're saying don't tap the glass. All I'm getting from this, from what Eric's saying here, is that it is a little bit strange when he talks about all these techniques he has for,
People are
carefully
strange.
not angering the animal. Don't tap the glass, don't upset them. But then, known pacifist Len Potty, Eric invokes anger and
Mhm.
furious rage. Sounds to me like he didn't adopt the same approach.
How do you deal with
What?
Len Potty's fame?
What did he say to this man to incite such infinite rage? Infinite rage.
I think it was about tariffs or something.
No, I
Yeah.
said no.
Ball here. So I did double check. I quickly fired up the Google machine. So apparently, R.I.P. George Foreman.
That's
So
hard.
may he grill. May he have all the grills that he can have
How
in
old?
the heavenly barbecue.
I mean, did he hit 80 yet? I don't.
Yeah, I
think
think he's 82 or say 83.
Nope, 76.
yeah, he wasn't 80.
Really?
Yeah,
1949.
Foreman
1949.
fought Ali. Man, that was like
That was in the 70s.
He was 40.
yeah. So he's
when
20
he
something
came out
in
of
the
retirement.
70s. So he's born in
Yeah.
the 50s.
So yeah, when Foreman fought Ali the first time,
So he was born 1949, 48.
yeah, 49. So what happened is, so when he fought Ali, he was still a young guy.
Yeah,
He was on the
must have
come
been
up.
very young.
He was on the come up, but the whole thing is he was a destroyer. He was really beating through people. That's why he was able to take all that long time off after he kind of disappeared, retired, and did the whole thing. And then he
Mhm.
was able to have that late run as a heavyweight champ, but he was still well into his 40s by that point.
45.
Yeah, but he was a very different. Obviously, he was a very different guy, and he kind of rehabilitated his image. He went a very different way, and then became the grill pitchman of all time.
Yeah.
Whole second career, and all his children are named George.
Yes.
All of them.
It's crazy.
Even the
Even
all
the
of them.
girls.
girls are named
All
like
of them.
George Gina or something. Yeah.
Yep, a lot of Georges.
A lot of Georges in the family.
That's what I said. May he have all the grills that he needs in the
Yeah.
heavenly barbecue. R.I.P.
That's too bad.
That is it.
Did he say about, did he pass away because of a car crash? Did he pass away natural cause? Did he have cancer?
I was gonna say, you're asking oddly specific things. Do you know something about the car crash, Eric?
Uh-huh.
Hmm?
It was a bicycle crash that crashed into the car.
I was gonna say, how interesting.
Hmm.
Let's see here. I'll take a look. It just says his family announced it, so I'm guessing he peacefully departed, surrounded by loved ones. So there you go.
He must have been sick. That's too bad. He
Yep.
was seemed like a good guy,
Yeah, I don't know if I ever met him.
I hadn't.
Indirectly with his grill, but I know they're not.
Now here's a question though.
Then he and I were very good friends for a period of time. Then
But he was gonna say, had you been able to meet him though, Eric, would you have gotten him to sign a grill? How many grills do you think he signed?
oh, he must have.
He
signed.
probably signed a crap ton of them, right? He had to
Wow.
have signed a crap ton of them,
Oh,
no
yeah.
doubt.
Because you
Yeah.
remember they had the little one, right? That was like one hamburger patty. So you could literally bring that to a show and get it signed.
I had a housemate in university who had that one, and I was morally offended. I was sitting there like the one patty went like, what's even the point? What are we even doing here? At this
How many-
point,
how many
can't you
burgers
just
do you
get a
want?
blowtorch and just put it over the patty? Like, what are we doing?
So you could
At
bring
least get the one that has two. At least get the one that has two. Like, come on.
So you can share with your roommate, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, have some respect.
Mhm.
The thing is that with the one, it was still disproportionately because you still have the plastic casing, so it actually still takes up like 60% of what the two will take up, and you really only get the two, and then you can put it there on the side and plug it in. It's already plugged in, and you can use it.
Yeah, I had the big one.
Oh yeah, we had the
I used it for my burritos. It actually was a great way. You fold them in there and then put the top on, and it got nice and crispy.
You can use it for a bunch of things. You can You can
It
get pretty creative
Not
with
for
it. It
a
was a grill.
steak or anything, but yeah.
I had no problem with it. I thought it was fantastic.
Did the job.
Fantastic.
Did the
I
job.
would use it to this day if I still had it.
Dennis says
Can't
I
get
prefer
any
through the
more
mail. Lots cheaper stuff already done. Too old to do the lines. That's fair. Still use a George Moon grill to this day. R.I.P. Facts. MMA also had risen to suck combat competitors away. Boxing also went through a decent recession. So Foreman was able to come back and win the title. Yep. Yeah. And Rock Lathic says he was 46.
When he
Sounds
beat
about
Michael,
That's amazing.
He met not Michael Moore. Michael Moore.
Michael Moore.
Yeah, because there were a couple of guys who had very similar names. Yeah, that was remember the heavyweight championship eventually became so fragmented that it was like there'd be all kinds of the 90s in the heavyweight division were a very strange time. There was at least a 35-minute period in the 90s where Eric was heavyweight champion of the world just because somebody misplaced the belt and he started prancing around with it.
Mm.
It was a very odd time. He was IBF champion. It wasn't one of the main ones. It wasn't like WBA, WBO. It was like the IBF. But Eric was champion for like a good 35 minutes before they caught him.
Yeah. Bikes only go so fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Especially when the tire goes flat. The problem is that he was trying to run away on the one that was still attached to the trainer. So he didn't get very far. But boy, did that boy pedal. And they let him have fun. And they let him have fun for a little bit. They're like, why is he pedaling on a stationary bike? He's an idiot. And he's also had a lot of concussions.
I've had a lot of concussions.
Even back then, a lot of concussions. It was already an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Had a lot of concussions.
I know people who know Steve Crawford from Eric's beloved 86 Red Sox. He hates when people recognize him. He tries to avoid telling people he played baseball so he doesn't get peppered with questions. There you go. Go back to the previous conversation. I think the 86 Red Sox team don't want to be it's like imagine they have a signing or something and somebody says it's basically the equivalent of don't mention the war.
Yes.
He doesn't like talking about the war.
I had to be nice to Bruce Hurst recently. I was like, yeah, it's good to see you, Bruce. How you doing? How you doing, Steamer? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for ruining my childhood.
Wow.
Ooh.
You know it was
Start
sincere
off with
because
that, did you?
say you should have led with that. Yeah.
No, I didn't say that to him. I had to be nice. I wanted to.
Eric trying and probably not succeeding in being a man of peace. Brought to us by AMG Collectibles. AMGcollectibles.ca. AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. We waited a while because there were some heavy topics that needed to be discussed first. Now we're chilling a little bit. We're cruising right now.
Didn't AMG bust a case of what was it?
Premiere. So it was on the Instagram page.
Yeah.
They did open up a case of Premiere.
Case.
So Brad opened up his personal case, and they ended up. Obviously, some of the cards are going to wind up at AMG. It wasn't amazing. It wasn't terrible. It was kind of okay. I would consider it okay.
He's
overall.
not a breaker.
No.
I actually only saw him open 2 packs, and then my phone went weird.
I think I'm going to take a look. Actually, what I did last time for the break for the WWE Flawless case. I'll double check. I can probably pull the footage. I might put it on the channel. If I can pull the footage again, similar to last time, I may just end up archiving it on the channel as well. So people, if they want to watch it, you can watch it on the Instagram, obviously, but then you're watching it in real time. So if it takes a little while to develop, they wait, they banter a little bit before they actually get going to the break.
Mm-hmm.
So I may just pull the footage, put it on YouTube. So if people want to skip ahead a little bit, they can go and watch the break and check out some of the stuff that gets pulled.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a better experience for you, so you can speed it up a little bit for yourself and just check it out.
That's me and heavyweight champ Ray Mercer. And of course, I had him sign a hockey puck because why wouldn't you have WBO heavyweight champion Ray Mercer sign a hockey puck? Because that's what you do.
It makes no sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. That's
Didn't you have a boxing glove somewhere, like in that store of yours?
Really? No, we had him sign a bunch of those. What the hell was I going to do with that?
You fight somebody.
And I asked him, Ray, have you ever signed a hockey puck before? He's like, no. I said, first time for everything.
Oh, fuck.
And then he punched you in the face.
Then he went loser.
And he's still in good shape. He'd cave my head in.
Probably.
Yep. Zach says to answer Bobby, I think he doesn't want to be known as just a baseball player. Doesn't like people just wanting to talk to him because he played baseball.
Well, that's why are you signing anywhere then?
I would also throw out like Steve Crawford. I don't remember Steve Crawford off the top of my head, but if he was part of the 86 Red Sox, fair enough.
Steve Garvey.
What else would you want to talk to Steve Crawford about then? Steve Crawford, what do you think about gardening?
Yeah.
How do you feel about daffodils?
Hmm.
What are your thoughts on quantum physics?
What exactly do you cook on a George Foreman grill?
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop?
Mm-hmm.
These are profound questions.
Yeah.
Truly profound.
I have a picture of me with another 86 player. You want to see that one?
Yeah.
Sure. Rog Later says Foreman winning the championship led to Bob Backlund's 3-day reign with the belt in WWF/E in November 94.
That's me and Jerry Rice. 86.
Oh, there you go. Rice is nice.
And I had to be nice to him too.
You're too
You
nice
should be
to
nice to them.
everybody, I think.
So I was going to say about Rock Latex here. So relating to Bob Backlund thing. The Bob
Mhm.
Backlund thing is one of the great disappointments for me because I loved the crazy Mr. Backlund run.
Oh,
So
God.
for folks that may not be familiar, Bob
That was
Backlund
real.
was WWE champion, WWF champion before Hogan. So he was basically there was a 3-part move. He was champion in the WWF, I believe. It was under Vince Sr. He was Vince Sr.'s last champion, basically. And then Vince Jr. took it over. And he had him as champion there, but he basically wanted to get the belt off of him. So what he ended up doing is Bob Backlund lost the title to the Iron Sheik. And the Iron Sheik was going to be the transitional champion to get him to Hogan. So he was the last real length of time champion before Hogan. The Iron Sheik had the title briefly, and then Hogan beat him for the championship in Madison Square Garden in '84, starting Hulkamania. So that's fine.
How many times
But-
did the Iron Sheik hold the championship?
Just the one time. That was it.
One.
It was the one transitional championship.
Just him?
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
was- it was-
there was a couple Iron Sheiks, so
Yeah, but
Doesn't
specifically the one I'm talking about is the one who had it in '84.
gotcha.
And
Right.
it was specifically just that transitional to get it from Backlund to Sheik to Hogan. And the thing is that, but before that, Bob Backlund had like a 6-year title reign. It was a very long title reign because in those days you'd have these long extended title reigns. Like Bruno Sammartino had 2 title reigns that were like ridiculously long. But Bob Backlund had like a 6-year title reign as champion. He was the champion for 6 years. So he lost the championship, never got a rematch, never got anything. And the way he lost it was that his manager threw in the towel. And that became the impetus for him to turn heel when he came back in the early 90s. Because he snapped because his manager had betrayed him by throwing in the towel because he never gave up. He never tapped out. He never surrendered. His manager had thrown in the towel. And he just snapped and actually attacked his manager. And that started his heel turn. The thing with Bob Backlund is he was a bland, boring, early 80s, late 70s style baby face. Like he was Mr. Mr. America, very dull, not very interesting, not very inspiring.
No.
But then he became crazy Bob Backlund, and he was
Oh.
hilarious. He was actually very entertaining. And he literally started like talking in gigantic words at people. He wore a little bow tie. He looked like a complete goo, but he was nuts. And then he would attack people with the cross-faced chicken wing, and that was his finisher.
Nuts.
And he would just attack people, but he like had the crazy eyes and the crazy face. Like he went for it. And I was like, I didn't realize you had it in you. Like you were so bland and so uninteresting. But he was a legitimate collegiate athlete. Like he was a college wrestler. So he had the bona fides that he could be a legitimate wrestler. But in this go around, he leaned into the character and then went for the fact that he was also very good at being able to suddenly portray this crazy character. He was actually very entertaining as this crazy character. And then he won the championship. And then he lost it very quickly thereafter to Diesel. He was a transitional champion to Diesel.
Vin
And he
Diesel.
beat Bret Hart for it. My disappointment, and the way he won it, was that Owen Hart, I believe, threw in the towel to Bret Hart. So that got Bob Backlund the win.
Oh wow.
So it was kind of a little bit of symmetry to
Throwing
the
in
way
the
he lost the
towel
championship,
again.
the way he won it. So this is when WWE actually tried to put in these are little story cues that actually make sense if you think
Sure.
about in the story background of the character. My thing was always, I understood they wanted Diesel to be the guy. I got that. But I actually think with how entertaining Bob Backlund was, I wouldn't have minded if he had like a 2 or 3 month run as champion. It didn't have to be super long, but a 2 or 3 month run, have a couple of matches, and then lose it on a pay-per-view. I think that would have been very entertaining. And I honestly, I think he deserved it because he did tremendous work rebuilding his entire character from what he was to being way more interesting in that second little run. And to this day, like when he's done shoots and everything, everybody remembers his second run. He won the championship, only held it for like a week. But they remember that more than the 6-year title reign that he had. Because he was just so much more entertaining. He was so much more interesting that a lot of 90s people that don't remember his first run go like, oh man, crazy Bob Backlund. That guy was very entertaining. And it's like, he was also the champion prior for 6 years.
Good old chicken wing back. There you
Yeah.
go.
So I do kind of wish he had a little bit of I would have given him like a 2 or 3 month title reign. Like out of respect and considering he did such a good job, I would have given him 2 or 3 months and then let him still lose the title the same way they wanted to do it. And it would have been fine.
Yeah.
It would have been perfectly fine.
You must have saw him in that, WWE Pawn Stars type show where they went around trying to find items and stuff.
Oh yeah,
that's him.
yeah.
Okay.
A&E. It was under A&E.
Yeah. So he did an episode of that, and he
was
was
good.
still acting crazy.
Oh,
No,
was
he is 100% like he plays the character everywhere. Wherever he goes, he's still a guy who likes the kayfabe of it. But the thing is, he's so good at it. He understood once he flipped the switch.
Yep.
His career, he made a better second half of his career, and he's done autograph signings and things for years on the strength of that second run. It was
But
so
he
good.
didn't win anything after that, did he?
Nope, that was it. There was just the one more time that he had, but technically he is a 2-time WWE champion.
Okay. Yeah. But
And again, he
that's
held
when
the title
came
for 6
back.
years prior. Like he held the title for 6 years. It's not like he didn't have a run.
Yeah, it's too bad he wasn't that crazy guy then, and he'd be more remembered today.
If he had shown 1/10 of the personality in that first run, Vince might have let him have it just a little longer, or maybe would have let him come back around and get it again, because he was far more interesting in the second go.
So was that sort of the impetus for the actor character that they were doing, or they started to come in with more, opposed to just being, the Bruno Sammartino? There's no character there. He was just a, good wrestler. He wore regular shorts and nothing fancy or anything like that.
Yeah. Well, the other guy that did it around in the 70s, by that point, superstar Billy Graham was the one who was developing a following.
There were a few, yeah, I know.
Yeah, because he in the 70s was the prototype that some of the, like Hogan basically ripped off superstar Billy Graham, because superstar Billy Graham had that 10 years before Hogan.
Jesse
And-
Ventura ripped him off too.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, superstar Billy Graham literally developed, his nickname was Superstar. They became WWE superstars. There's a very direct line where it's like, and then you've got this guy who's a bodybuilder, who's got the physique, but then you give him a microphone and he starts talking and he's rhyming and he's talking through all these things, and he can talk people into the building. He can make them boo him, and then he just starts posing. He does the whole thing. Like, he was the prototype. He was too far ahead of his time. He was actually too early.
Yes.
Otherwise, he could have gotten the respect that he would have had later, because Hogan basically ripped off his whole shtick and made millions off of it.
Yeah, well, Hogan started it, and then you had so many others that really kind of came in. You still had George the Animal Steel, who was eating corners and stuff like that, and a lot of those different characters. But it did not roll until some guys started wearing masks, and then you had brothers and British Bulldogs, and all these other guys everybody had a theme at a certain point. Whereas before, you were just a wrestler. You watch some of those 70s, and you just sit there and you go, "This looks pretty boring. Those shorts are pretty high riding." It's just, I don't know, just very boring at that time.
Just look at the guy
Ric Flair was good though. He was a lot of blood guy. He was
just look at the only one missing episode that Carlos has. The guy
Hogan?
that Hogan is wrestling, man. Like, I mean, come on, look at, he looks like the janitor. Looks like literally they just say, "Hey, we need someone to go up there."
True.
Yeah, but that was the whole thing, is that there's a big wrestling's still a show. You have to have some showmanship, and if you can bring some showmanship to it, that adds a lot to your presentation. It brings that additional. There was a time you could get away with being a little more bland. It was fine, but it didn't work. So I'll quickly show 2 pictures. So here's one. This is Bob Backlund in his first run. So here he is with the championship in Madison Square Garden. He's basically a white meat, boring baby face. The crowd appreciated him. He had support. He was champion for 6 years, so you can't be champion that long if you have no support. The audience did like him generally, but again, he wasn't very interested. I can double check, but I think he was like 6'2" or something, or 6 feet or something.
6'4" almost.
Yeah. But he was like a legitimate. Again, he had legitimate, collegiate bona fides. He was an athlete, and a strong guy, like all pound for pound, very strong, because he was, I think, a college wrestler. Here he is in his second run. He's in his early 40s. But he's leaning into how he's still boring. But here's the thing. Now it's part of the character. Now he's leaning into it and literally going in. And now here he is with the second run. This is the Winged Eagle Championship. This is later on. But now look, he's got the silly little boat. He's leaning into being absolutely out of time. He's playing the relic who's coming out here. It's like, we're going to teach you respect, and you guys don't understand. Like, this is after he had snapped and done the whole thing. It was much more interesting. So here we go. During Backlund's heel run, he legitimately wouldn't sign autographs for kids unless they recited the U.S. presidents in order.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, the whole thing, he was basically a very straight-laced, but he was also a bit of a jerk, and it kind of played into, had a lot of fun with it, and it was good. It worked. I actually, I thought it did. That's why I say, like, I was entertained. Even at the time, I was like, this is actually much better because I remembered reading a little bit about back on his earlier run, and we didn't have YouTube at that time. I couldn't refer to clips, but I had heard a little bit about it. And I go, yeah, this is obviously not what we're getting, because they showed some highlights of him when he was younger, and he was very, very bland, very basic. But then he snapped, and all of a sudden, he was a featured player for a little while there. He had a nice little run.
I think the only guy who was really Ric Flair, I would have to give credit to, because he was sort of, maybe it was his blonde hair and he did a lot of blood routines. But he was always the persona, I guess. He was right from the 70s on. You know,
He took
he's
it.
still a
He said
jerk,
it.
anyways. But I mean,
Oh yeah,
he wouldn't give me an autograph. It's 1977. I'm like 13 years old. He's at Ted Reeves Arena, and I'm watching the wrestling, and he just went, "No autograph." Fucking guy, man. I could have had a Ric Flair autograph. How many think he signed now?
oh yeah, tons. Now here's the funny thing. I'll actually pull up an image of it. So even Ric Flair, to your point, by the 70s, he started developing that persona that would become the Ric Flair persona that would obviously make him a lot of money.
50s. I remember he said it.
But if you go take a look, though, what's funny, though, is there is like two versions of Ric Flair. There was the version that obviously would become what he would become. And then there is Husky Ric Flair.
Oh,
Yes.
that's early.
This is pre-airplane crash Ric Flair. After he had that airplane crash, he actually leaned out, became more the version of Ric Flair. But there was a time there where he was like basically like a really beefy guy, and he was hanging out with the Dusty Rhodes and everything, and he actually looked like he fit in with those guys because they were all kind of burly dudes. Very different stylistically, but that is the same guy who would lean out and become the other Ric Flair.
Yeah, he always looked good in the. I remember seeing the magazines too. He always had blood. There was always a cut, and his blonde hair would get blood in it. It always looked great. Well,
yeah,
you're a sick individual. You're sick.
What do you mean?
You're sick.
You don't like blood?
People's hair, and it looked great. You're
Yeah, it
sick.
looked great. Great action scene. Yeah.
Bob Uzo here saying, Mayo Star Eric is the man of the hour, the man with the power, too sweet to be sour. That's true.
Ooh. Someone else should be a wrestling star and put that out there. Sounds like something
somewhere off in the distance, superstar. Let's play off Superstar Billy Graham's lines. Those are all his lines. So that's why, like, he was the guy in the 70s. This is it. Man of the hour, the man with the power, too sweet to be sour. That was his.
That's like The Rock.
Well, that's what I mean. All these people ripped off Superstar Billy Graham. Superstar Billy Graham was like, I did this 30 years ago. None of you give me credit.
Nope. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, Jesse Ventura literally stole his beard idea.
Everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like the guy who got screwed out of this whole thing the most was Superstar Billy Graham. Like, you literally, I launched 1,000 characters that were basically plays off of Superstar Billy Graham in one way or another.
Even the tie-dye,
you're born too late.
earring.
He completely missed it. And even when he did win the championship, the expectation was always that he would drop the championship soon after. And he was looking at it going, he had the championship for about a year, but he was looking at it going, like, he was so popular when he won that at a certain point I was like, couldn't I just go babyface for a little bit and just hold the title a little longer? And they didn't want to do it because they'd already kind of promised they were going to flip it. But that was the problem, is that, like, he actually had a good run, but there was an opportunity there because, again, he was so popular and he had all these fun lines and the audience kind of enjoyed it. Again, he was a heel, but the audience kind of enjoyed his lines. He would have all these rhyming schemes and have all these interesting things to say. Remember, you're talking an era where everybody's bland.
Rap, though, right?
Well, by the late 70s, I think you'd started having prototype early rap.
Oh, I remember it. Yeah.
But he was still, but he was very good. Like he understood how to rhyme these phrasings together, and he had interesting things to say, which as a character makes you more interesting. And he was flamboyant, and he had all this stuff going on. Missed out on his opportunity. Eric needs mayo in his hair, maybe.
Yeah, I was listening to rap when it just started. You know, Sugar Hill Gang and Curtis Blow and all those other guys. That's when I was like in my late teens.
Rapper's delight.
Yes. It's like a jungle sometimes. It makes you wonder how I keep from going under.
Wow.
Who knows that one? Mm-hmm.
Probably Eric does. But that's before the concussions.
I don't think he does.
Depends on how many concussions he's had recently.
What?
It's Furious 5 is the end of it. And I'll just give you a little hint. Anyways. Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. The message.
There you go. I bet you didn't have Grandmaster Flash on a bigger card tonight.
Maybe.
But you should never assume. You never know.
No. So I was in the wrap before anybody here.
Probably.
It wasn't rap then. It was sort of a little different. It was just, I don't know what it was.
Respect, Bobby.
Oh, yeah.
Bobby is the OG in the Garage of Knowledge.
Bobby's the rap OG.
Yeah.
He's the OG.
Yeah, in 20 years, I'll regret it. Anyways.
Bobby's been a fan of rap since day one. Just for you, Eric.
Yeah, I know.
He knows what he's doing. All right. Name knows
he does.
exactly what he's doing.
No.
He knows he's bothering me. He knows he's setting me off, and he keeps doing it. When I get my hands on him,
I don't think so.
I'm gonna squeeze him and pop his head like a zit.
You should have been a wrestler. Holy shit. There you go. I'm gonna have to make a uniform. For
How many
Eric.
things is he? When we get off this, how right after the moment I end the stream, Eric is going to be like, It's like, what hurts? Everything possible.
Right there, it hurts.
Shabam.
Right,
Ligaments and joints I didn't know existed that I cannot name.
this spot right here. Actually, I didn't like that I did that. The rest of me,
Tommy
I think
John.
I'm okay, but that spot right there.
Get it, Tommy John. Everybody gets it.
Yeah.
I've needed shoulder surgery for years, and I just refuse to do it.
You're gonna be the $6 million man soon, so you might as well.
It's not doing it.
Oh, he's over that already.
Yeah, true. Yeah, he's halfway there.
It gets me out of doing laundry because after like the fourth towel of holding my hands up like this and folding the towels, my shoulder hurts so bad I can't do it anymore.
So Michelle goes, "It's okay, baby. I got it."
My shoulder really hurt, and maybe
towels are way too thick and heavy.
I'll take
My
the
shoulder hurts.
towels to Florida and fold them.
Maybe you can do the rest.
They're bougie towels, so they're heavy.
Quite so.
I actually think if they're bougie towels, they're probably made out of like thin aired material, like Persian. They're interwoven. There's the fibers on fibers.
Bicycle material that you wear. Yeah, those spandex
thread
type of
something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Eric's gonna bring out the Boston Crab. Sounds like a cuff issue. Sounds like an everything issue. Will.
Yeah.
Everything.
My rotator cuffs are shot. Too many crashes landed on my shoulders. I've torn them all up, and I need surgery on both of them. My right one more, but I'm just like, nah, I'm good. I'll just suck it up. I'm biking tomorrow. I'll be in the woods tomorrow. We'll see what happens.
I bet you will be. All right. So let me ask you a question. Kind of a little side tangent from what we were talking about, since we've got. And by the way, if there's anything you folks want to chime in on.
Wasn't a side tangent.
God, no. Bob Backlund was a great topic.
We're going side tangent off of Bob Backlund.
Yes, we are.
God, where the hell are we going?
Listen, do you know?
All over the place.
Listen, do you know what Bob Backlund would have appreciated more than anything else? And by the way, Bob Backlund was born in 1949, same year as George Foreman. So you know what he would have enjoyed just as much? Some Rock'em Sock'em hockey. And speaking of which, we've got a full slate of Saturday games. And amongst the Saturday games, we've got the Capitals taking on the Florida Panthers.
The Florida.
Nice. Yes, the Florida Panthers.
Can their record be broken and what's the number now?
7.
So he needs 7 more. Right now he's at 35 goals, which, by the way, very good. Excellent. Good job by him.
So Wayne right now is pony riding the show right now, right?
He's going to be, right now we're at about the time where he's going to start following along. I think when he gets down to like 5, I think he'll start traveling a little bit.
5 or 4 or something,
Yeah, that's going to be kind of the move. So the point is that I stand by my original stance of what I said earlier. It is in play. It's going to be tough because we're starting to run out of games. I think we're still at about 10 games left, give or take, maybe a little more. Maybe 11 or 12. Not much more than that. It's got to be like 10 games, give or take.
He'll do it.
My only question and my thought on this is twofold. I think in order to do it, my belief is that he's going to have a multi-goal game in there somewhere. Somewhere in there, he needs a game where he gets 2 or 3. And the best way for him to do that, honestly, and the most logical, easiest way for him to do that would be to score something in the first period and get an empty netter. That would be a very easy way for him to rack up 2 in a game, and that would help. That'll help his cause a lot. If he can do that, if he can do that 2 times, there's 4 goals right there. So 1 goal in 7 games is asking a lot, but a couple of multi-goal games in there somewhere, I think that'll get him over the top.
So what's
But he needs 42
prediction
goals.
On that, then?
So
Do you think
that's
it's
kind of
this
what I
year,
wanted to
or is
ask.
it going to be next year?
That's basically what I want to ask. So we've got
Oh, okay.
7 goals to go, and I'll double check how many games they're in. I'll double check it right now. But
Is
I
it
think
I
he's
want,
doing
games?
it
I want
this year. He's
so-
gonna go 2, and then he's gonna struggle, and then like the last 2 games or something, he's gonna go like 3 goals in it.
No, they're going to feed the shit out of him.
Yeah.
I think he's going to get it this year.
Guys, they already clinched a playoff spot.
That's what I'm saying.
Their season's
Well, that
done.
doesn't mean anything, anyways, for the
No.
score.
okay. So right now the Capitals are at 69 games. The next one is number 70.
They are going to feed him like you've never seen anybody fed in the history of feeding. They're already in the playoffs. They're all set. They don't care. They don't care if they win another game.
By the way,
This
also kudos to them. 100 points. The last win put them over 100 points.
So
Yeah,
there's
it's good, actually.
Been a great season for them. Great season.
every shift that guy's on the ice, all they're going to be doing is try to get him the puck.
Yep.
They don't care about wins, losses. They don't care about defense. Nothing. Get him the puck. That's all they're going to care about. Their season's done until the playoffs. So
what's your
he'll
prediction
get it.
then?
he'll
So
get
what's
it.
the prediction? So you're I'm guessing it sounds to me like you're saying he gets it this season.
He's got
Okay.
10 goals in him.
Okay. So you're going he overshoots. He shoots for right around 45 goals, gets to 898, I think is what it would come out to for that. So shy of
899 would
900.
be nice.
Just wouldn't it be nice to get to 900? He's very
Yes.
close.
He will make it. He will make it. I believe it. I think he's going to have.
By the way,
one of
I
those
also
games, like you
appreciate
said,
that with his
Tyler.
last goal. That was 888
Ooh, lucky China
for the grade 8.
Ooh.
Wow.
I like it. Listen, I like the numerology of it. I appreciate the 888. Very nice. Very nice.
I think he's going to overachieve. I think he's going to get one more, maybe even 2 past the record. I think they're going to just feed the shit out of him. He's going to have, like you said, a game that he'll get 3, and then the next game or game after he'll get 2, and then he'll be just down to bing, 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 and
That would be if I was them.
I think that's gonna
that would be what I'd shoot for. Because realistically, if he can get a goal, I'm giving you a scenario that doesn't require you to break your whole game plan. If he can get a goal in the first period, and the game winds up close, well, if it's empty net time, guess who's getting the puck, right?
Yeah.
Like if you got a shot at an empty net and the other team has pulled the goalie, that's an easy way for you to get 2. You do that a couple of times, there's 4 goals right there. There's 4 of the 7 you need.
Yep.
If you can get a hat trick and the empty netter's the hat trick goal, well, even better. That gets you the third. Ideally, you want a couple of 2 or 3 goal games down the stretch here to get you.
he
To
has
that
to
finish
have
line.
that. Yeah, because he's going to have a game where he's not going to get any.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing onesies here and
Who
there.
are they
like,
playing? What's their lineup against? Who? In the
well,
next
first is Florida.
10
But
games.
this next game is Florida.
No, I mean a couple more. Who else are they playing?
So they're
I will
playing
double
teams
check.
that they need to win situation, or they're playing teams that don't care no more either. You know?
Well,
hope they
Florida's in decent shape as well. I'll double check. But
They're not
Playing
play the
teams
Leafs.
don't care no more. Everyone's feeding him the puck. You know.
Yeah.
They don't care. I mean, they don't care if they lose.
You playing a team that is playing for every single digit right now to make it.
Yeah,
To the
that's gonna be
playoffs.
hard.
Then that's a
Yeah.
whole other game now.
So let me go over the next couple
That's
games.
why I was
I've got the
gonna ask.
schedule up in front of me.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'll go over the schedule. So
Yep.
this Saturday they're going to play Florida. Florida's a good team,
Tough
but
game.
they're still in. Then they're going to play on Tuesday. They're going to play the Jets, the Winnipeg Jets.
Okay, that's
Then they're going to play Minnesota on Thursday. And then
Mm,
on the 30th, on March the 30th, they got a shot here. They're playing the Buffalo Sabres, who are
oh
terrible.
fuck, yeah. Mhm.
He could score 7 in that game.
Maybe against the Leafs too.
Yeah.
The Leafs. in
So
there?
if you know playing the Sabres, he could score 7 in that game.
Yeah.
Is he playing the Bruins anymore? Because they suck.
April the 1st, April Fool's Day. They play the Boston Bruins.
Oh, go figure.
He could
He's gonna
score
break the
17.
record Then.
Yeah. There you
Break
go.
the
Right
record
there.
on that day.
He's setting the record.
Okay, so by the way, since you guys were asking, hold on. Since you guys were asking, so they play the Bruins on April the 1st. They
Yeah.
play the Carolina Hurricanes on April the 2nd.
They go all the way to
On Friday, April the 4th, they're playing the Chicago Blackhawks, who are also trash.
They're
Ooh.
trash.
Yeah.
So there's
You might-
another team that you
you
can
might
rack
break
up. You
it
could
there.
rack up. Yeah, you
Yeah.
could rack up some points. So that still leaves you some games. That still leaves you 6 games on the schedule.
Does he play on April 8th?
No,
Ah,
he's off on April the 8th. So on the 6th, they're playing the Islanders.
one with
On the
numbers,
10th, they play the Hurricanes. 12th, they play the Columbus Blue Jackets. 13th, they play the Blue Jackets again. I don't know why they're playing back to
Wow.
back.
Back to
You
back,
know,
eh?
it's a home and home, you know. Okay. On the 15th, they're playing the Islanders, and they finish off last game of the regular season.
Not the
They
least.
play the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Oh, that would be interesting with Crosby.
Who sucked this year? So
So there's a couple of bad teams. There's a couple of jobbers in there that they could rack up some goals against if the circumstances are
There's a
right.
couple teams there. Yeah, he could hit a hat trick on one
the,
of
the
those.
Bruins are losing every game 5-6-1. You know, they're letting up 5 or 6 goals a game. They're horrible. So
How's Marchand doing since he's been traded?
Wasn't he injured at first? I don't know if he started playing.
Was he injured?
I don't know if he's even played yet.
Yeah, he was initially injured. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, so he might not have played yet. I'm not sure. Zach says, "What would Eric's wrestling name be?" Mailman. Facts. Signature move: the Miracle Whip.
Oh yes.
Brendan, you're not helping.
Name says, "What a birthday gift that'd be for Eric if Ovi gets that goal when they play Boston." Belated birthday gift.
Give him the
So,
puck.
is there that much of a collector community for Ovechkin?
Yeah.
A, because he's Russian, and B, because he's, your different kind of star. You know what I mean?
No, but I know somebody. What helps him, being Russian or not, what helps him is that he is. It goes back to what we talked about earlier.
I just threw that in
He's-
there anyways. Just
yeah,
saying.
he's entertaining. What
He is.
what helps is that he is an entertaining player.
He's totally
So
entertaining.
that still gives him an appeal to a lot of folks. Like Josh collects Ovechkins. Not super
Well,
high end
know,
Ovechkins, but he collects
we-
Ovechkin, and there are other folks that collect his cards as well.
Yeah, but the Canadian
Can I,
fans, not of the Canadians, but Canadian fans, are going to be going after Connor McDavid more than Ovechkin because he's also Canadian, right?
Well, Connor McDavid is also like the teasing we gave about the points thing earlier in the show, notwithstanding. McDavid right now is the best quote unquote player in the NHL today. Ovechkin is not that guy. What he is a dynamic goal scorer. He is an all-time great goal scorer, which it has a draw in and of itself. Whenever people do it, the first thing that some folks do, and I check out on like Facebook messages and people go in some of the comment sections and they go, well, Gretzky's a better player. Nobody's talking about who the better player is. Ovechkin has a very specific skill set that he is elite at, that he is likely to be here, mathematically, the greatest of all time at. That is a thing that he was really great. This is what he does. He is a specialist. He is a goal scorer. He gets assists kind of by accident.
yeah.
He is a goal scorer. Like his purpose is to score goals. That's what he does. And he's really great at it.
And you see that he might be, if he plays a little bit longer, the all-time leader in hits. So imagine
Really?
if he's the all-time leader in hits
Wow.
and the all-time goal scorer. That would
But that's what I mean. Like you're talking about a player whose style, again, he is not the greatest hockey player. Nobody's making this argument. Nobody here is making that argument. The point though is if you're talking about from a collecting standpoint, from a fandom standpoint, he plays an aesthetically pleasing style of hockey. He's a dynamic offensive player, scores a lot of goals, and is willing to hit people. That's entertaining. Like that people like that. They tend to gravitate towards that kind of thing. So I think that helps him. That actually builds him up. That's kept him having a fan base over the years because, well, what happens? Well, he can score. There are plenty of games. He scores a goal and delivers a big hit.
right. Oh, yeah.
That's exciting. Like it's exciting. That's crowd pleasing. That gets people into it.
How Gretzky did it.
Yeah.
You know? So I mean,
So
yeah,
that's an aspect that he's got to his game.
big red machine. Can't break Russian machine.
Yeah. And for many years he did that. And he was scoring 50 goals and laying out big hits. So like not much. Again, some people may not like everything he does, but at the same time, it's nice to have somebody who actually enjoys scoring goals, does deliver some hits, has a little personality to go along with it. But yeah, so I think there is a collector base for him, and I think there will always be a collector base for him. And the fact that he's on the verge of a great record, because again, we may not see anybody challenge this record again for a long time, if ever. That's exciting. It's exciting to have a potential some history.
I would go with the second half, if ever. But
but I've heard that before.
Every 50 years, yeah.
You know how many times I've heard, after Gretzky retired, no one's ever going to touch this record, and here I am, 20 years later, maybe actually he retired in 99.
30 years later, almost.
So 25 years later, and someone's breaking the record. 25 years ago, there was no one will ever break this goal record. No one's ever going to break his points record. And he sat there and said, that's what they said about Gordie Howe, and I did it, and records are made to be broken, and I hope someone breaks my record someday. And 25 years later, boom. So if I got 25 years left, which I probably don't, let's face it, I'll probably be dead.
I'm not sure you have 25 minutes, but go on.
No, right. I'll be dead in a week. But I will not say ever again that record A will never be broken in my lifetime, because I've said it in the past. I was wrong, and everyone else said it, and they were wrong. So records are made to be broken, and you just
have to make that you have 25 years left in you is the question, right? So
you need to be healthy. You need to have longevity in your sport, and you need to be good.
Hot dogs and pepper is not going to get you to 75.
The problem. So here's the thing. Generally speaking, Eric, I don't have a problem with that, but I think we have to remember something very important. Gretzky got to take advantage of a time period that no one else has gotten to take advantage of outside of his contemporaries. That very specific period, that
he had
80s
the team too on top of that.
Yes, but I'm saying that 1980s period plus that team, that's a set of conditions that nobody else can match. The problem is, in order to get to that 895 is the number. In order to get to 895, you need to score 44 3/4 goals per season for 20 straight seasons.
Yep.
Nobody in the game today has that capability. There are guys that can score 40, 50, 60 goals in a season, but they can't do it season after season after season. It's 20 straight years of doing that. Nonstop, no breaks, no injuries, no additional lockouts, no additional things that cost you games. And the team, you can't. It's just too hard.
The game that way to
now, if you change the game, if you change the rules or do something funky that suddenly boosts scoring,
possibly,
sure.
But
you got to do something funky.
But Ovechkin did have things boosted to help his scoring.
Like what?
Like got rid of the center line. You have
that's a major thing too.
So they got rid of the center line. You have the game is called much more tightly now. You can't beat the hell out of people like they did in the 80s. Now, I'm not a couple of fights. I mean, just rough play.
Eric, Wayne Gretzky's uniform was untouched for the decade of the 1980s.
I understand that because
it was clean. He could have taken it off the rack and it was clean.
I am well aware of that.
Yeah. And also, Eric, the rule changes you're talking about, he didn't benefit from the majority of his career.
And it is a slightly different game. Then you have the overtime rules where they have, play 3-on-3, and those goals
that is different too.
Those goals count.
Yeah.
So it is a different game.
You can never compare errors anyways. That's
errors all deserve asterisks. As soon as you change the game. How about this? He's playing 82 games in a season. Gretzky never played 82 games in a season.
When did they hit? Well, it was pretty close. I think it was like 76 games.
He played 80.
Oh, 80. Okay. So that's 82.
So well, hold on. 20 years, 2 extra games a year.
I think that actually should come into play. How many games you played? It's per capita of the games that
Gretzky played 81 games in 93-94. He played 82 games in 96-97, 82 games in 97-98.
Yeah. There you go. So how does that work, Eric?
He did play 82 games.
All right. So he didn't play 82 games his whole career. Ovechkin did. So 20 years.
Yeah, but the thing you're talking about, though, a lot of those rule changes you're talking about, he didn't get for the majority of his career, because for the majority of his career, scoring was down.
It didn't improve his numbers.
Across the board from everybody.
If we go back in time, we can actually
just saying that they are different.
I understand. Eric, you're right. They are different. His era was harder to score.
Yes.
Not easier to score. Harder to score.
Who was?
Really?
Ovechkin's. Yes.
Ovechkin, not
Scoring
Gretzky.
was down across the board for everybody.
Yes. But you really can't compare.
Multiple seasons, you had 0 100-point players.
Yeah,
Zero.
because New Jersey developed the trap and everyone copied them.
I'm talking about after that era.
Well, you can.
Jamie Benn didn't play in the trap era. He won a scoring title with 87 points.
Yeah.
He didn't hit 90. He has an Art Ross with less than 90 points this century. Not New Jersey, this century.
I'm just saying it's different games and there's give and take, pluses and minuses.
I agree, but Eric, these are not subjective measurements. These are objective measurements. Scoring was down for the majority of Ovechkin's career versus the 20 years prior. The scoring was lower, less goals per game from everyone.
You can even take it back to Phil Esposito, and there was only 72 games at that point. So it actually should be divided out into the games that he played.
76 goals in those games.
He has 3 records in a row. Yeah, for
That's crazy.
most amount of points or whatever it was. Yeah,
76 goals.
69, 70, and 71 or something like that. Yeah, no Bobby Orr there, but anyways, just saying.
Yeah. So the thing is that when you make those rule changes, that's fine. But the scoring itself, if I look at goals per game, in the era that he was doing it, the reason he didn't have 70, 80 goal seasons when he was shooting a crap ton of shots is that nobody was getting 70, 80 goal seasons. Most people weren't getting 50 goal seasons. A lot of people weren't getting 40 goal seasons. Then they started tweaking the rules. That's the reason why the Connor McDavid thing a couple of years ago, where he got 150 points, was so notable that it had been years since anybody even approached that number because scoring was down. So we have two options. Either the players fundamentally suck the last 20 years compared to the 20 years prior, or the rules were actually in such a way, and the players and the goaltenders and everything was in such a way where scoring was harder.
Well, I think the elimination of the red line or the center line is a major thing, because those passes allow for, long passes and breakaways. Like, it's amazing.
Number one reason they got rid of it was to increase scoring to bring in fans, because they learned that chicks dug the long ball.
They like the long, yeah, okay.
Right. So when Major League Baseball had everything's, the ballparks are packed, everyone's buying merchandise, they're interrupting TV shows because McGuire and Sosa are up to bat. Chicks dig the long ball. That was the saying back then, right? That was the joke. Well, hockey's going, we got to do something here, folks. We got to do something. So they took the line out and scoring started going up.
Yeah, it did.
Chicks
Yeah,
dug the long ball.
It was true.
And then they started calling the game tighter and not letting, the stars get destroyed, and gave people more room on the ice. And, it's just different. I'm not saying it's better or worse, or Gretzky's better. And Ovechkin can make his own room also. How many of these superstars over the years can score like this and defend themselves and make their own space? I mean, he's a generational talent. I'm taking nothing away from the guy.
Yeah,
it's just sure he's playing a different game now than Wayne Gretzky played. Wayne Gretzky played a different game than Phil Esposito played.
And he had a great team. And actually, Phil Esposito had a great team. And Ovechkin doesn't have a great team.
I don't. How many Hall of Famers has Ovechkin played with? You know what I mean? I mean,
a few maybe.
Compared to Gretzky, compared to Mike Bossy, compared to Phil Esposito.
Well, he had a shitty team most of his career.
Right. So he had to make his own.
If you average, he had a losing team most of the time.
He had to make his own room, right? You had Crosby. He starts his career off playing with Lemieux. Malkin comes in. You had Fleury and Net. I mean, Hall of Fame.
Yep.
How many Hall of Famers did Ovechkin play with? He played with Chara at the end of Chara's career when he couldn't get one end of the ice to the other. Okay, there's one.
There's somebody else in there too.
Someone else remind me. Can anybody else remind me? in the comments. You know, I mean, how many Hall of Famers does this guy play with? Not like everyone else. Not like all the other.
No, true enough. True enough. So you have to give him a little bit more credit.
Yeah.
At that
So
point,
I'm not
right?
taking anything away from him. I'm just stating facts that it's a different game today than it was 25 years ago when Gretzky retired. And it was a different game in 1999 from when Phil Esposito retired in 1981.
This basically harkens back to 1972 when the Russians played Canada and who was the best. You know, Canada thought they were going to clean up. The Russians have a very smart way of playing. And I give that credit to Ovechkin because he is an amazing
People would
player.
even think the Russian would have won a game. Like they were basically
No,
said, like,
they said they were going to cream them.
they won't even touch the puck. Yeah.
Okay, here's something from an advertisement. Actually, Becker's, which is a convenience store, a very popular one that was a franchise here in Canada. They actually sold these posters for the Team Canada, and they also did the Russian ones. And they said, we are so confident that Team Canada is going to win that if they don't, we will refund your money on the poster. Like, that's ballsy. Like,
Yeah.
who does that? Posters were $1. Okay, $1.50 back then, 72. But even still, to say that, you know, and I actually have the center of the opening page where it was the insert, and there was lots of advertisements saying, you know, we're going to clean their clocks. It's you know, it's a given. It's done. It was already done before it even started. But hey, you know, we got schooled, but we still won. It's not like the Americans in 1980 where they kind of, you know, beat the Russians, but they still had to play another game to win. But, you know, ours was, you know, Paul Henderson last game.
I can't believe that I have to agree with Name because that makes me sick to my stomach. But I was waiting to say the same thing. Yeah, you know, the only reason Canada won is because Bobby Clark cheated.
How did he cheat?
Oh, come on.
What?
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 What? You just break a guy's leg. No big deal.
It's okay.
No
It's
big.
allowed.
Yeah, it's allowed. It was allowed.
It's a flesh wound.
He was called the
Literally
Rat.
allowed.
Him and Kenny Linsman were called the Rats. So figure it out.
Kenny
Guys,
Linsman played in Boston.
Carlos,
Nobody liked Flyers, anyways.
I'm gonna have to
To
bow
this
for
day.
tonight. I
Have a good night,
I
Yannick. Take it easy.
Thank you for having me. We'll talk to you guys soon again.
Ciao, Benny.
Of course, take it easy.
Get your shit out of my house.
I'm coming soon.
Oh,
I got
Coming to
dates.
get you, as Jimi Hendrix said.
coming to get you.
Foxy. Anyways, showing my age, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, well, hey, there's nothing wrong with that, man. I love me some Jimmy.
Bingo, part of the game. Everyone's ankles were fair game. Exactly.
Yeah.
True.
If he dies, he dies.
I mean,
The great patron Saint Drago once
So
said,
be it.
if he dies, he
we
dies.
have, you know, we have the 80 Olympics here, you know, Miracle on Ice. That's a big deal for us hockey, you know, American hockey fans. You got the 72. Is there any type of shadow on that 72 because of what Clark did?
No, none.
None. You just
Zero.
zero. You got full Canadian pride. There's no like. I
He
mean,
was a diabetic.
Eric, look, Eric, if we're gonna try to argue this, then I'm sorry. Then the Miracle on Ice is the most illegitimate victory in recorded history.
Cheers.
Half those guys were from Minnesota, which is basically Canada South.
Exactly.
So they weren't even American. You couldn't even get actual Americans to play for Team USA.
And who's the only player who ever died? Masterton. There you go, Minnesota. There you
Shame.
go.
It's your shame.
so
Thank
They even made a trophy after that.
I just think it's interesting that at no point when you're celebrating 72, you don't just go,
No, we don't.
no, okay.
No. I do it for Toronto, and when Gretzky should have got that penalty, yes. But other than that, no.
Eric, when have you ever learned? When has anyone who ever won anything ever accepted any reason, rationale, or excuses for any of it? Why do you think whenever we joke about and talk about, it's like the 98-99 Dallas Stars and Brett Hull scoring the most legitimate goal in NHL history, no controversy whatsoever.
None.
Like
No.
that
Okay.
crease jumped in front of Brett Hull.
It
That
did.
crease attacked Brett Hull.
I believe it. I think the crease should have got a penalty, and the goalie should have went.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
I believe that.
Brett Hull was
That's
a
right.
victim.
He was a
All
victim.
different
It's terrible.
because he's Gordy's son. Come on. Anyways.
All right. So I've been well, in the course of us talking, I was trying to pull up a little bit of information so I could get some of the numbers here. And I was able to get hockey reference is good because you can get different stuff, but I wanted to
I
get
like
league
hockey
averages.
reference. They have jersey numbers. They have things that hockey database file or the
And sometimes, and they also have charts for certain things because you can
Yes.
get, in this case, season by season league averages. So I was looking for some league
Yeah.
averages, is what I wanted.
gotcha.
And amongst the league averages was the goals per game, which is what I wanted to pull up and get some information on.
Okay.
So that's basically what I wanted to pull up here. So we've got the number of games and we got a couple different categories. So I'll show you, but I'll walk us through some of it. I won't go season by season, but I'll give us the general gist of it so we can look at it. All right. So hold on here. I'll make it a little bit bigger just to make it easier to read. Okay. So I'm going to start off here. So right here under this, we got our goals here. And when we go in here and we look at it, so we'll start off with 79.80. So 3.51 goals per game, 3.84, 4 goals per game, et cetera, et cetera. You get the general idea. So we're pushing on 4 goals per game for years here. 84, 85, 3.89, 85, 86, almost 4 goals per game again. We're still hanging around in the high threes, mid threes. So right now we're through 92, 93. 94, 95 is New Jersey in the beginning of the trap. Goals per game drops below 3. Okay? Drops below 3. We were comfortably above 3 prior to that. Into almost 4 in some cases, and some years above 4. So right now we're about 15 years into Gretzky's career. He has never had a goals per game below 3 for the entirety of his career up until this point.
Yeah.
The entire run.
Incredible. Yeah.
Now it goes up again slightly in 95, 96, but drops again below that in 96, 97. 97, 98, it drops to its lowest yet, 2.64 goals per game. 98, 99, 2.63 goals per game. 99, 2000, 2.75 goals per game. So it's these last couple of years that the goals drops off. That's the last 5 years of Gretzky's career. He wasn't scoring anyway. His last season, he scored 9 goals.
Then he went to the Kings in 99, right? Or 89, sorry.
Yeah, 89. But he still had a couple of years of like good scoring.
Yeah, half decent.
So the scoring remains comfortably under 3 goals here. In 2003, 2004, it's 2.57 goals per game. The lowest number yet up until this point. So scoring is still going down. And now we're a decade past the New Jersey Devils and the New Jersey Trap.
And what was his rookie year? Wasn't it 2002?
No, it's 2005, 2006.
Oh, okay.
So this is the first year. 2005, 2006, right after the lockout, scoring bumps up again, back to 3 goals a game. Then right back down, 2.8, 2.7, 2.85, 2.77, still under 3 goals per game every season. 2.66 in 2014, 2015, 2.67. No, it's not. It's almost a goal and a half less per game on average than in the 80s.
No, as a player, I'm just saying.
No, this is the whole league. This is everybody. This is every game.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so we're talking like an average game of like 2 to 1. We're talking like a game of 2 to 1 or less on average.
Gotcha. Okay.
So we don't creep up again above 3 goals per game.
Then. Yeah.
It is very low. We don't creep up again above 3 goals per game again until 2021, 2022. It's only a couple of years ago. The goals per game was trash.
So when did they take the center line out then?
05, 06. It didn't help.
Wow, No,
it didn't do a damn thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, it didn't help. I'm sorry. 21, 22 is when they started really heavily changing some of the way they called some of the rules, and it bumped it up above 3 again. But this season, we're below 3 again.
So
it's not helping.
There was a time there, and I think this is a factor too, is that the goalies' equipment got certainly large, and then they had to put some restrictions on it.
John Sebastian Jaguar, like body armor.
Oh, it's huge. Yeah, it was like massive. Yeah.
Remember the pyramids?
What year was that though?
Because I was
watching it get the goalie pads went huge, and then they said we're making restrictions. I forget when was that. I think it was 2018 or something like that. 2017.
No, it was much earlier than that.
Was it?
Yeah, much. Jean Sebastian Jaguar was already retired by 2018.
I just remember the pads on the shoulders like this.
And then they had the glove with the little extra mesh, and then it got bigger, and then it was like, hey, easy guys.
Oh yeah, it just got silly.
And then they put regulations on it because I think there was regulations before, but then they started to grow and grow
They
and add
needed-
extra pieces of everything everywhere.
I still don't
Yeah.
understand why don't they get someone like Yokozuna and stick him in net?
Exactly. There's no room. There's no room.
So in 2007, 2008, Jean Sebastian Jaguar had a 212 save percentage. 212 goals against.
Mhm.
So he was at the peak of his powers in terms of save percentage and in terms of goals against. That was 07-08. So it was a couple of years into Ovechkin's career at that
I
point.
got you. Okay. All
So
right.
that's when. So he was still obviously taking advantage of it. The following season, his goals against ballooned up to 310.
Yeah,
It bumped up
That's
some.
the way.
Yeah, he did actually have another really good season in 2011, 2012. 2.28 goals against in 32 games. Very
Yeah.
respectable. Very good.
Yeah.
So the point is though that it stayed comfortably below 3 goals per game. Scoring was down. Only about the last 5 years it started to creep back up. Well, by this point, Ovechkin's
Why is that,
35. Because they started basically calling a lot more penalties on interference. They really got very militant on calling interference penalties.
I guess.
Yeah. And that bumped up the power play goals. Basically, it helped.
True. Yep.
Yeah. So that's really it. Power play was bumped up and suddenly scoring went back up. But the thing is, like, that's only in the last couple of years. Again, the 150 point season only happened in the last couple of seasons. So all of a sudden we're getting 100-point guys again. Magically, the players, I guess, got better in the last 3 or 4 years. Magically.
Well, that is a factor too, because there is those lull periods where you don't have the superstars, right?
We had talented offensive players. They just were not scoring at that clip.
Understand.
Yeah.
You know, how many superstars from '66? We have Bobby Orr, we have Wayne Gretzky, we have who else? Can we put Ovechkin in there? Can we put
Lemieux?
Lemieux? Well, Lemieux, no, he's limited on his time play that he played, so you can't really call him a superstar at that point.
Sorry,
Because he
what year
didn't
were we
break
talking
any
about?
records.
What
or
year were we
anything like
referring
that,
to?
So, but he was a superstar, but he doesn't have superstar status in the sense of how many goals he scored or what have you. So, and neither is Bossy. So there you go. Great goal scorers, great guys who played the game, but unfortunately, their careers are shortening, and that hurts. And that hurt Bobby Orr. Except he excelled in those years that he did play, the 10 years. So, just saying. There's a whole way of breaking this all down, but it's there's no rhyme or reason really for it. The last 5 years, Carlos saying, yeah, we're getting all these extra goals, and why? I guess penalties, calling penalties.
Well, the amount of penalties went
that
up.
favorable.
The last couple of years, the amount of penalties per game has also gone up.
Yes, and that makes
so
sense.
the referees call it to get more power plays, more power play goals.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
so
then
there's a
we
cause
have
and
the
effect. You can
3-on-3,
kind of see
we
a
have
cause and
the-
effect.
And then we have actually in the last few years is we have pulling the goalies at what 3 minutes left. Like nobody ever did that ever. It was like 1 minute, under 1 minute.
Yeah.
Like you never did that.
It became a strategy that,
It became
that
a
a lot more
stupid
coaches
strategy.
were willing
I
to
didn't
do.
thought it was good, but anyways, because either you lost or you just won, and it was like, and usually you lost at 3 minutes. On 1 minute, you rarely won, but it wasn't because they got an open net goal. It was just the way the play went. So, yeah, it's really hard.
Lose multiple times this year because of that.
Yeah, I know.
No, actually because it worked for the other team. The other team pulled their goalie and scored against the Bruins with the man advantage because the Bruins suck.
And that's the Leafs too. Yeah, I know. I live it.
The Bruins
work.
suck so bad. They're so bad.
Leafs are okay. Like somebody asked me the other day, and they go, "Hey, the Leafs should be good for the Cup this year." And I went, "What?" Yeah, possibly on the outside chance, but I wouldn't bet my money on it. Yeah, they're just inconsistent. They lose against the worst team, and then they win against the best team. It's just like it's no rhyme or reason. It's like whenever anybody shows up there, it's a surprise. Matthew might start back checking soon. I have no idea.
Well, but if it helps at all,
Mhm.
Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment did announce that the cheapest season tickets are increased.
Oh.
So now, Eric, for the pittance. So if you get a pair of tickets,
Yeah.
I think they're called the purples. So that's the upper
That's the
deck
grays,
kind of.
the old grays. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but now they're the purples. So the upper
Purples.
deck up here.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you can get a pair of tickets, just $10,000.
That's it.
All right.
a pittance.
And that's only like 7,000 to you. Not bad.
Yeah, like super cheap.
For the worst seats in the house.
Yeah, for the nosebleeds.
Yeah, and I think Toronto's definitely in the top 3 most expensive, but I think Boston's in the top 5.
I think Toronto's pretty much up there for number one.
Believe it or not, I think number 1, I think, is the Rangers. Madison
Really?
Square Garden, I think.
I'd have to rival you on that because I think the Leafs are pretty. Like, it's
Oh,
like
no.
$300 for a lower bowl, so that's.
I think I used to say it was Toronto, and then I looked it up once, and I think it's the Rangers.
It might be the Rangers with the exchange rate, yes, but
And
otherwise, I think it would be equal with
then,
Toronto and New York for sure. If not Toronto being more.
Toronto was second, and then Montreal, and then Boston was in the top 5.
If you get lower bowl Toronto Maple Leafs, like right down close to the ice center line, you're looking at 500 and something.
Yeah, Bobby, if you're talking lower bowl at the Leafs, I would just buy the Skeens card. It'd be cheaper.
I think, yeah, it might be.
I would just buy the Skeens card.
You could amortize that over. Yeah, that would.
Yeah, I'd have cash left over.
It's
That'd be easier.
$100 for the worst seat in the Boston, the TD Garden. It's not the
Well,
Boston.
what's the purple's worth?
Well, like I said, it's 10. It was so 10,000 means it's 5,000 per.
40
It's
games.
1,000. It's 5,000 per person,
Yeah.
divided by the entire
It's
thing.
$100 a game at least.
Yeah, it's probably higher. But you know what's funny though? So I'm just pulling up an article from the Hockey News from 2014. So when they did a quick survey, they basically were looking at most expensive and least expensive arena
Survey
experiences,
says.
is what they called it. Yeah, so I'm about to give it to you. So factoring in ticket prices, food, beverages, and parking fees for a family of 4 attending the game. So they wanted to calculate what it would look like for a family of 4.
Can't say food.
The Toronto Maple Leafs came in as most expensive at $703.88 USD.
For $1,000, I can get a PMG. Like, honestly.
You could.
And that was in 2014.
No, 2024.
2024. That's like, yeah, last year.
Yeah, this article is from last August. So not long
And that's
ago.
really expensive. I can't believe that they charge that much for food.
But the
like-
good news is they've
What's the good
increased it
news?
by 20% for next year.
Oh, thank God.
Yes. So
Well,
it is
they are a
important.
publicly traded company, so every quarter
Yeah.
matters, right?
The second costliest is Vegas.
No way.
Yep.
Really?
The T-Mobile Arena. T-Mobile Arena is actually a pretty small arena. So it wouldn't surprise me if the average ticket price is higher.
I'd like to see a game in
Third
Vegas.
place is the Rangers.
And because it's a tourist, I never would have said, I never would have guessed that. But
I
because
would love to go see Vegas play.
tourists go and say, hey, let's go do something tonight. And, you're on vacation, so you'll spend the money to experience something in Vegas.
I got a new hat. I didn't tell you guys. Amazing.
Golf Club.
We have some autographs on this hat.
Harry Howell. I
Eddie
see.
Shack.
Gordie Howe.
No, we have Harry Howell. You have Alan Stanley.
Bathgate.
You have
Andy Bathgate. Yeah.
Andy Bathgate. Oops. There we go.
Oh, okay. I thought that one was.
I don't know. Who do we have? Oh, so sorry.
You actually
you have to
have
take a look at it.
on it.
Now,
We
one
have
thing that you can say
Bob
that
Nevin.
one thing you can say about this article. So Bobby Bond, I think, was on there. So Mike saw
Bobby
that.
Vaughn.
Bobby Bond and Red Kelly, he saw on there. So one thing that obviously shows that this article is dated is that they still have Arizona in there, but Arizona would be the cheapest. If that helps.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
5,000 seat arena at a college that didn't sell out.
I should move to Arizona. Then I could watch every game. It'd be great. Go to
Yeah,
the-
well, not now. Not now.
No, they're in Utah.
Get a $2.
Yeah,
hot
the
dog.
Arizona team's in Utah, so you got to go hang out with the Mormons.
The Utah Hockey Club.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Speaking of which, kind of unrelated, but related to something we had talked about a couple of weeks back. So I actually saw on Instagram our favorite, the Toronto Maple Leafs baseball club.
Mhm.
They actually came up with a little promotion that I thought was interesting. So I had mentioned that obviously they got the merch and stuff like that, and I got the hat and the jersey and all that stuff, and I was like, okay, cool, and I'll check out a couple of games this season. But I also mentioned they don't sell, they don't charge for tickets because it is a public park, so they're not allowed to charge for tickets.
Oh,
apparently.
I got it. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the thing. But obviously, they've got ways that people can support the club by buying merch
course.
and whatever. And they've got like a hot dog vendor and concessions there, and that's how they make their money, which is fine. That's a legitimate way of making some cash.
Sure.
But the funny thing is, they've also got those season ticket, like the Gold Club and the Blue Club and whatever. They got those cards, and for the card, you get a jersey. You get discounts on this. You get a couple of other perks, and they throw some stuff in there. It's pretty decent. But I was looking at it, and on social media, they made a post, and they said, hey, the first 40 people to buy the gold membership for 2025, you get all the perks that are normally included in it, but you also get an invitation to go check out a Jays game from a luxury box.
No way.
And I was like, that's a nice perk.
Fine, yeah.
That's pretty solid. Look, I'm not saying I bought a gold membership ticket, but I'm a gold member for 2025.
Well, the
That's all I'm
first
saying.
40, yeah, that's tough.
Well, the thing is that they still had it even as of earlier today. They
Oh,
still
no
had a couple
way.
left. It's
Really?
inter-county baseball, Bobby. It's not like they're selling like hotcakes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still.
So we'll see. I think I'm inside the first 40. If I am inside of it, I'll go to the game. The luxury box ticket is a good those are expensive.
That's
That's worth it. That's total. And I'm still getting the jersey and I'm still getting the discounts and some of the other stuff. I'm like, that's like my old Jay season tickets.
That's like a
when it was
bonus.
$600.
$300 to $500 value.
That's
right?
what the gold membership is $300.
Oh,
The ticket is worth more than the the gold
exactly.
membership. Yeah, so it's like you're getting the rest of the stuff for free.
That's
Eric, I
amazing.
can't afford not to buy one.
Oh,
That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
So I was like, listen, if I can get a ticket at the luxury box included as part of that, like even as it is, I'll take the jersey and the other stuff and I'll go check out some games and it'll be fun. But if I can get that other thing in there, it's like, then great. That'll be like the only Jays game I'll attend this year. But I'll do it from a box, which would be great.
And it will be the Blue Jays versus whoever the worst team in the American League is at the time.
If it can.
No, they give you the game ahead of time. It's going to be Cleveland.
Oh, all right.
So they're not the worst. They're a decent team. Not the best, but certainly not.
I figured it was a floating thing,
No.
and
They give you the date. They give you the exact date and the exact game. Because they actually one of their sponsors actually lent them the box for the game. So that's how they were able to offer it. So as a perk, they said, "Hey guys, if you buy this, we'll give you a seat in the box for this game." And hey, thanks to so and so for offering us the. That's basically what happened when I went to. I've been to one Raptors game in my life, one,
okay.
and it was because I was still working at the bank and I was working late one day, back when I actually used to work for a living.
Yeah. Well,
I gave that up years ago, cold turkey. So anyway, but I was working there late because I had some stuff to do, and my manager comes by, actually my director, so a level up for my manager, comes by and says, "Hey Carlos, got something interesting here. It's like I heard you were a sports fan," and I go, "Yep." It's like you like you like the Raptors? Like I watch the odd game here and there, and it's like, well, if you want to stick around for a little bit, we have a couple of extra seats in the box for the Raptors game tonight. It was literally that night. So it was like he had to be there, and it just so happened. So I said, "Well, I got nothing else planned." Sure. So they said, "All right, stick around for a little bit, and then we'll all go together, and we'll go whatever." So it was it was basically given to them by one of their business partners who weren't using it that night, and said, "Hey," because they buy the luxury box the whole season. So
Right.
they said, "Yeah, we're not using it tonight. If you guys want, you can take some of your people over and go show them a good time." So we went in, and it was basically a bunch of us that were working in the office, and the luxury box, it was a very nice box, but at the same time, food and drink are all comped.
Oh,
So I was like, twist my arm, I guess.
yeah.
I
right.
suppose I could trouble myself to stick around for this.
And did you partake in alcohol consumption?
You're damn right I did.
Okay. And you
damn right.
lost your job the next day.
No, I'm not a rookie out here, Eric. Listen,
Oh,
I'm not irresponsible like you. I don't sit there have a couple of swigs of some beer, and all of a sudden It's me talking to the cops and trying to explain to them where I got the baby oil. This isn't the situation that I find myself in.
Your tolerance is much higher than mine.
It is much higher than yours. Yes.
That is a fact.
Yes, that is a fact.
I have no tolerance.
Yes.
0.
Yes.
You have some.
Yeah, I got a little bit. Listen, I'm not as good as I once was, but I can down the odd pop. It's not an issue for me. So no, I did not lose my job. As a matter of fact, it was a good time, and but that is the only time I've been to a basketball game. That's the only Raptors game I've ever gone to, and food was good though. I will say food was good. Drinks were crump, which was great. That was awesome, and they even had a dessert cart. I was like, God damn it, really, guys?
Nice.
And I was like, and I told my buddy, because my buddy had been trying to get me out to a Raptor game for the longest time because he likes basketball and everything. And I was like, well, now I officially can never go with you. And he goes, what do you mean? Listen, I can't go. Now I've experienced, Eric, what the upper crust have. I've been to the mountaintop, and now I cannot go and sit there with the commoners. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm sorry. They had a dessert cart. Do you have a dessert cart? Then fuck off. I can't go back, Eric. I can't go back.
Well, you would think that with some of the connections that I come across, that somehow that would equal getting me into a Bruins game and in the alumni suite or something like that. But it has not happened, nor has it ever come close to happening. And the one ex-Bruin who's actually a friend of mine, and I'm just not going to say his name at the moment, but who I'm actually friends with, hates the fact that he played professional hockey for 10 years for a couple of different teams. Just looks back at that whole aspect of his life and it's like, I hate hockey. I hate everything about it. I'm never, ever going back. I'm never going to do this, and this. And it's like, dude, you could get us into the alumni suite. You could do all these things. It would be a fun night. He goes, never going to happen. Like, why am I friends with you? You suck. And he just, yep.
Tragic.
It is. It's freaking ridiculous. Because he's got a thing about his past life, about how he doesn't care that he was a hockey player in the NHL for a decade. And he just wants nothing to do with that part of his life ever again. It's affecting me.
So selfish.
I'm like, good. Call up one of your ex-teammates and say, hey, take care of my buddy. Nope. He doesn't want to talk to any of his ex-teammates. He doesn't want anything to do with 10 years of NHL hockey.
And why aren't you listening to this man? He's trying to tell you hockey's stupid.
That's what he says.
That's what I'm saying. Eric, what have I been saying all along?
Oh my God.
If you had asked him for Boston Bruins, or if you had asked him for Boston Red Sox tickets, he probably would have hooked up. Zach here says, I know that years ago NBA food and drink prices are insane. In some places they still are. Hot dog and soda at a Thunder game is like $20. Yeah. But no, look, the reason I thought it was so funny, and I heard about it earlier today on a podcast, was that Leaf tickets were already very expensive. Leaf tickets, no normal person goes to Leafs game. The only time you go to Leaf, that's why I gave the Raptor example. I worked at a bank. They make a lot of money. And it wasn't even their luxury suite, but it was a corporate partner they have who also had a luxury suite. These are tax write-offs. The only people that are buying tickets to these games are companies, corporations that are then whining and dining there. Or occasionally, once in a blue moon, they say, hey, give the drone in Sector 7G a break. This will be like a nice little thing that we can do, which, by the way, has already been fully comped. It's already been fully paid for. It's a write-off. But we can say we did something nice for the drones. Once in a blue moon, they'll that's why I say, just right time, right place. The only reason I was there was because my manager knew that I liked sports. And I said, yeah, and I happened to be there. And I said, yeah, I would stick around. Not knowing exactly what they had in mind or what they had set up. But then when I got there, it was good. But it's once in a specific wild thing, and you got to basically be right place, right time.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it just would have asked the other people, and that's the people that would have gone. It would have been the suits that would have gone there. We just happened to be there right time, right place,
well,
right time.
My son has season tickets. He has second bowl, I guess, 10 rows up. Center ice.
Yep.
Not bad.
Does he do it through a company or does he do it through himself?
No, through himself. It's been handed down through 2 generations. So,
And when does he invite you to go and take you?
well, what he does, he sells some of the tickets.
Which is pretty much what you have to do. Like realistically, you have to sell some of those tickets.
Yeah, because
otherwise you gotta have a fortune.
I don't know how much it is, $15,000, whatever it is, 20,000, whatever.
Yeah,
So
it's a lot.
He does sell a bunch of tickets. He asked me if I want any, and I just go, not at that price, because I think his tickets are $180, $190 per ticket. So, it's a lot of money. And I sit there and go, I don't know if I want to see the Leafs, but if he gets a playoff spot, like he could do really well with that. Selling them off if he doesn't want to go.
Right.
And he's a big Leaf fan, big Blue Jays fan, big football fan. He's a very fan oriented scorers. He'll watch any game, kind of thing. So he knows a lot of stuff like that. Collectible wise, not so much. But he does have a nice collection of whack packs from 1971 up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, well, I used to, when he'd help me out and stuff like that, I used to give him a pack back in the, I guess, early 2000s, when I had a lot of excess packs and stuff like that. So, he's built a nice collection. So he has that all there. And I said, you should have sold it when the boom was on, because I said, you could have got some really good money for it. But he doesn't need money, so he's good.
Well, that's the thing. If you're getting tickets at that level, you're not worried about money necessarily. But I will say, like, kind of circling around this very topic, my thought process on it is, I kind of go back to the discussion we had some weeks back. I still enjoy some of these games for entertainment, but to me, it is entertainment. And at a certain price point, it's not entertainment.
The price
anymore.
of entertainment is
At a certain level, it's like, okay, look, it's worth something to me, yes. But once you surpass a certain number, that's why when I talked about the Jays tickets and I talked about how expensive they got. When the bleacher seats were $70, Eric, I remember buying the bleacher seats for $15.
$5.
So my brain cannot reconcile. And let's be clear about this. Hold on, we'll do it for the first time tonight. Because to be fair,
I've
been doing it to be clear.
But this time I did it. We did the.
I've been doing to be clear.
Yeah, I got you. But the thing is that I'm not going to sit here and pretend to you that I cannot or have not bought things that are over $100 or a couple hundred. My price tolerance on like my collectibles and stuff like that has gone up over the years. In my mind, I can get my head around, if I see the thing that I really want, I'm willing to spend the money.
It commensurates with what you're making too, right? On top of that, so that's a big part of it.
It is, but the thing is, like, for certain collectibles, I would not hesitate to pull the trigger, even if it is a couple of $100 or $1,000. If it's something I really want, like it's got the key is I gotta really want it. But my brain, I cannot get to paying $70 for this ticket because it's a one game. I'm going to sit there for one game, and I have attended hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of games. So in my mind, I don't see where the value is going to be there, where it's so much more that in my head is what it was. I still remember what it was in the late 90s when it was me and 10 of my closest friends in a section because half the damn thing was empty. They were giving away the tickets.
Really, and I remember that in the 80s and 90s. Like, honestly, to go to a Jays game and sit in the 300, 200 level, it was like $5-10.
Yeah, and $5-10, sure, $5-10, sure.
It was the parking cost you more.
I was there in '99 and bought tickets to see Cal Ripken play for $3 Canadian, and of course, the tickets were up top. But the place was empty, so we just walked down and sat on the first baseline.
Yeah, that's all you can do. Yeah, you can do that.
I paid $3 to get into Sky Dome, and I got to see Cal.
$3. Yeah, exactly.
And here's the thing, and you got ripped off because back in the day we had the Toronto Star season ticket pass, and if you could get the season ticket pass was $81 for 81 games.
$1 a game.
It was $1, a shiny loony.
Wow. I guess
the only rule was, so it was sponsored by the Toronto Star. That's why it was called the Toronto Star season ticket pass.
Yep.
But what happened was, so the rule was that you would bring this, so you would buy it and you would get this card. And the card is what you would bring to the game. And 90 minutes before the game, you would go to the box office. And the tickets were in the 500 section, up in the 500s. But regardless, it's $1 per game, whatever. But you go to there 90 minutes before the game, and if they had not sold out, which they never sold out,
Never sold them.
then you would be entitled to 1 ticket in the 500 section for your pass.
Yep.
So you would literally be able to go to every single Jays home game for $1 per game. It was the greatest deal. Like,
A
it was
lot of
the
people
best
did.
deal.
I overpaid by
that
$2.
time, right?
God damn it.
Yeah.
But now imagine, Eric, if you're a big baseball fan, you love you some baseball, and this is the late 90s, and you can go get into a major league ballpark and go watch a game for $1. That's great. Hell, you know what? I'll splurge for a hot dog, Eric. I can afford it. I got extra money in my pocket, burning a hole. It's fine. Sure. Like, go have a good time. That was the best time. I understand, but look, Rogers owns them, and they're going to squeeze every dime and every penny out of it. Squeeze, even the thought of it, they'll charge you for it.
Yep.
But yeah, I can't, like I said, my brain cannot reconcile. When I think of bleacher seats, I'm thinking like 20-ish bucks. That's where my head goes. Because for many years, those were the tickets. It started at 15, and then I remember that once it got to a certain point, it was like 25 bucks.
But $70 is just out there.
Yeah.
That's
And
way
I'm
out
like,
there.
but it's the same section that I used to sit in.
Yeah.
So like in my head, I'm like, I cannot. If I paid $70, I used to be like on the third baseline or the second baseline. Like you're right
Yeah.
there, a little bit closer.
That wasn't bad.
So the problem is, and here's where the issue comes into it. Now, if I was going to buy a ticket, now it's like, well, if it's $70 for the bleachers, then I may as well just splurge. Then at that point, I would want to sit in either one of the boxes or one of the lounge areas or whatever. You may as well then pay
The
for the
restaurant.
premium experience. Yeah, you may as well pay for the premium experience, Eric, and go get really nice seats.
Really?
If you're going to splurge once in a blue moon, there's no point in saying $70 for a standard bleacher seat. Where if you pay a couple $100, at least you get a nice lounge seat, comfortable seats, and all the rest of the amenities. Then you make it into a day of it, whatever.
Yeah, front row in the restaurant, you can have a couple beers and enjoy the game.
Yeah, but that's where it's gotten to though. Now you're talking hundreds of dollars for one game, but at least you're getting a better experience out of it as opposed to just a seat.
But they're not even get the call for that. They're like, who's paying that? Nobody. I can't see too many people paying $70.
It's basically what happened with the Leafs. A lot of these now are going to companies that are buying up the blocks of tickets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they take their
So
whole
then-
crew and yeah.
If you're a client or you work there and they hey, you know what? You did a great job, Eric. Here's some tickets.
Here's some
go
Blue Jay
take your
tickets.
friend or
It's almost
yeah,
like
go take.
here's some Blue Jay tickets if you want to go.
Well, they got almost 3 million last year, Bobby.
It's
People
amazing.
still going. People
Yeah.
still going. It's actually the attendance is actually up the last decade or so compared to the decade and a half prior.
Well, I think it's a thing to do.
That's what when Rogers did all those
Bring their
renovations.
wives and-
It was to
yeah.
make it a place. They made it into they bumped up the price, but they did improve the amenities around it, and they made it into a happening. Now you got
You
your
get a
craft
pulled pork
brew beers.
sandwich and whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, and you got your craft beer section over there with
Yeah,
nicer
yeah,
beers.
it's not bad.
You're not getting Bud Light.
No, It's cheap.
They bumped it up.
Yeah.
They bumped it up.
It's not cheap.
There's a Boston Pizza out behind the
That
place.
sucks. Boston pizza sucks. What do
And
you
the
think?
little ice cream shop across the street from Boston Pizza. You get ice cream.
Or as Eric calls it when he's at home, pizza. Boston
Yeah,
pizza would be redundant. He just calls it pizza.
We would call it pizza because we put the R at the end of that word.
Yeah, but you don't put anything but cheese on it, so it's like whatever.
Cheese pizza.
It's bread and cheese and sauce. It's like it's not even pizza.
Pizza.
Gotta have Hawaiian, something with like a little pineapple and ham or bacon or something good on it. Like
No.
cheese is just that's not even pizza. It's like
It is.
whatever.
It's not whatever, it's pizza.
So regardless, bottom line though is that
Mm-hmm.
real fans, for the most part, they're not buying the tickets.
No.
It's pretty much already been pre-bought. Like
Yeah.
before, those tickets are already
Corporate, yeah.
paid for and accounted for. The fans are never in the discussion for those tickets.
No, because I would not pay $70 to see in a 500 level ever.
Okay. Now my hope, my best bet for this season is number one, if my friends, the Toronto Maple Leafs baseball club, Maybe. Hey, maybe. We'll see. I ordered it, so I'll read. If they don't, I don't care. I'm happy to support because I'll go check out some games this year. I'll have some fun. It'll be fun. I'll go down to Christie Pits and I'll report back my findings. I'll hang out and have fun with it. The thing though is, if I do if they do have that ticket for that, that'd be awesome. That'd be great to attend a game that way. And then of course, unlike Eric, the ungrateful swine that he is,
I am.
if our mutual good friend Brad Harlan does end up coming down on a regular basis and getting some tickets. Look, I'm just saying, Brad, if you can hear me, I would not be morally opposed to going to the odd game. Just throw it out there.
How's it going with him? And
Brad.
What's that?
Yeah, but you'd have to go with Brad.
Well, Eric, it's not like, I imagine once upon a time, there was a poor man named Yannick. You may have heard of him. This poor man, once upon a time, had to go to a hockey game with a piece of trailer park trash. His name was, let's say, Derek. So he had to go sit there with this garbage. But he had free tickets.
He did.
Yeah.
So sometimes you make sacrifices. And Brad is far more pleasant than Derek.
I would say.
It's hard to make an argument on that one.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yep. You're right.
Yep. So yeah, I'm just saying I would not be morally opposed. If such a thing were to occur, I am open to such things. Basically, I'm angling Bobby. I don't want to pay for this shit.
I got it. Yeah.
I got an angle for it wherever I can go.
Well, the last two Leaf games I went to, and it's the first time I was at the ACC other than Van Halen in 2007, I think. That was the first time I was at the ACC. I never seen a Leaf game until 2018, 2019, something like that. I went with my sister. She got tickets from her boss and stuff like that. So actually, I did see the Bickle Trophy Award that was given to Ian Turnbull at that time. And the next game I went to was Bob Cole retiring. So I actually got two significant games. And I had the front row bowl to, and I think they were like 300 and something bucks. It was like, whoa. You know, I did get free tickets both times. I didn't actually have to pay. So otherwise I would have never went. But, you know, those are the two times I've been to the ACC and saw the Leaf play.
And
wasn't bad.
We were there on Boris Salming night.
I didn't get to
wait
go because I sacrificed
Derek?
my life for you and Yannick. Sorry.
Wait, you're Derek?
He is the Derek.
I might be.
Wow, scandalous. So yeah. Anyway, that's where the fandom situation sits in the age 2025 of our Lord. It's just too expensive. I will spend money for things that are entertaining to me, but you really got to bring something to the table. If it's just a standard regular season game, I'm sorry, guys. Like I can't justify it. There are other things that I'd rather spend the money on. There are other things I'd rather spend the time on. Like I can't.
Actually,
it's just too pricey.
I wrote an article. Not that I was going to publish it anywhere. Sometimes I just write an article and I put it in the archives and what have you. And I was looking at perspective values. And, if we can put a game into that and we say a collectible into that, we sit there and go, okay, am I going to pay $70 for that card or collectible or whatever, or go to a Jays game where they lost 9-1? Like where do you balance that? It's hard to equate. And we always look at things, somebody will like I have a super rare something, whatever, and I want $300 for it. And meanwhile, like a 76 set just sold for $300. And you have super rare, and then you have something that's common as hell, but it's a complete set, whatever. It's like, how do you balance that out? And people don't understand that going forward in the hobby. They don't realize that. Well, I'll pay $300. I just bought a set for $300 of 76, and now you got the super rare item. And they go, I don't know if I can do 300. It's like, you just bought a stupid set that's like, there's billions out there. Like, honestly, so I started to write something about, the comparative values of what people, and I think it's the value that comes down to is like rarity rules, but it doesn't rule in a certain sense because people will not pay that money, but they will pay that for a common item. Like you can buy 10 items at $40 each, and that's $400. And then you sit there and look at a $400 rare item that dwarfs everything that you bought at $40 each. You sit there and go, how does that even work? Like, honestly, like people are shying away from the $400, but they just paid like $40 for each card or whatever. So I've had a hard time trying to write the end of that article and try to justify it because it really never justifies itself.
Well, so
I don't know
we're
if
talking
people see that.
we're talking two different things here.
No,
One
same thing.
is no, there are two different things because one of them is multiple items versus one big, rarer, better item.
It could be one item too. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but regardless,
I said a 76 set first. Okay,
that's fine.
Then I divided it out. Okay.
Yeah.
So whichever way you want to take it, we have a $4 item. Either it's one item or 10 items.
Yeah, exactly. But what I'm getting at is that for some folks, they want the volume. For them, the volume is the thing. They rather have more things. It's not even about rarity or not rarity. It's like they just want more stuff. There is like a hoarding side of that. It's a hoarding mentality.
Yeah, but if you spend $40 one week and next week and another month, and over the course of the year you spend $400 on completing that set, at the end of the game it's $400. But then you have a super rare item that's $400. People just go, well, I already just bought that, and this is 10 times rarer, and you have that juggling match where people don't understand that until I explain it to them in a certain way that then they understand. So there is that perception of, it's sort of like, you get into these $1 million cards and stuff like that. It's just like, where's the perceptive value there? You could buy a jersey, like game worn from somebody, and have that hanging up, or you can buy a card that's a 101 of whatever, and it has a jersey little piece on it. And, so we have a hard time understanding perceived values in this hobby. And, I was trying to break it down, and I kind of got stuck. Anyways, I'm just saying there is a perception that is lost in between rarity and what is kind of common. So you can add up a lot of common. Yeah, I understand volume, but I'd rather have rare than common. Just saying.
No, that's the key though. You said you would rather have rare than common.
Well,
some other people would rather have common
the
than
rare, but it's sort of if you amortize a $40.
No, I got that part, but your statement was that we would all rather have rare. Would be if the rare item is ugly or hideous. Why do I want it then?
It's not as ugly or hideous, or I'm just saying it's
no, but you're saying everyone wants the rare item. I'm saying
Yes.
if you're comparing two items and one is personally aesthetically preferable, I like it more, but it's a cheaper, more common item. And then I've got a rare item that's much rarer. It's like, but if I want that thing. Now, if I want them equally, then I'm totally with you. Or if they interest me equally or even close to equally, I'm with you. But the rare thing has to be interesting to me. Otherwise, this isn't even a comparison.
Well, it is interesting, but it's the $400 at once opposed to $40 over 10 times.
Yeah.
So if you divide it out and you sit there and go, I would rather take that back and take the $400 and buy this item right now, but I've already spent that on something else, which is actually only worth that. And the $400 rare item, which is arbitrary in the cost because it could be worth $700-800 to the right person. Rarity is everything, honestly. If you have an item that's only two of, a store display or something like that, and then you have something that's like another common set, it's just like, if you divide it out, which one do you really want if I just brought it to you right there? But if you're only paying $40 every time, it's kind of like, I've already, paid for that over the year, but that one time $400 is an offset. And people don't realize that. Get the $400 item, because that $40 every time, you can do that anytime. But you only have opportunity at one time to buy that $400 item once. 76 cards. How long does it take to get a set? Like, when can you get a set? Anytime. When can you get that rarity? Once, twice, maybe. So
No,
I was playing around with that, and I write a couple articles and I just put them away for a little while because I get frustrated on certain points, and I just sit there and go, what is the best way to look at this? And people, when you actually explain it to them, they understand it, but they still do what they do. Collectors are collectors. You can't.
So I think that last point is the key thing. They still do what they do. There is a certain element of it. You can explain.
Well, they do what they do until they reach that rare item, because they haven't seen it and they haven't had it. They hadn't had opportunity until that opportunity rears its head, then they sit there and go, I'd rather have this than doing all that, but I've already spent that and I'm kind of past my budget. You know, a lot of people, you know, have budgets and, you can only spend so much. So they've already spent that money and they sit there and go, geez, I'm going to have to put that on my credit card. I don't know if I should. It's like, get it now. Sell the other shit. You can get it back later, some other day. Anyways, you know, I just have little things that I write. Actually, I just wrote another one too. Sort of about the hockey history of how production worked and how the baby boomers came in and the age and how people collected and what happened. So there's a very nice article coming somewhere. I don't know where it's going to be published, but any which way, it's nice to break it down and see how our hockey hobby kind of ran in a sort of a bell curve based on population.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah,
I like
it will be interesting. I already finished I got up to 1990 and I stopped because I said, okay, the next part is going to be difficult because we have the boom. We have a lot of different things happening. We have people coming back. We have a large population explosion in 1960, which is the highest. What was it? 3.9 kids per family. And it dropped down considerably, right down to 1986, where it went 1.8 kids per family. So we had a dramatic drop, but then we had the explosion in 1990. But I think it was a lot of the people coming from that time period to, recapture their youth again. You know, the 90s boom. A lot of people came back because we had a large baby boomer that kind of came sort of in at 1990, 90, whatever, 2, 3, 4. And they came back into the hobby, said, hey, listen, I'm 45. I got a house. I got kids. They're all grown up. They're gone. I got some extra income and I'm going to invest into that. So anyways, I broke it all down and it's going to be an interesting read. I'm just having a hard time getting past 1990 and trying to put it in the right perspective for everybody. But I just did it from post-war, from World War II and the first Parkhurst and stuff like that, and population growth and how everything went. So I think it's a great breakdown because it really tells us how our hobby went through those time periods. Anyway.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, here says off topic, but going after any Favre stuff tomorrow, Carlos.
More
stuff
Favre.
production. Always Favre. Are you talking about eBay, Paul? Like, where are you referring to? I assume eBay, but I'm not sure. I'm just curious. One thing I was going to ask, actually, and I thought this would kind of play into what we were discussing a moment ago, and I'll pose this question to you, Eric.
Okay.
One thing is always, that's always a comparison is the idea of the item versus the experience. So we were talking a couple of minutes ago about how I couldn't reconcile the value of attending these games at that price point. It's an experience, yes, but I've also experienced it a lot of times. Just a regular game is nothing special necessarily. But
you're talking about value of money or value of the game?
First, I'm talking about the actual value of the experience itself.
Okay.
It's something that I used to do regularly, but at a price point that still made sense to me. Mm-hmm. I was okay with that because I enjoyed watching the game. And at the price it was at, I could attend a number of them and I could watch different matchups. I could, this good player's coming into town. Hey, I'm going to go get a ticket for that game and go. And that's through the 2000s and the 90s. I used to do that a lot when they did interleague play and Barry Bonds came into town. I would go out of my way to pick that specific game so I could watch Bonds. Griffey. I got a chance to watch almost all the great players that came through town at different times. And I would at least take one game of the 3-game set and I would go watch. Sometimes I do it on the weekend. Oftentimes I do it in the middle of the week. The Jays today have started to do these midweek games at 3:00, which would be great if you're not at work. Now, if you can get off,
a lot of people work from home.
Listen, a 3 p.m. game on a Wednesday is awesome because then you're out of there at a reasonable time. You can go get a bite to eat and you go home. That would be sensational. I would love that. That'd be great. It's tricky. But I like the fact of thinking of doing that. And there are folks who will totally skip out from work to get to go down. Yeah, like totally. So look, it's not. I've seen worse ideas. The problem is still the price point, because I would totally do that. I would, but not at $70.
$70.
But that's the problem.
Plus your beer, plus your hot dog, plus
whatever. The problem is the $70 plus.
Yeah.
And that's the issue. The issue isn't the idea.
So you're
Whereas
whereas
then I look at it, I go, okay, but for $100, instead of that, I could just watch it on TV and just go get this item. So all of a sudden it becomes like, all right, so the value proposition of the item becomes more interesting than the experience.
So if you went to watch Otani or you went to watch somebody else, it'd be worth your money, right?
Not $100. I'm not paying $100 to watch Otani.
I'm just saying. Doesn't matter who it is. The $100 is still $100, right? You can get a nice card for $100, you know.
That's kind of the thing.
Well,
so that's
and that
so
comes
that's
back
the
to what I
underlying
was saying
question.
is where is the value there? Would I rather have a card or go to the game?
Yeah. So what I'm comparing, Eric, is an experience versus a collectible.
Yep.
So where do you kind of sit on
Collectible
that
lasts
idea?
forever. The game is an experience in life.
Yeah, that's the thing. The collectible, I can physically own the item. I will
Yes.
still have it after I bought it, and then I can display it or
And
do
actually,
whatever.
you can sell it too.
Yeah.
You can't sell the game
I,
experience.
Zach, it's never off topic. That's true.
I can
Go on.
give the quick answer, but then I can go into the yeah buts after. But it's up to you if you want to hear the yeah buts.
I need a whiteboard from you.
Okay. I would go with the experience. Life is about experiences. Memories are great. And with cell phones now, we're constantly taking pictures and video of the experiences. You go home, you can put 8x10s up or watch the video over and over again. Experiences, especially with someone that you enjoy being around, is worth more than taking a card and putting it in a box and not seeing it for a couple of years and then go, oh yeah, I forgot I had this.
Okay, I want you to expand on that.
Right.
So, but when you're saying experience, though, are you saying like so that we can level set here? Are you saying like the experience of hitting the like button and basking in the warm glow that is you adding another number to the invoice, the experience that we can all experience together of hitting the like button and then Eric pays? That kind of experience is what you're saying.
No, I wasn't referring to that experience.
No, you were talking about the experience. Let me tell you. Listen, Eric. I had a window over here, and I hit the like button. Let me tell you, the feeling of euphoria that came over me. The experience.
I just like to state yet again, there was nothing to like on this show. This show is stupid. If you're watching it, you're stupid.
What?
Everything about this is stupid.
Why are you on the show then?
I don't know.
Because you're stupid.
Oh, easily.
Yes.
Okay, I will accept that.
Okay.
You should. Now, I wanted to quickly, since you brought it up about the experience, I wanted to make sure that people understood the experience of hitting the like button. But now, please continue. Elaborate your point about the experience.
I think experiences are more important. I think since technology has grown, people are getting out of the house less and experiencing less and less. So
lacking the experience. Yes.
I put an emphasis on get out of your damn house and go have some experiences. With that said, I am not now, Carlos, you'll like this one especially. I'm not going to put myself in a financial jam.
Talk about the jam.
Okay. To go and experience something because
you ain't got the jam.
I'm only talking about myself. I will sit there and dwell at the concert, at the show, at this, at whatever it is, at the game, that I'm financially ruined. And I won't enjoy it as much. And the experience will never live up to my perceived expectations because of the financial ruin I put myself in. So I have to be able to afford. I don't mind having it hurt a little bit, right? Because that's a sacrifice. And if the experience is worth it, I don't mind making a sacrifice. But I'm not going to financially ruin myself for an experience because I won't enjoy it. The whole time I'm in whatever country, halfway across the world, sitting on that beach, getting margaritas, whatever the people like to do. I mean, that sounds like a nightmare to me, but I'd just be like, I can't afford this. I couldn't sit there and relax and enjoy it. So I have to make sure that it's worth the money that I'm going to put out so I can enjoy it and get its true value from it. Not have it at this unreasonable expectation. You know what I'm saying? Because if all I'm thinking about is the money I spent, everything better be, times 10. It better be up to 11. Even better.
So, but here, look. So here's the thing. Kind of, you did kind of touch on where I wanted to go with this, and what I was asking is there is a value to experiences, and this would be kind of my point that I'm making right now. There is a value to experiences. I think for most people, I think there is, but I think we all have a price point where you cross the threshold. Where yes, an experience. Yes, I'd be interested. Again, going back to what I said earlier when I gave my story. Through those days where I went to a lot of Jays games, I'm a baseball fan, still am, but I don't have as much time as I used to have. So my time is more precious. So if I'm going to give you my time, it needs to count. It needs to be worth something. At the same time, if I'm going to spend my money, then it's even more important for me because I'm actually better situated today financially. That's great. But I've got more things going on. I've got more expenses going on. There's other costs to consider. Even the example I gave earlier tonight about getting that ship my cards thing, my expense to get it in was higher than normal because of all these additional expenses and costs. Well, that's part of the cost of doing business. I was able to get the equivalent of 44 eBay lots in that ship my cards order, Eric. So broken up over all those eBay lots, the money that I had saved on shipping, I still came out ahead. Because if I had bought those items individually and had them all shipped to me one by one,
$14 a piece.
The cost would have been exorbitant. And then add in the customs, add in all those additional fees and costs, each piece, piecemeal. It would have been astronomical. So yes, I had to pay more, but broken up over all those different lots and all those different purchases, it was much more reasonable. Did it suck to pay the extra? Yeah. But was it cheaper than the alternative? It was. So fine. Okay, cool. So I can accept that. That's a cost I'm willing to accept. That's the point. That's a cost I am willing to accept because I understand the other pieces. There's other costs I am not willing to accept. There are other things that I'm not willing to do. I'm not willing to pay $70 for bleacher seats at a Blue Jay game. Not because I'm not interested in attending any Blue Jay games, but because, well, now I got to give you my time, and now you've jacked up my costs. And yeah, I would like to have a beer while I'm there. Thank you very much. And yes, I would like to have something resembling food while I'm there. And they've got some nicer food options. But that puts me over $100, Eric. Right there, I'm at $100. They've put in some restaurants and things in there, Bobby. So they've got some stuff, but the problem is it's all priced accordingly. Well, so if you want anything, yeah, so it's all priced in. So now you're at 100 plus, pushing 120 rapidly.
I've been there in a long time, so
yeah, they've completely redone it. Now they've got restaurants and things in there and all. Then they specifically gone out of their way to
like what kind of
improve the
restaurants
food.
Like
Almost all kinds. Like they literally they did a $400 million renovation of the whole inside. They redid it.
Yeah.
Specifically for that. They actually took 10,000 seats out to make room for all these additional places. They've got spaces in there now, like standing room areas. They got a little club area there. They've got a section there. They've got little mini restaurants in the outfield. They got a whole deck that's mini restaurants.
Nice.
So they're trying to sell the experience. They are selling the experience. But they are charging you for the experience. But they are selling the experience.
I'm sure it's not cheap.
So you're not buying a ticket for a baseball game. You're buying a ticket for an experience, Eric.
Yes, that's it.
That's what they're trying to sell you. They're trying to sell you an experience. Well, they jacked up the price accordingly. Like, I don't know about that. I don't know if I can get there.
A few cards I'd rather get.
Yeah, that's like Disney. Yeah, Disney, it's all about the experience. Well, when you're doing, $10 to $15 for a bottle of water on a 100-degree day, you can go F your experience. I'm never, ever giving that rat another cent of my money.
Oh, Disneyland is amazing.
I brought my daughter there when she was 10. It was an experience because you have that 10-year-old eyes, and this is a big, okay. I never regretted spending the money. There's nothing ever to get me to go back.
I went there when I was 8 years old in 1972. It was awesome. I didn't have to pay for anything.
I went to Disneyland in 84.
I went to Florida one. That's Disney World.
And then I took our daughter, she's 20 now. So when she was 10, so 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't care what anything else that was going on because I wasn't there for me. I was totally immersed in her. And seeing her smile and her excitement, it was worth that was awesome.
Yeah, we had fun. It was actually quite advanced, even in 72. Like they had that ghost, that haunted house. That was amazing. We went through the thing and you had this ghost sitting beside you if you looked in the mirror. And and then we went down this elevator, and it was just amazing. It was like for that time period,
It's ahead of their time. I mean,
they were
you know,
greatly ahead of their time
well,
back
they
then.
deserve some credit, you know, and you can't go for free, you know, but you know, no, Disney's a complete ripoff.
I think it was $3 to get in. Anyways.
Now it's like 300.
72, man. Like fuck.
Yeah, but now it's like 300 a person. So
Is it
Yeah,
really?
well,
that
the bigger issue is that if you don't want to be stuck in lines all day, you got to get like the express passes and all
Right.
that stuff, and it's
It's-
like
everything was
it's
open.
upcharge. What can
And
we
there
do to
there was
squeeze a
lineups
little extra?
then, but
it's like $10 for a bottle of water. So you know,
yeah, well, they didn't have bottles of water back then. That
it's like
wasn't a thing.
it's 98 degrees with high humidity in Florida. I need some water. That'll be $10.
And we also went to, what was it? The what's it called? The other part, the animals. What was it?
Yeah,
They
animal
have,
cake.
what was it? The other part of it, where they have all the birds and
I don't know. They have animal.
I can't help you. I don't know.
maybe it was only then. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
There was two
Yeah.
parts. It was this part and that part, and then we went.
Yeah, when I was a kid, we didn't get out of the country for trips. It was Ontario Place.
Yeah, that was-
I can't help it. I can't help
man.
Hey, well, look, and at the time it was good. Like I'm not complaining. Like at the time it was pretty solid. We had the little Legoland thing going on there. There was a little video game thing going on. Like it was fine. Like
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. It was
Actually,
fine for
Ontario
me.
Place has always been good. It was great even back in the early '80s when I went. You know, we were 16 and we would go down. It was kind of cool. You know,
Hey, now the only vacation I take is to Ontario, so can't
there
be
you
that
go. Are you coming this?
Yeah.
Are we? What percentage are we at now?
All right.
We had a 12.6.
12
No,
points.
no, I know, but after the show, what? 12.7, 8?
Yeah, I don't know.
So Eric, outside of
Aw.
you just being a pansy and being afraid of name, what is it? What is the issue? Like just go. You know you want to.
Wanting to, and
We'll protect you from Len if you
No,
want.
no, wanting
It'll
to
help you.
give us the truth because
it's
we can handle the truth.
no, it goes a little bit to what we're even talking about. It's
What's that?
I can
Value?
show up in November and have no thought about how much money I'm spending or the time I'm spending. It's my vacation.
Can
It's
you
all
not
worth it.
go for on behalf of Phil?
2 times a year.
But
I don't
you,
know.
You work for Phil, and you could buy stuff.
I think
there.
this sounds
could
like a
take
business
you
expense.
around and buy stuff that you would make money at your
Hmm.
store that would justify your trip.
Well, he's threatening to come. So
Oh,
See?
what percentage is he at though?
he says he's definitely coming, but
Oh,
we'll see.
and you're not going?
I'm up to 12.6%.
7.
I think you should just tell him that you were personally liaison between him and Lawrence Taylor.
And I could show him around, and I can help him buy stuff because obviously you need somebody to help you buy stuff.
Yeah, because
It's not like anybody can. Hey, why isn't this in the app? Because it's so fucking stupid that it shouldn't be in the app. Anyway,
That's
Wow.
right.
Wow.
Stupid.
shh. Just saying.
Wild.
Why isn't
Wow.
this in the app? Because they only made one of them. I don't know.
Mhm.
Stupid app.
Oh, I did pick up something cool. There we go.
Well, you know what's funny is I was actually going to ask you because Eric had shown something earlier. I showed a couple of cards. So you got something there? What do you got?
Yeah, I got something here. It's a Toronto Maple Leaf, 1989. They did these lamps that this would light up and what have you. I'm surprised they didn't put the Leaf logo on the shade, but this is 1989, still sealed. Honestly, I've seen 2 of these sealed. And I
Eric
own
loves
both of
lamp?
them at one time, huh?
Eric loves lamp.
Eric loves lamp.
Well, they have the Boston ones. They have every team that they did in 88, 89, 90, 91, 92. So they ran for 4 years. They had the American one, which is packaged in a different package altogether. And this one is Canadian version. So, but it says made in USA. So I don't know what happened. Any which way. They're really kind of cool. They look nice. Regardless.
Very nice. Very
That's all I
nice. Fair enough.
What's that worth? I have no idea.
Well, I think if you can get enough for it, at least
It's
would
worth
be
2
a good.
Blue Jay tickets. How about that?
They might work. Look, it would at least be a good down payment. It would get us closer to the Jumpman Cheeto.
Yes. Close. Mm,
Right
Not
now,
that
Eric,
close.
all I'm saying is the Jumpman Cheeto, I think, has got the edge right now.
I think so.
The silly card of the week. Hard to beat a good Jumpman Cheeto.
Oh yeah, it's true. That's true.
Mm-hmm. Look at this. Amanda, seriously?
Let's
4 hours in.
Catch me up after
We're 8
4
minutes
hours.
over. Let's go. I want to go to
Amanda,
bed.
catch
I gotta
up
ride
after
bikes
4
tomorrow.
hours? You really are from California.
They make those lamps for other teams. Yep. Bobby mentioned that.
Yeah, every
few.
team. Yeah. They even did some championship lamps. I think there's a Pittsburgh or something like that in that early time period, 91, 92.
So, Amanda, here's what I need from you. My understanding, allegedly, I've heard rumors that her podcast is actually supposed to happen tonight. I've heard rumors. So I need to know what's going to be on there. And why am I not on there?
Well, it's 9 o'clock there, right?
Well, I think it's like 10:30 her time.
What time are we at now? 8, 9, 10, 11,
3 hours.
It'd be 9:10. Right now,
3
it's 9:10.
hours.
3
Yeah,
hours.
3 hours. Yep.
9 o'clock. Yeah.
Oh, Eric was planning to be there. He's literally going to like
No,
inject Red Bull into his veins.
no, I want this
Ooh.
show to end so I can go to bed because I can get up in the morning and go ride my bike.
Why do you
Yippee.
ride your bike in the
Yippee.
morning?
Because that's when the people that I'm riding with want to ride.
The people.
The people.
The people.
You have to have people. You don't listen to what the people tell you.
No.
You tell the people.
Well, yeah, I'm their people, so they tell me.
Oh, you're trash. Listen, you're my people.
You're
So when I tell you to do something, you do it. So I give you, by the power vested in me by being the man of the people, I allow you to command your people.
All right. I got to get people. I don't have any people.
He is for the people, by the people. So
Say, I used to beg for 20 likes. Now we're at 24 without mention. Is more people watching, or is Eric hate growing? Eric hate is always growing.
we have to
And
hit
by
the
the way-
like button. Yes.
And Bobby, you know what the worst part is? Well, best or worst, I guess it depends on your definition.
Mm.
We are probably right around now at about the most viewership we've had all night.
What's that?
We're very close. We're at 36 right now. We're very close to nearing where we were at the peak. I think at the absolute peak we were around 40, 36 right now.
Good. Always
Very
leave
kind of low, really, eh?
them wanting more. Let's go. Come on.
No, I think we peaked out at about 40. It's been about 40 the last couple of months. It's
Okay.
about right.
I thought
Yeah.
we got up to 50 or 60 at times.
That's been a little while. The overall, I will say that views live are trickier. It's more than anything after. It's
After,
rewatches.
I understand that, yeah. But
Rewatches are after.
Yeah.
And also, don't forget. Listen, we got 350 other live streams that decide to go on Fridays now.
true. Yeah.
We got your friend, the quiet one. You know.
Yeah. Mr. Richard Scott, buddy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So considering the amount of competition, Bobby, we've pretty much kept it around where it was before.
No, we're
Which is
okay.
pretty sure, which is pretty good. Like I can't complain about that. That's pretty solid.
Nope.
It is. Tonight we're reviewing DC Annual and James Bond Black Diamond. James Bond. Eric.
He's
James Bond.
I don't know. That sounds kind of cool. James Bond cards. I've never seen them. Are they? Well, they said black die. I was going to ask if they're vintage.
Brand new.
Yeah, this sounds brand
Yeah.
new.
No, this is a brand new product. It's a all one pack where but there is a lot of James Bond in there. There are a lot of James Bond references in there, and I think there are some autographs. There's a bunch of stuff.
Well,
do they go through the whole James Bond series, or they just?
Yeah, they've got a bunch of the Bonds. So they've got some on card autos on there.
the most famous James Bonds are passed away, so they're
Yeah.
not selling it anymore.
Well, stickers, right?
I think for those ones, it's gonna be stickers. I do
Sean
remember.
Connery stickers out there. Roger Moore
There's
stickers.
nothing wrong with Sean Connery.
Yeah.
Who was the best Bond? I don't know.
Oh, George Lazenby.
Oh yes, for sure.
I always love an excuse to throw in a Lazenby reference.
Jesus Christ!
David Niven.
So
Wow.
good. It's bold, sir.
That was
Bold.
the first Bond, I think.
Casino Royale.
First Bond, wasn't it?
David Niven. Casino Royale. Look that one up.
I just want to see if I can get. So you
I
do
know
have some
about that.
relics included.
I don't
in
know.
there
Roger
that-
Moore, Octopussy was pretty good.
No, I look. If you're talking about the real James Bond, it's Sean Connery.
It has
Sean
to be.
Connery I think is the best one. Personally, I do like
Sir
the Daniel
Sean
Craig ones.
Connery to you. Sorry.
Yeah, I do like the Daniel Craig ones personally.
Daniel Craig
I'm a
did
fan of
very
those.
Yeah, there was a
The
couple
Roger
good
Moore ones really don't do anything for me. They're fine. I just don't like them that much.
No.
They're just not
Oh,
my cup of tea.
you had Pierce Brosnan. He was one.
He did a
For-
good.
I think he did a good job.
One
I
time.
wouldn't put
He
him at the
did.
very top, but I think he did a good job.
Timothy Dalton didn't do anything for me.
Timothy Dalton.
Well, he only had two.
I
He
liked
only
him
had
though.
two.
I like Timothy Dalton. I thought he was a good Bond.
I think it would have been more interesting
I
to
don't
see
think
if
the
he had had a
story was
chance to
good,
have
though.
more than a couple.
I don't think the story was that good.
Well, he was stuck in a weird time period though.
It was.
Like, he
yeah,
was
that-
right
it
in
was
the
right in
middle of.
between. Yeah.
I
Oh my God, who's going to bed? Actually, we're past the
know.
4-hour point. So yes.
did a 20-mile ride just before this started. I'm
What does
tired.
that mean?
Go to bed.
Yeah, I did a.
It means he
20-mile
sat in
drive to
place.
get my
It means he
wife,
sat in
but
place for
honestly.
20 miles and then got a flat tire.
It was 10 miles and I got a flat tire. And then I did another.
Wow.
10.
I
Wow.
drove 10 miles to get my wife. What? I'm not tired.
I think it's different, Bobby.
No.
Says
I drove my
you.
car.
Says you. Listen,
Says
Eric,
you.
I know I was talking to people that were in a car and they went like 50 miles and I didn't have to move and it was great.
It's nice.
Oh,
Yeah.
Relaxing.
Again, having people is very helpful.
Oh,
I
you
think-
got Stella tonight.
Yeah. Well, right now I've still got a case.
Oh.
Yeah. When I got these originally, it was in a case.
Oh.
We were the family and I were actually at Costco and
Mhm.
they had this and I was like, I'm grabbing that case.
Why not?
So I did. Amanda says, Eric, come to Expo.
ugh,
Eric is so fussy. Always.
she knows
Always.
me. I am.
Amanda, before we go, finish off with shameless self-promotion. So you said you've got the DC Annual, James Bond, Black Diamond, although you do have a substantial lack of Carlos.
Mm.
You have a British man who likes innuendos almost
Oh.
as much as Eric likes baby oil.
Ooh. I think male would be better than baby oil, but yeah.
So
Listen,
disgusting.
Eric has, we don't kink shame around here, but I am very close to kink shaming because Eric is taking us to some dark places,
I want to go to bed.
very dark places.
You can go to bed.
You sat on the
You're
bike.
done.
Why are you tired? Exactly. Dak says, have a good night, guys. Have a good night.
We're good.
Amanda says, I can't let you two meet. Amanda, listen, I'm not saying yes. I'm not saying no, but you got to be careful because at a certain point, we may just have to deal with this on our own. You don't want it to happen that way.
We might
You
have
don't
to
want
come on your show
Yeah.
whenever it's
Just saying.
Just
I might have to make it happen.
Yeah.
But include a little shameless plug on time and location. The YouTube channel is the one with your name on it, but do you want to give time and place? You got a minute to give a shameless plug. Do so before we head off, because that way I can torture Eric for another minute or two, because then he's got to go to bed so he can go on his bike ride with his people.
I would like to come on as a special guest. Amanda.
Well, it's the funny thing is it'd be really funny to do.
Huh?
It'd be really fun to do, but but in order to do it, you're basically starting at what is it, like 1:30 in the morning?
What time does it start? 10?
It's 10:30 her time.
Oh fuck. Yeah.
That's what I
forget
mean.
it. I'll be in
That's
bed.
why Eric always complains.
Yeah,
Eric always complains.
crazy.
Like 10:30. Who does that?
Well, if you're in the West Coast, 10:30 is not so
exactly
bad.
Fuck the West Coast.
Exactly. I'm not going to watch this thing. I want to support her. She's my friend, but I am not going to watch.
If
some-
you were a proper friend, you would go sleep
I
and you
would
would
think
give it
so.
up cold turkey,
No,
and you would
Yes.
stay up as long as it takes.
no,
You have
I don't know what the problem is.
people.
I don't-
no. I don't
Eric,
care.
I don't know what the problem is. Because it is a work day, I actually got up in the morning like the commoners,
Mhm.
and then I was online right from the morning like the commoners, and then we're here all these hours later. And listen, I'm good. I'm on my third wind.
Not
I'm
all.
on my third beer and my third wind. I'm good to go.
Not all heroes wear capes.
Gotta keep working, man.
Oh.
Gotta keep working. My YouTube channel at 10:30 PST. There you go. Love to have you on. That would be amazing. Maybe at the expo. Listen, if Eric can get off his lazy ass, if he'd stop riding his stupid little bicycle, or maybe get off his trainer and actually get a bike that moves.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
Like,
tomorrow.
Imagine a fool that rides and rides and rides, flat tire, and the bike didn't even move. What the hell?
Tomorrow.
Eric needs to be with his bike cult in the morning. Those are
I
facts.
guess so. It is a cult. Yeah,
Yeah, it's totally a cult.
Mhm.
100%.
I believe.
All right. So that's it. Episode 231 of the longest running episodic, whatever this is, we still don't know. Maybe one day we'll figure it out. We'll go from there. Thank you to Yannick for joining us in briefly. Thank you to Bobby in the Garage of Knowledge, as always. And Eric was here.
Mm.
We acknowledge it begrudgingly. He was
Take
here.
it easy. You know,
Yeah, at least he showed up this week.
he saw.
Unlike that lazy asshole last week. He didn't even make it a
I
full show.
showed up last week. I didn't do
Yeah,
it.
you showed up for like an hour.
Yeah.
Gave thumbs up while your head was down.
Yeah. I can't remember a single thing you said.
I didn't say
He didn't
that.
say anything.
Exactly. That's my point. Mind you, it might have been your most profound contribution. Like per
I think it
capita, it
was,
might have been
yes.
your best work.
Yeah, I
Just
think
throwing it out there.
Yeah. My
So there you
favorite
go.
show.
Easily. But anyway, all right, that's it for this time around. More videos come up on the channel. Friday live streams as always. Ignore the other live streams; they're foolish. Waste of time.
Please. Yes.
Yeah. Unlike this.
Friday live streams, we got this on lockdown.
Other than Amanda's, which is on it.
Well, that's later.
11:30.
It's not going to be an issue. 10:30 PST. So I think I think should be all right. I think they'll manage. But anyway, remember on your way out, we would appreciate if you would hit the like button.
Please.
If you do watch this on replay, we covered a lot of ground tonight. So if you got any thoughts or any opinions on a couple of the things we touched on, feel free to throw that in the comments section. Eric personally reads all your correspondence and takes it all to heart.
I do not read any of it. I don't care.
He has nothing better to do in his life. He's made this abundantly clear over time. We've seen it. Anyway, that's it for us. Have yourselves a good night. We'll catch you in the next one.
Ciao.